dude said, I always have a seizure reading this dude's title. It's crazy. But anyway, y'all, I'm here early, man, because I'm trying to give y'all this debate at 2:00 sharp this evening. It's already set up. Peace and blessings to everybody out there. You already know what it is, man. I'm trying to give you this debate. It's already set up. It's lined up to go at 2:00. I think it's lined up to go at 3, but let me change it because this is a long debate. I want to change that and make it 2:00. So I want to make it 2:00 sharp. Let me see if it's 2:00 or 3:00. Oh yeah, it's lined up for 3:00. But let me change that to 2 because that's when I want to let it go. But it's up to y'all. Like I said, if y'all want to see the debate, it's up to y'all. All you got to do is donate because it wouldn't be fair to the people who paid. All right. And so I make the quota, I release it. It's up to y'all. That's what I'm saying. It's up to you if you want the debate. All right. Support, donate to the Cash App, and then I will release it. But if I don't release it, you already know why. Nobody wanted to donate. They want shit for free. So donate like you donate to Netflix. That's all. And everybody get to see it. Then you will begin to weigh in. This is a controversial debate. And I don't want to be the one to call it out. All right? Hotel family and SAR. So I'll be on standby. It's up to y'all. I'm going to leave this going. Let this keep rocking. And let you know it's up to y'all. It was an awesome debate. I'm going to tell you, it was an awesome debate. This debate was fire. It was like damn near 5 hours to be exact. So that's why I got to release it. Yeah. Yeah, this joint was powerful. It was powerful. It was powerful. If y'all want to see the debate, it is up to you. It's up to you. Here's a little something. Here's a little something.
What was that? Could it be the Neteru? The Neteru giving you mercy and giving you a few minutes to prepare? Sure.
Because the sun is a large resonant cavity for standing waves.
Time starts when you start speaking.
I want y'all to understand the word games Jabari's playing. I came here to debate the debate topic.
This is really, really annoying. I told you that this
what
is what
got going
we're
on?
going to try to do.
Yeah, this joint was fire.
He's doing the 3-card Monty, y'all.
All right, I got to ask this question.
Because when you come out here and have a showing like this, where you're not even meeting the basic standards.
Well, you're teaching Madame Blavatsky's information. That's not in the Kemetic text. The Kemetic text says actual. Actual. To exist. When in
Ptah is the creator god of the Menphite theology. Self-generated Ptah.
3 seconds, thank you.
I'm going to go 3 minutes. I will.
Go,
I'm not going to
go. You're wasting time.
So I also want you to know that when we...
Nah, brother lie.
Yes, this is a historical debate.
No. What I'm doing, brother lie, I'm trying to get a couple of dollars, man. I want to release the video. It's 5 hours long. I know you saw it. You was in the building. So what I'm trying to do, I'm doing the right thing. I'm trying to get a couple of dollars, let the people get to see it. How would you feel, brother La, if I just released the video for free and let everybody see it, even though you paid $30? I know you'll feel some kind of way like, God damn, why did I even pay for it if you're gonna show it? So that's what I'm saying, brother La. How would you feel if I just show it for free for everybody else to see it? It wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be fair. You know? So here it is right here. This joint is, to be exact, let me tell you, it's 5. Oh my God, damn. It's 5 hours and change. The joint is 5 hours and change. 5 hours and maybe 10 minutes. You know? So that's what it is. You know? You right. Once a person is caught defrauding the audience, they should be banned from the channel for life. They should be on suspension. I wouldn't say for life. I would say they should be on suspension. So, Brother La, you ain't responding to what I'm saying, brother. So if you want it, let's go. I mean, the day is Sunday, the perfect time for me to play it. Donate to the Cash App is right there. Let's get it. Everybody, all you gotta do is donate, chip in $10, man. Let's go. $10. Chip in $10. Let's get it, man. I'm gonna tell you, it was a good entertainment. It was good entertainment. You will like it. You will enjoy it. Sit down, look at it, watch it, and then you make the decision. Does Jabari keep the belt? Do he keep the title? Or does Inky take the title? Once again, for me, I would say it's a hung jury. A hung jury. Or some people might just say, you know what? Jabari won the goddamn debate based off of you know, people trying to trick the people and trick debates and trick titles. You know, it's up to y'all. It's up to y'all, man. You know? Okay. I see I got a couple of donations. I see people want it. All right, let's get it. I'm up to $90, y'all. I'm up to 90. I'm gonna let y'all know what it is. Check that app, sir. Check. I just did. Shout out to Reggie S, and Gregory, Spotsville. Thank you. Shout out to Reggie S, Spotsville, Patrick, Jarrett. Shout out to Patrick, Jarrett, Louis Perez, James Batts. All right, this was yesterday that y'all donated yesterday. Shamanica Daniels. Shout out to Shamanica Daniels, Dead Black, Asar 7, Wagner. All right, Wagner came through. Amon Ra McCarthy. Shout out to Amon Ra McCarthy. Antonio. Shout out to Antonio. All right. So let's keep it going, man. If y'all want this, Super Wavy. I see you never donate, brother. What's going on, Super Wavy? Get in the mix. You about this culture, right? Get in the mix. We shouldn't be crying, man. You know what people just paid to see goddamn Easy and Cassidy debate? Easy and Cassidy. They just had their joint yesterday, and it turned out to be the Royal Rumble. I think it was the second round where Easy was all up in Cassidy's face, and he was spitting in his face like as he was talking. I think he was doing it on purpose. And next thing you know, the bodyguards had to jump in because they started pointing their finger at each other's nose, and I think Easy touched the nose of Cassidy. It was crazy. It was crazy. So, yo, they paid $60 to $70 to $80 to see that debate right there. I know it's a hip-hop battle. I called it a debate. It's the same thing. You know, the battle. Right? To be honest, I watched it because Wisdom wanted to see it. But I understand your stance. Get it how you want to live. but it definitely was a 3-card Molly. That's right, Brother La. That's right, Brother La. I'm with you on that. And, you know, people they just want to see Jabari lose. It's all right if Jabari lose, but do it right. Do it righteously. Do it fairly. People respect you more. You know what I'm saying, y'all? Shout out to my man. Shout out to my man, King Simon. I see you, brother. Peace to you. Peace to you, brother. But if you gotta take the belt from Jabari, take it righteously. Do it right. Do it right. You know, in order to take the belt, when you're in there boxing, you gotta knock the person out. If you want to see Jabari win, don't take his belt on a technicality on some bullshit that he didn't know the title. Come on, bro. I showed you everything. I'll show it again. Let me show you again. Where see, and watch this, man, because people are just crazy sometimes. Where's that at? People is just fucking crazy. Even when you show them the evidence, people will still say, oh, no, you know, I wasn't debating Christ. You was debating Christ. See, that's the bullshit. Check this out.
You believe in Bible narratives. Very, very vague. Extremely vague. I'm saying if you believe in a literal, historical Jesus Christ who was crucified, died.
This is the weigh-in. This right here proves that Inky was supposed to be debating the Jesus. Watch, this proves it.
Jesus Christ, who was crucified, died, and was buried. If you believe that he practiced miracles, if you believe, and I'm going to get to you on this, don't think I'm not on your back on this. If you believe in the Exodus, which Jesus also mentioned, if you believe in all of those things, it is incompatible with the Kemetic condition, with the Kemetic understanding. Here's a question for you. You are actually arguing that you are...
See? Come on now. Yo. Everybody got to hear you blow your nose, blow your horn. Yo, so you can hear Jabari saying that you're actually arguing. Let me bring that back a little bit, because you hear him asking him, are you arguing? You are actually arguing
that you are going to prove that Jesus Christ is a literal historical character.
See that? You are actually going to prove. Let's go back. So when Inky do his little slick 1-2 step, he trying to act like he didn't agree to that.
Actually arguing that you believe in all of those things, it is incompatible with the Kemetic condition, with the Kemetic understanding. Here's a question for you. You are actually arguing that you are going to prove that Jesus Christ is a literal historical character. Are you going to do that with contemporary sources? With contemporaneous sources?
Absolutely. 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 Absolutely.
So we hear Inky agree, absolutely. He's going to prove that Jesus Christ is a historical, literal character. See? And then he gets it. See, this is the weigh-in right here. So why do you think Jabari fixed his presentation to prove that Jesus Christ is not? Now, see, I don't want to have to go through this, but Inky forced my hand. It's not about me. Oh, man, you being biased towards Jabari. No, right is right. Wrong is wrong, man. Simple as that. Right is right. Wrong is wrong. You know? So you can run around and deal with the Madame Blavatsky and the chakras and all this and act like you didn't agree to this topic. It's just ludicrous, brother, right now. You know, it's just crazy. And so let's listen to this again. This part.
Absolutely.
If you believe in a literal historical Jesus that died for our sins, that performed miracles, that was crucified and died and buried, and in the precursor to the act of Jesus, the life of Jesus, this brother's in trouble.
This brother's in trouble. So there you have it, man. And I wasn't even going to do this, but he kept trying to pull me in. sa.neter, you got to make the call. I'm not going to make the call based on no trickery shit, Inky. I can't do that to Jabari. I can't do that. I wouldn't do that to you, bro. This have never happened before where you get a title belt. You can't win no title belt based off of a trying to hoodwink and bamboozle somebody, brother. So what I said was, you know what? As of right now, the way it stands, nobody wins. I will just play this video, right? Damn, brother, I would like to see the debate. You should have put the money in the Cash App, brother. You should have donated it to the Cash App. That way I get to see it. You know, YouTube takes a lot of that. They take a big cut out of that 20 spot. The links is right there where you donate to the Cash App. But I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, man. I appreciate the donation. Thanks a lot. You know, so what you want to do is make sure we get the money in before 2 o'clock, y'all. If we don't get it in before 2 o'clock, don't worry about it. Your money is still good. We would just have to wait till the next day till I get my quota. My quota is $400. I'm up to 100 right now. I got 100 in there. Let me see. And with everybody participation, that should have come easy. It's not a lot. Everybody comes in and get it easy. You know? Let me see. I got $104 in my stash right here. That's what y'all sent so far. At least you got something. Yes, I do got something, but I want to make sure I get what I asked for so I can release it and I'll be all right. I wouldn't take a loss. Remember, y'all, I had to pay Inky and I paid Jabari. So I paid them for this. I paid them to do this debate. You know? And I'm asking for a little 400 where everybody chip in and show support. Moses, 777. Did you see the debate, brother? Did you see the debate, Moses? I don't know if Moses seen the debate. I should still charge 30. I hear you, Moses, and I agree with you, but I want to give it to the people because I want to give, see, what if I was to charge 30? Or what if I put it on my Patreon and just charge 30 to see it? Because the other one is on there. The one versus is up there, is on the Patreon with Inky and Yeah. Yeah. How would you feel, Moses, if I just let it go for free, knowing that you paid the whole $30 and everybody else, the cheap people, they get to see it for free? That wouldn't be fair. That wouldn't be right. You know? So by 2 o'clock, we got time. We got like 3 hours and 18 minutes. 3 hours and 18 minutes. So we're going to keep this thing going. See, so I wanted to pay you to do a show. If you wanted to pay me to do a show, brother, why don't you just hit me off and do a show? Let's go. What are you talking about? What you wanted to do? You got my email. Hit me up. What's the title? What the show is about? And let's do what we do. because people do pay to do a show. You know, they do their show. Next thing you know, I look at my Cash App. I got $1 up in there. I got 150 up in there. Sometime I got 200 in there. Come on, man. And another thing, right? That I see that y'all slowed down. If you need any promotion, you know I do promotion as well. If the money right, we do promotion. You know? You never hit me back. Oh, man, I never hit you back. Well, try it again. Try it again. I'll probably hit you back this time. You know? Hit me up again. It probably was so deep into my you know, hit me on my email. I didn't even see it. Anybody need some advertisement? Y'all got something going on? Let me know, man. Let me know. There go my email right there. You need some advertisement? Hit me up. Let's get this thing rolling. Let's get this business back popping. There you go right there. sa.neter at yahoo.com. Yes, I'm up top of the morning because I'm trying to get this money so I can let this video go. I don't want to keep holding it. I want to release it today. Today is the perfect time on a Sunday where we all can sit back and relax. Yeah, it is a money grab. Yes, it is. It's the same thing. Why you mad? Why you mad? Why you mad, real talk? That is a money grab. You ain't saying that when you going out there to the Chinese, man. You ain't saying none of that then. You just a Negro. You just a nigga. That's all that is. You just want to be a nigga. You don't want to support black people. I don't even know if you black, nigga. Yeah, you know? So, damn right. It's my money grab. And you just hating that you ain't getting the money. Check? Just hating that you not getting the money. Niggas always crying, hating, crab in the barrel ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? Crab in the barrel ass nigga. Mad. It's just a money grab. Nigga, shut your corny ass up. Goofy ass nigga. Is mad. Goof troop. I got a Gmail. What you mean? So you should switch to Gmail. I got a Gmail. I'll put my Gmail up too. Uh-huh. Yeah, I got a Gmail account. When I want to get videos, I use my Gmail account. Let me put up my Gmail. GARRYFRANK 7 @ gmail.com. Okay. There's my Gmail account as well. There's my Gmail account. My name, Gary Frank, is, reversed. It's Frank Gary, but my Gmail is GaryFrank7 @ gmail.com. Why you mad at FBA? Bro, I'm not mad at FBA. Is you crazy? I'm not mad at FBA at all. I'm FBA. Tyreek told me that I'm FBA, brother. Once the man told me I'm FBA, it's all fair game now. Shit, we are promoting FBA. All I'm saying, it just need to be a little, man, what's the word I'm looking for? It need to be a little, what's the word I've been saying? Organized. It just need to be a little organized. And I know y'all say that, well, it's not about organization and we don't need a leader. That's the problem with it. That's all I'm saying. Do you still have the video that me and Reggie put together on crypto? I think so. Currency, sa.neter. I think so. I got to look in the archive. I got to go in the treasure case. I wish 10% of American black population would pay $30 for the debate. 4 million black people paid $30 would create enough money to rebuild. See, I like your mind now. I like your mindset, my brother Moses. You talking about that guap. I like your mindset. That's what I'm talking about, Moses. That's what I'm talking about. Moses is not a hater. Moses don't be hating on people that's trying to make $1, man. That's what's up, Moses. That's what's up, brother. Yeah. Well, I'm definitely not one of you, nigga. I'm definitely not one of you. Yeah. But you just sit there, real talk. You just sit there and watch me, bitch. That's all you do. You hate me so much, but you sit right there and watch me. See, you are just like a fucking snake. You come here and you get all the information for free, and then you want to criticize people. But you're right here in my chat, nigga. What does that say about you? What does that really say about you? If I hate somebody, I'm not going on their goddamn video. I'm not going to even write in their shit. I'm not being in their shit. I don't fuck with them. If I don't fuck with them, I don't fuck with them. Check. But see, you just a whole ass nigga. That's the type of shit you would do. You don't fuck with somebody, but you in there watching their shit, getting their information, running back to people. Yo, he said this. He said that. You a straight bitch nigga. You ain't a woman. I already know you're not a woman. I already know you're not a woman. You a fuck nigga. You know? You would act like sa.neter put something in your mother. The way you talk about me. It's crazy, nigga. I'm not ever going on talking about a man that much. Like, for example, right? You got this dude, Joyner. I forgot the brother's name. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Who he made a career off of talking about Umar Johnson. Y'all know who I'm talking about? He made a career talking about Umar Johnson. What's the brother's name again? Huh? Y'all know who I'm talking about. He have a career talking about Umar Johnson. Yeah, Lennon. Yeah, I mean, goddamn, every day is a Lennon on it. I'm not mad at you, Lennon on it. Get your paper, brother. He getting his money. You know, he getting his weight up. He getting his money. I'm not mad at you at all, Lennon. But goddamn, man, every day. Hey, I think you really destroyed Umar. I don't really see that much with Umar no more. Word. And then you got the other dude. all the top platforms, they got their demon on the side. Like then you got Taharka Bey. He's on Tariq neck. God damn, he's on Tariq neck, hard body. Right? And then you got sa.neter. sa.neter got like about I would say like goddamn to keep it real, I would say about 7 demons on my neck. I got like damn near 7 demons on my neck. Like it's just crazy. And so that's why I don't watch them. I don't say nothing about them. Niggas be acting like hoes, man. Yep. So people pay their phone bill and listening to you, but don't want to get paid. Don't want you to get paid. Right. You paying their phone bills. Right. There you go. To the white man. Right. I agree with you. So people pay their phone bills and listen to you, but don't want you to get paid. But they paying their phone bills, listen to the white man. Yeah, they paying their phone bills to the white man. Taharka Bay is launching nuclear missiles at Tariq. Yeah, but Tariq is strong. He can take it. Tariq is strong. We are up to $109, y'all. I only got $109. Last time I told you it was 104. So I just got another 5. Sit. Bring me apple juice. Yeah, so yeah, people making careers off of just going at people, and they think that that's good. Oh, let me go at sa.neter. Let me tear him down so I could build my channel up. Like, come on, I ain't never have to do that. When I started this thing, I ain't never have to do that, y'all. I just started doing information, and people started coming at me. What I do regret is going back and forth with people. And I learned it too late. I learned it too late. I should have just let it go. I should have learned from Jay-Z and, Beyonce and them. People talk crazy about Jay-Z. They talk crazy about Michelle Obama. She's a man. She's not real. She's a man. You don't see them going back and forth with nobody. And that's what I should have did. I should have learned that, man, at an early stage in my career. I should have learned that. So I stop focusing on these hook-ass niggas. sa.neter Studios in the House of Consciousness been running and on top for many years. Salute to you, brother. Thank you. Thank you. You right. Thank you. You right. Byron, salute, Byron. I just got that donation from you. Salute, Byron. Jonathan, salute. Jerron Towns, salute. We up to $129. Thank you. I see it. It's coming through. Without, so some of us would be in jail. Facts. Facts. But yo, let's get this, man. Let's get this money going. Let's keep it running. I want to really release this. I want to get it out to the people. And after the day, I don't want to have no more say about it. Just be fair in the voting, y'all. I know some of y'all hate Jabari. I know some of y'all hate my brother Inky. But let's vote it right. If whatever y'all see, if you want to call it a draw, call it a draw. If you want to, whatever you want to do, I just don't want to be a part of the voting system right quick. I just don't want to see Jabari losing on no technicality stuff based off of some old crazy stuff, man. If you want the title, get it the right way. Get it the right way. I'm going to drop the link. Let's drop the link in case anybody would like to come up. Is that cool, y'all? Let's drop the link. I'm ready for all criticism. Let's hear it. Let's hear it all. Damn, that would have been a nice good 20 in my account on my Cash App, but it's all good. I appreciate it. Let's drop that link in case we got people that want to come through. Moses, you want to come on through? Come on through, Moses. Let's drop that link in case people want to come in and talk about some things. So yeah, back to FBA. I'm a supporter of FBA. Hey, peace, brother. What's going on? Dr. David, what's up, man? Dr. David, what up?
sa.neter.
Yes, sir. What's
sa.neter,
happening?
you don't see my comments. I need you to drop the PayPal link because remember, Cash App don't work in the UK.
Oh, okay. I don't see your comments.
Can you not hear me?
Yes, I hear you. I hear you.
Hold on a minute. Let me pause the other video. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you, brother.
sa.neter, can you hear me?
Yes, you can't hear me. My PayPal link, my PayPal email is sa.neter@yahoo.com. My PayPal email is sa.neter@yahoo.com. Hey, David, you hear me, David?
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, my PayPal email is sa.neter@yahoo.com. It's on the screen.
Okay, you mean the same one as your normal email?
Yes, that's my PayPal email. Same one.
All right. All right. Listen, I sent you an email as well because I want to do some sponsorship as well.
There you go, brother. Now we're talking.
But
Let's
you know,
get it going.
you never check your email. I've been sending you emails for about a year now to sponsor
I know,
products.
I've been doing this by myself, man. It's hard. It's
You need
hard.
you need a hired admin.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I do. When you working this by yourself, it's kind of hard, man. You know?
You know you can hire admin for $5 or something like that just to run your stuff for you very cheap, to check your emails and do all of that.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you're missing out on money.
But you know what? I know what to do. My daughter is old enough, she's doing her thing. My wife in there, they ass gonna get busy. They getting busy.
Yeah, you need that. You're missing out on free money. And I also like when you do the shows a bit early. I'm not saying you should do that all the time because remember in the UK we're 4 hours ahead. That's why I couldn't watch the debate this time. It was just too late for me.
Yeah, you'll get it this time at 2 o'clock. If the money right, I'm letting it go.
All right. All right.
2 o'clock.
I got 2 powerful shows I want to do on your platform.
Oh, you definitely qualified, brother.
I'm qualified, but you know I'll be getting in the heat because one of them is about Native Americans are not Black African. You know I'm gonna step in the fire for that one.
Native Americans are not Black Africans. Oh my God, man.
Yeah.
But that's true though. But that is true.
Yeah, but that's not the real title. That's just trying to sweeten it for you.
Yeah.
The other one is the other show is about money. The other show is about how we can make money as a community.
Yeah, let's do that.
On a book that I wrote called The Wealth Building Cycle. But please hit me up on the email.
Yes, sir. That's my email, and I'll be looking for you, brother.
All right. I'm just gonna mute, see if anyone else wants to come on. But I'm looking forward to the debate because I think what Dr. Brother Enki is trying to say, I do agree with him in parts, but I don't want you to throw me off the show because you know I've been watching the dialogue between you two.
Nah, I ain't gonna throw you off. Come on in. Come on in. Join the family, man, and bring the knowledge to the people.
In order to really see, I need to see the debate first because the Enki's stuff and after the debate, he can be quite persuasive, but I need to see the full debate before I make any full judgment.
Right. Right. Right.
Because I do agree that some of the things he was talking about, quote unquote, may have been going over people's heads. But as Suntan said, he kind of misrepresented it. So it's not that it's going over people's heads. It's just that he's coming from it from a different angle that wasn't really stated.
All right. Yep. All right, brother.
All right. I'm out here in the farm, you know, so I'll be listening.
It's cold out there, huh?
Right. Today is very cold. Yesterday, but today it's just windy. If you can see out here in the garden.
Yeah, I see it. Wow.
Real work.
All right.
Yeah, all right.
Peace. All right. Once again, my PayPal email is sa.neter at yahoo.com. sa.neter at yahoo.com. The link is in the chat if y'all want to come through. Anybody want to come through? The link is in the chat. You know? As far as FBA, once again, I'm FBA. I support that. I just believe and feel that we just need to have a little organization. Organized. It got to be a little organized. That's all. Because anybody can come up and say anything and just make the organization look bad, and it's just not a good look when you do that. You know? I mean, that's just me. That's just me, how I feel about it. Inky was definitely showing Kemet connection to the scriptures and how the scriptures should be viewed with Kemetic lenses. Okay, Moses. I hear you. You got to get off that pseudo train, though, Moses. You be on that pseudo train, you know. I think you need to debate the ghosts. I think you and the ghost need to have a conversation. But you ain't ready for the ghost, though. Because the ghost, you got to know that Bible if you're going to be ready for the ghost. The ghost know his Bible. Peace, Maroon. What up, Maroon Nation?
Hey, what's good? What's good?
What's happening with you?
Like I told you before, I tried to reach out to you on your email, you know, to do a show, but for some reason, you know, you never hit me back.
You Harlem, right?
You're getting the Bronx.
Oh, all right. Well, that's close. That's good. When did you hit me up in the email? Did you hit me up last week sometime?
Nah, this was a while ago, but
right. But remember, I told you do it again. If you do it again, it'll be right at the top.
Okay.
A matter of fact, right? Let me see something. Here. How I do this? All right, there you go. I'm putting my phone number in the back of the private chat. Okay. You know how to get to the private chat?
It says people and community.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm in. Okay, only you. It says only me. It says only you and Elder, but it doesn't have nothing. Hold on, I see something.
All right, my number is in the private chat, brother. Now you got my direct contact to me. Where you can hit me up is right in the private chat. Same with you, Dr. David Roots. If you go to the private chat, you all the way out there in the UK, you can WhatsApp me on that.
Okay, now
you see my number
with the studio chat.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
You see my number?
Yes.
There you go. That's my number, brother.
Okay.
Direct call. You can call me right now. You'll hear my phone ringing.
Okay.
Brother Live, what's happening with you, man?
Peace and blessings to everybody who was on the panel as well as your families.
Is that you with your apron on, brother?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, I didn't know you work in a restaurant, brother. That's good, man. You cooking halal burgers?
No, I don't work in no restaurant. That's just one of my smokers that I have.
Okay. I thought you was making halal burgers and stuff, you know.
No. No.
All right. What's happening? What's up, brother La?
My thing is this: from the information that was presented from the debate, if Jabari has the recording to compound more so on the video that we just saw, this will alleviate all of the conversation back and forth. Just play the recording that he had.
I agree. But you know what? I think Jabari don't want to play it because he gonna feel a certain kind of way how people gonna look at him. That's what I think. I think that's what I think. You know, he's looking at how people gonna look at him for recording the conversation.
I mean, this is a fair practice that's done in the conscious community. People record people.
Correct.
Right. It's not like it's out of the norm. People record people. That's what they do.
Yep.
People play police and fair games on the internet as YouTube.
Right. I agree. But being that Jabari is a priest, I don't think he feel he's supposed to be doing that, you know. And I'm telling him, yo, just give it to me, man. Give me the recorder. I didn't even hear it. I didn't even hear it yet. Now, I don't know if he could have been bluffing Inky, but no, it is what it is, man.
I mean, like I said, I quoted from the beginning. I alley-ooped it and gave it to Jabari with the 3-card Molly. He took it and ran with it. It is what it is, man.
Yeah, man. I understand people want to see Jabari come up off the belt, but they got to do it the right way. Do it the right way at least, man.
Yes, indeed. I concur with you on that 110%.
Yeah, beat him the right way, man. How can somebody want to win like that? You want to be able to win where people be like, oh, man, Dr. Inky killed him, crushed him, you know, stuff like that. Real wins.
The challenge is, can I jump in?
Yes. Yeah.
The challenge is, you see, when you do a PhD, for example, you have to come with what they call new information. Okay? Right. So what Enki comes with a lot of times, like he did when he was talking to Brother Reggie about the what's the staff called? The JED staff. And now he's talking about the standing wave function and the symbol of Ray and so on. All of these things are new information. So he's coming at things that other people may not have considered before. But when you come with new information, it has to be broken down so that people can understand the context and the meaning behind what you're trying to say. So in this way, I think that what Enki's doing, the problem is that really, as people say in your chats a lot of times, information has become a competition. But really, back in the day, in the 70s, 60s, Enki and Jabari should be coming together and actually promoting this knowledge that they're both kind of in a symbiotic way, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, but
my insight on it is I understand what you're saying, brother. But first and foremost, good morning to you and your family, man. My view on it is this, brother.
Yes, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My view on it is this. I heard Inky speak in regards to when he was speaking with Brother Reggie in regards to the staff and making a comparison of it being an aorta. We had this conversation. Where does it state anywhere in the glyph stating that? In the meta-nature anywhere, where it makes a direct line between the staff and the aorta vein. What does it do that? See, like, we got to decipher out of the foolishness and the pseudo-judo. If you're going to present information, back it with something that's capable of being seen in the meta-nature in writing. Furthermore than that, being able to read it. I don't know if Inky can read the meta-nature. So how could you present it and give off and present it as being information, essentially, if you can't read it?
I think based on what he's presented so far, he may not be able to read it comprehensively like other people, like Smash and people like that, but he definitely can read parts of it, especially the hieroglyphic aspect of it. So in regards to what you're saying, yes, I agree. You have to find, you can't just say something, and then if you don't see the literalism within, you know, text, then just can't make up things. But at the same time, there's nothing wrong with presenting new information and a new analysis on what hasn't been talked about before. Because remember, we're talking about things that happened a very, very, very long time ago. And so what scientists do is they take a look at evidence and they help to interpret that evidence based on the new information. I don't want to go into depths, but a lot of the things we know about today, or we hold beliefs on today, firm beliefs, Big Bang Theory and stuff like that, is based on new information that people would have called pseudo before. So that's just a little sample of why I think what he's saying is very interesting. Whether it was on topic, well, that depends on what the context is. And as Santan says, with a debate, debates are there to be won. So if you haven't done the work to show your audience how you're in context, then that means you would have lost.
I think this is just my personal opinion. I believe that Enki lost the debate just on the premise alone of the name being called a debate. What Jabari did was present information as a debater, and that's all he had to do. Enki presented information, but that wasn't what was supposed to happen. Enki was supposed to present as a debater that this is so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so. And he didn't do that. He tried to hit us with the 3-card Molly. It is what it is.
Brother La,
Yes, sir.
what's the information? Did you get to see the debate?
Yes, I did.
All right, because as I was telling sa.neter, I still have to see the full debate. And so I'm only commenting based on all of the post-debate discussions and so on. But what do you think? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry for breaking your train of thought. I apologize, brother. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask you that the information that Enki was bringing in regards to the connection, the line that he's connecting between the word becoming flesh in the form of Christ being a Kemetic terminology, and then bringing it full circle to the fact that the Kemetics talked about this word in the form of these glyphs, which now can be seen as standing waves, which are real things. That's the kind of flow that I thought he was going with. When you watched the debate, was that not clear? Or is it just because he's doing all this post-debate stuff that he's trying to connect it that way?
No. What it basically, from my opinion, this is just my analysis on it. I perceive it as just him putting together these post debates to get the crowd riled up to essentially want to watch the debate. But in the process of doing that, he somewhat draws alliances from people that maybe haven't done enough research. And because of lookership and because of pizzazz and the way that he presents information, it seems somewhat as being good information. Some people will ride with it and some people won't. So you'll have the people that ride with Enki, you'll have the brothers and sisters that ride with Jabari, but on the end of it, it all boils down to just presenting true information. And from my standpoint, from watching it, as well as me watching with my lady and other people, we perceived it as Jabari, him being a debater as he is. He came in, he presented information on the title, and he won on those premises alone. It's just that simple.
What about what he was saying about Jabari? Because I did watch the debate between Jabari and Richard Carrier. And Enki is saying that Jabari basically just regurgitated the slides that he had used for that debate. Would you say that was accurate?
Even if that was the case, you still have an opportunity to debunk it. It's just that simple. If I put slides up from 20 years ago and you got more credible information than my slides and you can present it in a debating fashion, you override my slides. You override the information. Your people are just making it complicated. It's really not that complicated.
You need to see the debate to really be able to give my judgment. Especially since the title did talk about the historical aspect.
Well, I guess when everybody watches the debate, there'll be some type of after show where everybody can sit back and give their 2 cents or give their input on essentially what was what and who presented.
People need to donate some money because, as I said, it's not fair. Normally, I pay for the debate, so it's not fair for the people that paid for the debate. So if people want to watch it, they need to donate the money to sa.neter because it's a lot of work and time that he puts into this, a lot of work and time that the debaters put into this. So they need to donate some money. I've already donated $40 today. People need to put some money so that we can get this debate, because the reality is the information is the most important thing. As you said, this is information that I could share to my children, our wives and things like that.
Good information, though. Not all information, good information.
Good information, yeah.
That can be sourced.
Yeah.
Not just anything. Good information that can be sourced, double checked, triple checked.
I'm
no pseudo judo stuff.
Let me just say this because someone else wants to speak. Like, for example, I work in the school system. I teach science. A lot of this information that Enki brings about, I don't necessarily directly, bring it the way he's bringing it. But when we have Black children who I'm teaching about physics, teaching about chemistry, this is information that I use to bring them in and connect them to how our ancient ancestors were looking at these higher things, maybe in different ways. So this information is very important, more important than we can ever imagine.
I'm trying to ask sa.neter, is there another way to pay outside of Cash App?
Use the PayPal. You send a PayPal, go into PayPal and use his email as his PayPal, the PayPal address. PayPal is free to sign up to.
PayPal.
Yeah, you just go online to any browser and do paypal.com.
So
set up an account.
So there's no direct one, just straight to the straight from YouTube where I can just pay?
From your YouTube, it goes to the super chat, but as he said, YouTube will take a commission off of that. So he prefers Cash App or PayPal.
Yeah, I might just have to do the super chat. I'm trying to talk to him about it real quick. I mean, I'm just sending it to him. It's really, you know what I'm saying? I understand he's trying to get the most, but I don't want to have to I'm using my computer. Well, I could probably do it through my phone. You know what?
Yeah, you don't have to download anything for PayPal. Literally, you just go on any browser.
Okay. See, it's telling me he got the what's the name saying Cash App.
Brother La.
Yeah, for me, like I said, I'm trying to see if I'm coming to the table proving that God is real as a man, right? My question would be to this debate. Did he come at any point in time and show that? Now, if he's arguing something other than what the people who already seen it said, now that's what's making me want to try to figure out, you know, did he prove his point?
Well,
And I
from
mean,
what I've seen so far, Brother Enki, Dr. Enki's presentation was more about the word and the word being real, and showing that through comedic science and connecting that to the logos, hence connecting it to the Jesus Christ character of the Bible.
okay. I guess, you know, yeah, I just know Jesus to be a mixture of three individuals. So I'm not sure where he gets the comedic side from with Jesus. Like, I know the Jesus to be a Roman, you know, creation, not a well, a Greek and Roman creation.
Yeah, you're talking about through Serapis.
No, well, I'm talking about starting with Pythagoras and going all the way up to Aristotle.
See, listen, the only thing I hate about showing my debates live on YouTube, it gives niggas the opportunity like this creep right here. So I never stop begging to see the video for free. That's the only thing I hate about it.
You have to ignore those people, son. I
got what you're saying, but I'm talking about it gives these type of niggas the opportunity to see it for free as well.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about. You know,
they don't really value it.
That's why I put the comment up. I'm not hiding the comment. I put it right up on the screen. It's just to show people it gives these type of niggas that don't support an opportunity to see it for free. You know what I'm saying? That's the part that I hate. So that's why I just throw shit up on my Patreon. You know? But everybody, I want y'all to know that we are up to 149. 149. We still got ways to go. God damn, 149. Niggas I gotta come through, man. We're on 149. Y'all must be don't want to see it today. I'm not gonna bend. I'm not gonna back down. My quota is 400. My quota is 400. If I don't get that by 2 o'clock, I'll probably see y'all tomorrow. And that's going to be on a Monday. Yeah, I don't want to be up too late on a Monday. You know? You don't want to be up too late on a Monday, man.
How long is the debate for?
5 hours.
Well, it's a 5-hour debate.
Yeah, that's why I'm starting it early at 2 o'clock. You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then it'll be to 7.
Right. So what the hell is 149? I mean, come on, man. If I don't get it, I will just direct everybody to the to my Patreon, and you'll see it that way.
I was about to put 50 up right now myself, you know. But the only thing is, I keep saying, I didn't want to go through the Cash App. I was just gonna put it on you know, like
PayPal.
Yeah, like no, which one of them I clicked on, and it because I'm on my computer, so I'm gonna have to go through my my phone, and then I didn't want to have to download that.
Yeah, don't put it up on Super Chat. Don't put that on Super Chat.
Don't put it up on the Super Chat.
Nah, because they're gonna get a cut out of that.
Yeah, YouTube. That's what he was just saying.
Yeah, YouTube get a big cut out of that. Do you get PayPal?
Hold on, let me see.
I got my PayPal link right here.
So I usually use Zelle. You don't use Zelle?
Yeah, I have Zelle. You got my number.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I got Zelle.
Okay.
You use the number for Zelle, right?
I'm gonna put it in right now. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay, there go my PayPal email. Sylvester. Sunchild. $10. Thank you, brother Sunchild. Craig. Shout out to Craig. $10. Thank you, brother. Thank you to Craig. Gerard Towns, 20. Shout out. Jonathan, 5. Byron, 10. Reggie S, 10. Gregory Spotterfield, 10. All right. There it is. Sylvester Jones, decline. You decline, brother. Try it again. Your loot declined, brother. Your loot declined. All right. Anybody want to come on through? Come on through.
I can't send it through the PayPal because it's going through an old phone number.
Okay. All right. I got Zelle as well.
Okay. So let me do it.
So whenever you're ready, all right. Whenever you're ready, brother. All right. Anybody want to come through? Any questions? Any questions, y'all? Let's go. 3 is 11:30. Let's go. Mr. Suntan, how you doing, brother?
Peace, peace, peace. Football day, football day.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting ready to play the debate too.
Everything cool, sir.
We'll play the debate at 2 o'clock if everything works right. It's up to the people.
You say what, sir?
I'm gonna play the debate today at 2 o'clock. It's up to them, though.
Yeah, I already saw it, but I just can't get over Inky, man. That's all. I hope he in the bushes. He need to cut that out.
Yeah, I already know the Knicks play at 12. They playing the Magics, and Magic beat them twice, but we ain't got OG. And then we got to play Toronto for the to see if we gonna get in the championship, the title for that.
When will OG be back?
Oh, he's back. He came back yesterday.
Oh, straight up?
Yeah, the day before yesterday he came back.
Okay, so you good.
Yeah, he came back with the Jazz.
Right. So, yeah. Hey, Size, a lot of people come chiming in so they can see it again.
Well, I mean, not like it should be. People holding on to the loot. I'm only on 149. It should have been way past that, man.
Right.
Should have been way past that. Overflow.
But you know what? A lot of people feel like the people who seen it, man, that's Inky kind of making that want to go back, which is, that's his prerogative, but it don't really make no sense, man. If you want to win a debate, don't go over everybody's head and then sit there. He worse than Unc, man. That nigga worse than Unc, man. He keep coming back thriving on it. And you got so much evidence, it's a good video to watch. But like I said, man, you made it Pacific side. You sit there and say, Inky. I don't know why you don't keep clipping that. When you told him look, man, if we want to do this so it won't be no discrepancy. I can see that in my mind now. You kept playing that. So as you talking about the Jesus of the Bible, he was absolutely. I'm like, well, so what is he talking about now? He's making it, he's trying to make it two ways. So, it's just, to me, he kind of, it ain't cool. That's all I can say. But I like to see, hey, Sal, I don't know why you weren't advocated for it, because Harwin got a couple of degrees in, in studies. He keep thinking that he can go against Jabari. I wonder would Jabari be interested.
Nah, Harwin is not ready for no Jabari.
Yeah, I know he not, but he think he is.
You see, he wasn't ready for Smash Rockwell.
Right. He think he is, though.
He thought, yeah, he think he is. They all think they are.
Yeah, I guess so.
See, they don't understand. They think just studying the sa.neter that makes him qualified. They never been there. Jabari been there for like damn near 100 damn times.
I know.
Taking people back and forth, seeing it at first witness, seen it.
Right.
Been there.
Right.
In and out of that place, man. He know that place like the back of his hand, man.
Yeah.
These people ain't never been over there.
I understand, man. And like, yesterday, Inky got these cats that's trying to make like he bringing up something new, which he not. Right. So what you saying? The word
outside of his lane. He's outside of his lane.
Yeah, man.
You don't understand that. Stay with your cooking. Stay with your health stuff, brother.
Right.
I'm trying to run into people lane and thinking you're gonna beat them when they've been doing this all their life.
Right. And
that's like nobody can go over there. Jabari can't go over there and beat you into the health. He ain't be able to do that because that's the lane, Inky.
Right. Absolutely.
What makes you think you can come in his lane and beat him in his lane?
Right. And then put words in his mouth. Him and all these guys. Jabari be specific about it. So he can misspeak, but I'm not even agreeing he misspoke. You just gotta follow what he's saying.
Hey, Santan, I need you to hold it down for a minute. Talk to the people about anything. Just go in. I'll be right back.
Cool. And anybody want to come up? What we trying to do now? Because I'm sure we all understand. Peace to you, Mo. I don't know if Sa brought you in. But the thing here, I just want to express this to the people since I'm here talking. When you in a debate, you trying to win the debate, and you're not trying to go over our heads. You're not trying to make us study at this point because you're in the arena at this point. So anything you say, we're going to take it for word value until we get a chance to look it up. Ain't nobody going to be running, have a computer next to him looking up what you said. So what Inky did when he came up with the wave and all of this new stuff, that ain't have nothing to do. It has something to do with it if you want to go deep into the nuances of what you're saying. See, he making it real too complicated. You got to study to understand what he talking about. That wasn't a debate, what the debate was about. So if he think he won, he may have won in the big picture, but he didn't win right then and there. Because I appreciate Ink. I appreciate what he do. And I'm not going against him. You know what I mean? As far as hating, I'm just going against what I feel is right. And it's my own opinion. So we're allowed to have our own opinions about the subject matter, whether you like him or not. If I didn't like him and he won, I'd say, well, shit, Inky won, but that wasn't the point. So, in closing, he want to keep explaining it. And then he was saying the same thing about Unc, saying that Unc kept bringing it up. He's doing the same exact thing. Inky, I hope you're in the bushes. You just, because I don't have to say nothing behind your back. I like you. You right here in Detroit with me right now. So the bottom line is go on and take the L and move on, man. Just like you was telling Unc, move on. Because and really Unc beat you, Inky, with the information. His information was right. Well, I mean, I'll say it like this. His information was right. Unc wasn't saying nothing wrong, right? But you was bringing it. He didn't prove that you was wrong. He was just proving that he was right. And it's a fact that two people can be right at the same time. You could just be saying things different, So what we was trying to do, and a lot of people keep thinking science not the where-all, tear-all. Everybody not scientific. You understand? Everybody got different lanes. So when we get people on here talking about, man, if he ain't scientific, I don't even respect him. Nah, man, you run into problems like that. You can't be one way. Everybody got their own way, So science is great for the scientists and whoever want to be scientific, it's great. But if that ain't your lane and you want to be religious, you want to, whatever you want to be, that's your lane. Just try to have your facts correct. And don't be trying to put nobody down, putting words in their mouth, trying to win a debate. I mean, I guess sometimes, I just got into this 6 or 7 years ago looking at debates. I never debated because I don't want to debate. But what I'm saying is people use different postures and they postulate different, they try to do different things to win a debate. Debates to me is one on a lot of facts sometimes or debunking. Now, if Unc would have just debunked everything Inky was talking about, then I would have said Unc won. But Unc was just writing his information. What nothing Unc was saying was wrong, and he got his own opinion of Darwin, which none of us don't care nothing about Charles Darwin, because we understand that this material that we've been subject to under the social construct of this white supremacy, they get to put in what they want to put in. They get to teach the curriculum what they want to teach, whether you believe it or not. And it can be advantageous for you if you was to take it all in and get a degree on it. It can help you in your life, right? At the same time, they are the processors of the information. The colonial, the European, the colonial, the status quo. So when I say colonial, that means the colonization of all the black people and other colored people as well. So you got to understand that, man. They can make a narrative the way they want it to make. Look at all these when they try to give us a Black History Month. What up, Mose? How you doing, bro?
Hey, peace, fam.
You can chime in anytime you want. I was just speaking on this, Mose, and you don't have to agree with me. It's just I want to run this across. When someone's having a debate, Mose, and they're coming with me and you having a debate, for instance, right? And you coming with your information, I'm coming with my information. If my information is correct, right, and you can't debunk it, that means that I kind of got you in that debate. If you can't debunk what I'm saying, right, everybody got to take a position. Mm-hmm. So you don't mix, and I want to ask you this question too. Would you mix science and religion together?
Moses would, because he's pseudo.
we gonna deal with that, big bro.
You're asking the wrong question to the wrong brother.
Hey, but that
I didn't think nobody else was around, so I was making conversation.
That question that Suntan asked, that's equivalent to that title for the debate. See, right. His question is directed at religion and science, right? So technically, I would say no, I wouldn't do that, but then I would be disingenuous because I know that religion is a lie. The Bible is not about religion. This book is about laws, statutes, and commandments, and we know that the first people that created laws were the people that created the laws of Ma'at in Africa. So then that would make me say, yes, I would put science and religion together, because I need to show people that the Bible is really about our Kemetic ancestors and children that they made with foreigners, man. So the question that he asked it's a tricky question.
Yeah, and the book is also about to show the people how wicked and evil and cruel and diabolical that the God of the Bible can be.
Okay, sa.neter. All right,
I want to say this to you. Hold on, Moses. I want to say this to Sai, because I didn't grow Sai like a little brother with me, man, that's very knowledgeable, and I respect Sai to the most. But I want to say this, and I understand the context you be putting it in. Mm-hmm. But when you say God did this, and you got to go back to your first statement, man did this. They blame it on God, Sai. The God that I knew ain't nothing like the guy that you project, saying he an evil mother MF and all. That's the man who is that, because the man wrote the book, right? They can say they got it through the inspiration of the Holy, however they want to say it. It's a man written book, right? So if we believe in an Almighty, a God, he just there. It's just energy there. He ain't wrote nothing. You get it, Si?
I agree with you.
He didn't write nothing.
You heard me say all that, man. Come on, man.
Well, hey, so we're saying the same thing. I'm just saying it a different way. You're right. That's why I respect what you say. But you know, when you do it, Si, you can you can affect people thinking because they be, oh, this nigga talking about he hate God and he hate you. You know, they go that route with you.
Right.
Yeah, Si, it's so strong. Some people would dislike you for that. You know,
it's all good.
Yeah,
it's just called tough, hard teaching. That's all.
Yeah,
you got to give tough love, man.
That. Right.
If you want to see your people, man, I love you more than you love yourself. If you want to see your people free, then you got to give tough love. And if it calls them for them to say, I don't like you, then so be it.
Right.
Don't like me. But you might not see it right now. You'll probably see it later on in your life. You ain't going to see it right now, you know? Because why? You are a believer. When I was a believer, I didn't want to hear nothing talking about God.
That's right.
When I was a Muslim, I didn't want to hear none of that stuff. I was just saying Allahu Akbar.
Hey, Si.
Hold on, Brother Santan, I want to add to what you had to say.
Okay, just real quick. Si, I came over to Conscious Community in 2016 because a friend of mine, he did 10 years in the feds and he got out. And do you know, because this one I was real religious, Si. He got out. This nigga was F God, man. God ain't real. This and it scared me. So I was like, I was like, let me say, I was 50 something, and I was like apostle. I was like, dang, we's crazy. You hate God? I mean, F God. That was unthinkable in my category, right? So I said, let me move back. I went to study, and then I went over and saw y'all and Kemet and Shaka Mose. I seen all of this stuff, and I started reading and getting deeper. It moved me away from the Abrahamic faith because some of what he was saying was right. But see, like I was telling you, the vulgar part of it made me, I cut him aside. I cut that nigga as a friend on Facebook and everything. I said, let me get away from this nigga. This nigga crazy, you know?
Yeah, but that's what happens. You know, you're going to lose people, you know? Because people been brought up from their mama. You wasn't born with no religion strapped to your ass, brother.
That's right.
The only thing that was strapped to you was that umbilical cord.
That's right.
And what happens is it was our mothers and fathers and older parents that introduced us to God.
Yep.
They introduced us to this because see, our ancestors never thought coming up out of slavery that our people would get caught slinging on to this. You see, they only did it because they had to.
Right.
It was a way out for them. You know, they had to do it.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I seen it.
Shout out to my brother, Dr. Reggie. We got Reggie in the building.
Oh, good. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Respect to you. You know that when I was in my 20s and I was first growing my dreadlocks and my beard and all of that, the people that hated it the most in my family were the most religious people. They were the Christian people. And even though I was coming through the Bible, talking about the Nazarene vow, talking about, you know, Ethiopia, the Black Christ, all, you know, all of those things, which now my thoughts have evolved a lot more. But the most religious people were the ones that were against me. And that's why sa.neter and a lot of the information he does, as he talks about, he uses that statement. It wakes up the people. But as you know, when you wake up in the morning, that alarm clock goes off, doing your heating and cooling you were telling me about, HVAC.
Yeah.
It's not easy to get up sometime, is it?
Well, you
know your body doesn't want to get up sometimes, right? Right. And that's the same thing and I'll finish with this one before I jump in again another time. As he said, it's the God of the Bible that he talks about. Even though man may have written it, when you deal with the character and the information in the Bible, when you look at what the God in the Bible has professed to be doing from a European perspective, you know, Moses takes it somewhere different, Moses 7:7:7. Then that's what he's talking about, those acts there. And look at the acts that man has done, man and women have done in the name of that document, because of the example that's been set in that Bible all the way to today.
Yeah. I get it, brother. Thanks.
Okay,
ahead,
so let
Moses,
me.
if you got
I
something to
want to
say.
go back to Suntan's question. sa.neter, can you share the screen right quick? So Suntan's question was, would you mix science with religion, right?
I would.
Oh, yeah, and I would too because of my true understanding of the Bible. So, and this is to attack sa.neter's claim that I'm pseudo, right? So, all right. So, is it okay? Look, is it a fact that the Greeks referred to people in the Kushite territory of Africa as children of the sun? Is that true or false? Come on, man. Answer the question. Is it true or false? Did the Greeks refer to the people in Kemet as children of the sun?
True.
I just can't. You might be right. I ain't never heard it that way.
Okay, I did get one true. Maybe if you, people in the chat can answer that question.
Okay, yeah, because I don't know it. If I don't know, I
Isn't
don't know.
isn't the term Ethiopia related to that?
I'm not sure. I didn't even look up the definition for Ethiopia, to tell you the truth, because I know it's a Greek word for that Kushite territory. So I didn't really look it up, but I do know that the sun is venerated in that territory. I believe when Akhenaten was in power, I believe that he had control over that territory that we call Ethiopia. I believe that the Aten was reverenced in that.
Have you ever read that, Moses, or you just believe that?
No, I'm just, because I know Akhenaten's position where the Aten or where Yah is concerned or where the sun is concerned. That's the reason why I'm just going off of Akhenaten.
All right, I just wanted to know.
Hey, Moses.
Yeah.
I just Googled it, and the Greek used the phrase children of the sun to refer to the Egyptian people as a whole.
Bingo. So that would tell you that the reason why the people in that African territory are given veneration to the sun, because obviously at a time when sunscreen did not exist, the sun or their father was actually keeping these barbarians out of the territory. Because you see what happens when they are exposed to sun, they get sunburn, melanomas, skin cancers.
Hey, Moses, but wasn't there a mutation? They wasn't here first to be put out. There was a mutation from us, right?
That mutation came from us disobeying the bloodline law when we started. That story, that story. Now I know y'all gonna say it's pseudo, but the story in the Bible when it says the sons of God saw the daughters of man and saw that they were fair, and they began making children with them. That's what that is. When you're making children with these people that are not children of the sun, now you're actually grafting them into this African bloodline and giving them a connection to that land.
When you do that, you're going deep into another nuance, because where did they come from then? If you got a chance to make with some new people, and then they all supposed to have came from us, from the cradle of Africa. See, it's a gap there in chronology that you leaving out that would lead me to say, I don't say pseudo, but lead me to say that you're not really sure what you're saying, right?
Right.
Moses, I just wanted to add that the Ethiopia means, from the Greek meaning burnt face, red brown face. It all relates to being sunburnt. That's the word Ethiopia. But continue.
Okay, and to go along with you and to walk with you on that point. That's why I know that Psalm chapter 68 verse 4 is talking about the sun, where it says, give honor to his most sacred name, to him, he who rides upon the clouds, whose sacred name is Yah. I know that is about the sun, and it's not about the invisible man. But to go back to what Suntan was saying, I understand why Suntan is saying that, because the Flim Flam is telling all races that we originated in Africa, and that's not true. The only outside races that can claim Africa are those that are connected to our bloodline. Like for example, let's say Inky.
Moses, where did the other races come from before we get off into your
okay. All right. So I know that y'all didn't go along with what I was trying to show y'all in regards to the oceans. You know what I'm saying? You got the Pacific Ocean, the Indian Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, and the Arctic Ocean. And I was saying that if you look at the position of these oceans, the Europeans would be the ones that are coming up out of the water of the Arctic Ocean.
You saying they came out the water?
Yeah, all creations. Now, I'm not going to say all creations. There are creations that, came up out of the land.
Can
but
you
there
source
are.
that?
I don't agree with that one, Brother
Morgan,
Moses, from
there's
a
a
scientific point of view.
documentary. There's a documentary on National Geographic that talks about the beginning of life on Earth, and it shows you even animals. There are certain animals that, like, I think it was like the cow. There's certain animals that did have their evolution that began in the ocean or
Hey,
began.
Moses,
you're talking about the dugong.
Moses, if there's one thing I don't got a degree, but I always say this to everybody. I have common sense, brother.
I was just thinking that.
And with common sense, you can understand that's just all BS. Nobody knows the creation of life. No one was here to record it. Who was here to record it? It's only a scientific guess of what happened and how it got there, but it's not an actual fact.
Right.
Science is not a fact. That's why it changes all the time.
It's a theory.
So what happens is, because it changes all the time, it shows you that nobody really knows the creation of life. We can take guesses.
Yeah.
You can hear from people and it sound good and it sounds smart from these professors and all of that. But who was here to chart it down and to write all of this stuff down? Nobody.
Right.
Because at that time, nobody even knew how to write.
Sa.neter, I want to challenge you a little bit on that as a scientist.
Well, come on, let's teach.
Okay, so I agree that, you see, for example, when we teach one of the topics, which is chemistry of the atmosphere, and we have to look at the early atmosphere, so the atmosphere that was around before life. One of the things we talk to the students about is, why is this a theory? And one of the answers in the exam is you can state that it happened so long ago, or there was no one there. So I agree with what you're saying, that these things that happened a very, 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 very long time ago, especially in the primordial times, no one was there. But at the same time, there is lots of science is not based on guesses, it's based on evidence. And so there is a lot of evidence based off of research and empirical data that will back up some of the different things that Moses, in this sense, is making a guess at. I don't agree with his position at all in terms of what he's saying about the races coming out of the ocean. I do agree that there's that life probably evolved out of oceans, but not in the way that he's talking about, based on the evidence.
Okay, so
I hear what you're saying, brother. I hear what you're saying. Science,
and I could walk you through some of the evidence, but even the basic stuff. But science is based on evidence. Real science is based on evidence.
I hear you, brother. Science is based off evidence. But what evidence do the scientists have based off of creation? They only have thinking, guessing, and it can come close as it can, but nobody knows, bro. Nobody knows. People act like they know, but they don't know, man.
I agree. When it comes to certain theories, like you said, when it comes to, for example, the creation of the universe and a Big Bang theory, when it comes to, like you said, evolution, and new information is always being discovered. Things that are primordial, we have what's called theories. And as you said, new evidence is captured, but no one knows. And that's why I said, and I'll finish on this, when even in the exams, good scientists learn to say, we don't know for sure. It's just our best guess based on the evidence.
Right. Hey, Scott, you got somebody in here named Cora123. They want to know how can they donate for this debate at 2 p.m.
It don't look like I'm gonna be able to. It don't look like I'm gonna release it today because I'm still stuck. I just threw the link in the chat. I'm still stuck on 149, and it's like the people is not support.
It's Cora321. He said, Elder Santan, where do I send donation for this debate at 2 p.m.?
All right, the link is right there. The link is right there. If we don't get what we want today, we'll continue on tomorrow.
Okay,
but it'll be better and wise enough. It'll be better and wiser to see it today because it's a 5-hour debate, and you don't want to have to rush through it because you got to get up and go to work. You know what I'm saying? So the day would be the best day for y'all to see it. Just show the support, man.
Okay, I just letting you know.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, so who on her is so this is about is Christ the Word?
Nah, it's just open conversation.
Yeah. What's on your mind?
Okay. Okay, because I was gonna speak about is Christ the Word. I just want to
Yeah,
ask,
you
am I
can speak
speaking
on
clear
it.
enough? Y'all can hear
Go
me?
ahead, bro. We listening.
All right. So here's the issue with that, right? I don't consider myself a teacher or a student. I consider myself as a scholar. I'm not allowed to consider myself a teacher, according to my rabbi, my teacher, Yeshua. But here's the thing about is Christ the Word. When we look at the four Gospels, the four canonical Gospels, you have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right? The issue with the canonical Gospels is that Matthew is the only one that composed the Gospel in alphabet Hebrew. If you look at the four canonical Gospels, they have Mark's as the earliest Gospel. So what are we reading? Also, they only found fragments of the original Gospel of the original Gospel, actually quoted by the early century church fathers, which is only 60 fragments. If you look at the Gospel of Luke, right? If you look at the Gospel of Luke, Luke even tells you that he received his message from those eyewitnesses, and it was passed down. So if you compare his gospel, it doesn't sound like Matthew with a virgin birth, and it doesn't sound like John that talks about Christ as the Word and all this Trinity stuff. If you look at his gospel, Luke is quoting from Mark's gospel. Mark's gospel actually reflects what the original gospel of Matthew sounded like, which it had no virgin birth. It didn't have Jesus' genealogy, but it starts off with the baptism of John. You feel what I'm saying? So when you talk about is Christ the Word, there was no John, the book of John, around when Matthew composed the gospel. Matthew is considered one of his official apostles. Mark would have been considered a disciple. So it should have been Mark. It should have been Matthew first, then Mark, and then possibly John. John came about so-called with the Trinity, right? Which we can't confirm. The Trinity didn't come about until the 2nd century. Right?
I think you're kind of off, brother.
Also, when it says in 1 John 4:5 and 7.
Excuse me for cutting you off, but you gotta put it in chronology. Genesis came. Yeah, hey, Si, he just threw me off. Go ahead, sir. You just threw me off.
All right, so again, we could deal with that in a second. I can even show you from first century sources that they never taught that Jesus pre-existed, okay? Again, those things were not introduced into the 2nd century. And Arian from the Arian religion, he's the one that decided, right, exactly how people should think concerning the divinity of Jesus. The councils came together in 325 AD with over 318 bishops. None of these bishops were Jews, right, or original followers of Christ. They came together and decided whether or not Jesus was born of a virgin or his true divinity and what he actually taught. If you realize that all the councils came from Greco-Roman backgrounds, right? All these polytheistic gods and different atheistic beliefs. So you have to put yourself in the time frame that they were actually in. They were in the Greco-Roman world. Greeks and Romans believed in sacrifices and blood atonements to their gods, Zeus, Kronos, and all these other type of people. These same gods reflect the same Jesus in your Bible. There's two Jesus being taught. There's a Constantine Jesus, right? There's a Constantine Jesus, and there's a historical Jesus. This historical Jesus comes from a Nazarene Essene background, mentioned in Acts chapter 24 and 5, when they tried to say that Paul was a ringleader of the Nazarene sect when he was not. He was actually a Pharisee with Greco-Roman background. You have to understand that those doctrines were heavily pushed by the councils and other people such as Marcion and Basilius, Vespasian, and all these other people. So again, the first century Christians did not ever mention or teach that Jesus was the Son of God. I mean, that Jesus was God, or there was a Holy Trinity. There was no Holy Trinity concept. That concept again was brought about to the 2nd century and decided on in the 3rd. So how do you want to oppose to the Genesis 1? And I can go to the 1st century and show you that's not what they taught.
See, right. Let me just say this to you. Everything you're saying is good knowledge. However, you bunny hopped the whole beginning of it. And in Genesis, at first it was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. See, you left that out. At first it was the Word.
Yeah.
See, now that's where you got to start before you get the map.
Where I say that in Genesis?
Of course, but
where I say that in Genesis?
Your premise came not from Genesis. Your premise came from the middle. That's all I'm saying. And not saying you're right or wrong, but you got to do this thing chronology. And in chronology, you got to go that way, or you able to crowbarring things that's not in order. Because even the book tell you let things be done decent and in order. You got to do it in order. I'm not saying you're wrong at all. However, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, the Word became flesh. So that's where we start.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And John 1,
I got a question as well.
And John 1:1 does support Genesis 1:1. Those two are synonymous with each other.
How when it never said it? How does it say that? That's cool, but it never says that the Word became flesh. What it says was, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. It says nowhere it says nothing about that the Word became flesh. If you look at the early Christianity followers, they said that when God said, "Let us make man in our image," Genesis chapter 1:26, that was His wisdom He was speaking to. As one whose soul is united with spirit, and you can look that up in Proverbs chapter 8:30. Wisdom was there from the beginning. All right. It's no different than when you're sitting down and telling yourself that I need to get up and go to work in the morning and nobody's there. Who are you talking to? You're talking to yourself. You're talking to your spirit, your wisdom, as one is soul united to your spirit. So no, it has nothing to do with flesh or Jesus being pre-existent. What you guys need to stop doing is believing in things that are synonymous and or what I would say or how can I say it to the senses? Or not familiar with the five senses, right? You never seen a fallen angel. You never seen nobody come back from the graveyard and live a second life. You don't know if anybody ever pre-existed, okay? The only way we would pre-exist in a reality form is for the simple fact that God already knew us before we were here, but that don't mean that we pre-existed. There is only one God, and Jesus said that Jesus actually quotes Deuteronomy chapter 6:4. He said, "Here, the first commandment is, Hear, O Israel, for your Lord God is one." All right. Even in the Christian source, he also referenced, he said, "Why do you call me good? For there is none good but the one that is the Father." And also when Peter had a so-called revelation while he was awoke and not sleep from a vision like Paul, Matthew chapter 16, verse 16 through 13 through 16, he says, "Who do you say that I am?" And he says that you are the Son of God. He never called him God. What he said was, "You are the Son of God." He said, "Farewell, for flesh and blood has not revealed."
Brother, can I ask you a question? Brother, can I ask you a question? I know it's Sunday, and I know that you're doing a lot of preaching.
Ain't that wrong?
I don't go to church.
Well, you're doing a lot of preaching from the Bible.
Right.
Mm-hmm. That's cool. That's cool.
Okay. So can I ask your position? First of all, you said something about the Nazarites and that Jesus was a Nazarites from the Acts of the Apostle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's historical?
Yes, that is historical. If you look at what the early church fathers quoted, like Jerome, he said when he read in the Hebrew Septuagint, it read that he shall, out of Egypt I have called my son, and he shall be called a Nazarene. Said nothing about
No. Hold on a minute. No, I said, do you think that there was a man named Jesus who was a Nazarene?
I believe there was a man named Yahshua that was a Nazarene. Jesus comes from Constantine.
Got you. Okay, you're playing word games. You know what we're talking about because you use Jesus yourself all this time.
Let's keep going.
Good. So, do you think that was historical? That
I just told you yes. I just told you yes. Yes.
Okay. Provide one source outside of the Bible, Acts of the Apostle, that refers to Josephus lived during the time of Jesus, of the Nazarenes.
Josephus.
You said provide you. I don't think he lived at that
you said
time.
Provide. Right. So what historical proofs do y'all have outside of the Bible?
Well, show my screen.
No, hold on, Santan. Hold on a minute.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So what historical proofs for what?
You said
what were you saying?
Proofs outside the scripture. So
I don't have any historical proofs of Jesus, of the Bible, and Yehoshua of the Nazarene. In fact, you also mentioned something about the Hebrew Septuagint. Was not the Septuagint written in Greek? So what are you talking about? Was not the Septuagint written in Greek?
What I was saying was that he read from the Hebrew that was translated into the Greek. From the Hebrew, it said, "Out of Egypt I have called my son, and he shall be called a Nazarene." And what primary sources do you have to show the Hebrew being translated into Greek? What primary source do I have? The Hebrew translated into Greek?
Yes. Like, do you have documents showing that the text of the Old Testament was in Hebrew that then was translated into Greek?
Plenty of them. We go. Like I said, I use the church fathers.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Right, so,
I'm listening.
Right. So here's the ordeal. The church fathers are credible for this one reason. The church fathers
Which church fathers?
Epiphanius. We can go with Epiphanius. We can go with Justin Martyr. We can go with Josephus. We can go with
Josephus is not a. Sorry, Josephus. No, hold on, because I'm quite pressed on this. Josephus is not a church father; he's a historian. Arius, if you're talking about Arius, and during the times of the council, no one was speaking Hebrew during those time. That was going on in Rome.
I didn't say Arius was speaking Hebrew.
I'm listening. I'm
just giving you my primary sources that I've read through. So as far as going to church fathers or anybody that's not a church father, my main church father will be the first one, Clement, who was under Peter for 6 years. And
what date was that?
They claimed second century. They claimed second century, but we believe
second century.
Others believe it was the first.
Second century AD, right? Right. So by that time, the Septuagint was already written, was it not?
Now, you didn't hear what I said. I say scholars believe second century. Some scholars believe it was first century. Clement traveled with Peter, I believe, between the 50s and the 60s before he died. He was a successor of Peter, right?
I
just want to go to say this. I don't believe that nobody has no original manuscripts of nothing. I don't believe that nobody can prove that nobody ever existed. What I allow to do is I allow the text to read itself, right? Which religions don't do. So this is why I go through these different types of church fathers to see what it sounded like in their time. Nobody can prove Moses was real. He might have been Pharaoh Akhenaten, Amenhotep, like they so-called say. None of you guys can prove that nobody in Egypt were real just because they so-called showed
yes, you can. You can.
That's not true. That's not true.
Listen. Let me take something. Listen, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
You have mummies. Sorry. Hold on a minute, brother. You actually have mummies.
Listen, I know you got mummies, but you can't prove that mummy is that person. We're not there.
That's ridiculous.
You didn't discover this mummy.
The sarcophagus have actual coding or languages written on the sarcophagi that talk about who these people are, as well as the cartouches.
And I got the same, and I can say the same thing about mine. So let me ask you a question.
Tell me one.
Wait a minute.
Please tell me one.
Let me ask you a question.
Give me one.
I'm gonna ask you a question. Were you guys there?
Say what?
Were you guys there?
Where?
Did you guys discover anything?
No.
So why are you sitting up here acting like you have all the information and that they couldn't possibly be wrong about something? Do you know
but
that ain't what we're doing.
But that's what you did when you came on here.
Hold on, brother Suntan. Hold on a minute. Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. I've been to Egypt and I've actually seen with my eyes the actual artifacts.
Were you there when those? What I'm saying is, I'm asking, were you there when these people?
That's a disingenuous question, brother.
That's not disingenuous.
Yes,
none of us were there for none of these people. No, none of us were there for none of these people. So what I do is, like I tell people, let me finish. What I do is, this is what I tell people. My whole thing is not to argue. Listen. My whole thing is not to argue if people exist who was real. My argument.
All right, hold up, brother. If nobody was there with these people, then what are you talking about the Bible for?
Right.
What are you talking about the Bible and trying to big up this nonsense, brother?
I don't get it.
It just shows that you are just a slave, man, with an invisible chain locked around your mind. You are a slave. You are speaking like a slave nigga with an invisible chain wrapped around your mind, brother. When you talking about this Bible nonsense and you acting like as though this is literal and these people are real, it's just a Harry Potter book. It's just a story. God is not real. The devil is not real. It only exists within you. You are the God. You are the devil. Man wrote the book. When man wrote the book, he was thinking of people. He was thinking of how human beings behave and how human beings act. Moses say that is a what kind of book? Astrology and all of that. Moses, would you say this? As far as the Bible, you say the Bible is just this type of book? Brother, you are still a slave. And you don't know it. You think you're free. but your mind is locked down.
Right.
Your mind is locked down, brother.
Yeah, it's just a book of laws, man.
That's the issue. Here's the issue, sa.neter. I never said I agreed fully with the Bible. I came here to show you that there are things that go against it within itself and how things don't add up and line up. First off, I don't agree the way that Christians and Israelites and so these so-called persons agree with God. My God is in creation, Genesis chapter 1. That God just slowly disappears from the Bible, the one who created all things good, who never mentioned anything about evil in Scripture. I am aware that I believe that certain things in the Scripture reflect other religions, whether it be a virgin birth, Isis and Horus, whether it be certain things from Zoroastrianism, whether it be certain things from Mesopotamia, certain things from Assyria. I'm aware of these things made in our Scriptures from Greco-Roman things, right? So this is why I said I follow the early Christianity. Early Christianity was not accepted. They threw away the original followers of Christ and gave you Constantine's Jesus, right? Because the original followers actually thought. They didn't believe in the way that the so-called Christianity and mainstream believes today, all right? So don't think that I follow the same suit as these other people. What I was going to tell you was I don't argue if people are real or not. I'm here for one thing, to gain wisdom, right? Just like that one lady said on the skit, she said, why do I have to know certain these things when I still got to sit here and pay bills all day? So I don't care about if it was 3 sons or 2 moons. I don't care about the wisdom of the certain called wisdom of comedies and other religions. I'm here for one thing, wisdom, and how can I apply it to my life to make me better? For example, I used to eat animals. People don't have to agree with that, but when I came to the so-called true followings of the Nazarenes and Ebionites, I stopped eating animals. I'm not a man of war like I thought God actually was in the Bible. I became more long-suffering, peaceful, right? And I allowed my Creator to do it. So I'm not enslaved in a mind. Actually, my doctrine is more revolutionary than yours. So let me break it down for you, right?
Hold on before you break it down. Bro, you believe that God is the invisible man, just like the Christians do. You just told us that God is not flesh. That's what you said.
First off, Christians believe that Jesus is God. I don't believe that Jesus is God. All right. First off, that's cool. So let me introduce you. I believe that actions speak louder than the words, just like everybody out here. And I believe that the only person that should be called God is the one who can create whatever he wishes. We talk about from birds to the smallest ant, to the winds, to the breeze, to the blast of the wind, to the firmament, to the sun, the moon, and the stars. For the heavens declare his actual righteousness, right? And so if it don't align with creation, I believe that it's a falsehood. I don't believe
Brother
that
Moses, let me speak to him a minute, please. Let me speak to him a minute.
Let me finish because I don't want nobody to be confused that I'm with them other guys, right? So I don't believe that. Wait a minute. Let me finish. I don't believe that God told anybody to go and take a land, plunder take a land, take their virgin wives, take their treasures. I don't believe God told anybody to dash their little one's head across the steel. I don't believe God accepted animal sacrifices or any of those things. I believe a lot of things in the Bible are not for God, but I do believe that there are certain things in the Bible that are for God, and the things that are not for God is the reason why a lot of people think that they do, especially atheists. Okay, this is why a lot of people focus on the wrong things about God, but they never acknowledge the things that are for God. You feel what I'm saying? So don't ever put me in the same predicament them. Before I finish, let me allow y'all to tell y'all how my doctrine is revolutionary, right?
Wait, we want to show some.
Let me finish, and I'm done. I'm gonna be done. I gotta explain my belief. I want you to listen. After I tell,
you don't have to explain.
No, it's not personal. No, what I'm saying is I want to make a point. Listen. It's not personal, because after I tell y'all how my doctrine is revolutionary, I want you to explain to me how y'all beliefs are revolutionary. So this is why we feel like our doctrine is revolutionary. For one, you act pious and you do right. For two, right, if let's say everybody stop eating animals, right, that means you don't get sick, right? So if you don't get sick, right, that means they have to let go of all the fast foods and the bad foods, right? Now, since the fast foods and the bad foods are gone, now Walgreens has to shut down their medicine centers because now you're getting healed by the food. Now, since they can control us through the food and keep us sick and use the money to keep us sick, now we go back to governing ourselves and growing our own food and eating. We don't need the government to feed us, all right? Now we kick out the government. Now we're back eating from the land, right? And trading and whatever, and doing what we do best. But your doctrine, your eating of flesh keeps us enslaved, right? Because the government has to continuously feed us when everything that we ever needed was already here for us, right? My doctrine is rid of kings and government. So do me a favor, tell me how y'all doctrine is revolutionary.
Okay, hold on.
Give me y'all wisdom.
Mic, bro.
Thank you.
It's past.
Okay, so brother, first question is, and what it is you remind me of myself probably when I was 23. I'm now 51. So first you said so many different things, but I just want to go on this first one. You said our scriptures. What makes you say that the scriptures of the Bible are our scriptures? And when you say are you referring? What are you referring to? Are? Can you answer that for me? I can't hear you. You're muted.
You're muted, bro.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Refresh my memory. You said I said are.
You said our scriptures, right? You said you're referring to our scriptures, the God of the Bible. And you said it's our scriptures. What makes you say it's our scriptures? And when you say our, O-U-R, who are you referring to?
Who am I referring to?
Yes. Are you referring to us as a black race? Are you referring to yourself as an African American, a Jew, a Yuhadite? What are you referring to? The our scriptures, because I just need to see where you're coming from.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably talking fast. I really don't understand what you're saying.
Okay. Hold on a minute then. So this doctrine that you're talking about in terms of your approach to not eating meat and your spirituality, is it biblical based then?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it actually is.
Okay, so hold on a minute. It's biblical based. That's where you're getting your morality system from. Where did you get that from?
The early Christians. All right, so
you never met them. So where did you get this belief from?
Okay, so let me explain. I'm gonna deal with that. I'm gonna deal with that. If you look at Matthew chapter 19.
No. See, you're misunderstanding. I don't want to know what you thought of it. I want to know who gave it to you. Who gave you that approach to go look at that Bible?
Oh, okay. It was we talking about the Bible, what I'm reading now, the Clementine homilies.
Wherever. Where did it come from?
All right, so it came from a friend of mine by the name of Essene Nazarite Yirmiyahu. It came from Dimitri Milligan, and it came from Toby Yah. He's actually in Ghana right now. And what happened was I was sitting down on my mom's bed 6 years ago, and some brothers came on Facebook one day, and they said, I'm going to call 3 people to show you that we're not supposed to be eating meat, and we can show this even in the scriptures. And when he showed them in the scriptures from Genesis chapter 1 to all the prophets, even to Jesus storming the temple and releasing all those animals. And then they showed other sources outside the scripture that align with Matthew chapter 19 and 8 and how the original teachers of Jesus taught. The book was actually mentioned by early church fathers like Epiphanius. He said that the Ebionites, or what they call the Essenes, they carry around 2 books, which the original Gospel of Matthew that has 60 fragments.
Okay, hold on, because you're going back into that. So would you say, sorry, I'm losing my voice a bit. Would you say that biblical information that you're talking about and that your elders were talking about, would you say that your ancestors, who I assume you are in the United States, who came to the United States, carried that with them? That biblical narrative that you just talked about?
Notice you said my ancestors came to the United States. I don't hold to that doctrine. I'm what you call a Crowfoot Indian. My ancestors was already here.
Okay, stop there then. Why would a Crowfoot Indian believe in something that came from the Middle East, the Levant, and that was written in Greek?
Simple, for the simple fact, just because let's say my fathers or my Crowfoot Indian ancestors, right? Let's say they had customs, right? Customs are not the same things as truth. So by customs, that doesn't mean that you live an evil life, but you can have an evil opinion. So I'm here to have a pious opinion, and these books give me pious opinions. So just because my ancestors of my fathers, right, may have lived a certain way, doesn't mean that they lived a good life or had a pious opinions concerning God. So
hold on a minute.
He missed it.
The native first people, like you said, the Crowfoot Indians, you think they lived a worse life than the Christian crusaders and marauders that brought you the Bible? You think they lived a less sustainable life than those Christian people that came in, that cut off people's arms all over Africa, all over South America, compared to your native ancestors, who you say Crowfoot Indian? Who lived more like the Nazarenes you spoke about? Your Crowfoot Indian people, or the people that brought you that Bible?
Us. First off, here's the issue. You keep saying the people that brought you that Bible when I told you that there were falsehoods added to the scripture.
But you're still using the Bible. You're using the Bible that was brought with that scripture.
I use the Bible to show the falsehoods. There were things in the Bible that misrepresent the character of God, and there were things in the Bible that represent the character of God.
That means you're picking and choosing.
Everybody picks and chooses. Everybody picks and chooses. Just like Genesis 1:29 says we're not supposed to eat animals. Hebrew Israelites wouldn't listen to that no more, as if the laws of creation still ain't outside. It says God says Leviticus 11. Genesis 6:18-22 says he went in by twos into the ark. Genesis 7 he went in by twos and 7. Story changes. Christianity say the fall of man happened because of Adam and Eve. The Bible says the fall of man happened in Genesis chapter 6 when man corrupted flesh, or when so-called fallen angels fell down. You know what I'm saying? Which I also don't believe in.
Hey, hold up. Hey, Benny, did you see the debate with Jabari and Inky? Benny? I'm talking to you, brother.
Who is Benny? I'm not Benny.
What's your name?
You talking about Essene? EBNI?
Yeah, what they call you?
Oh, EBNI, Enoch. You said Benny. I'm like, my name ain't Benny. That's somebody on the screen named Benny. That say.
Oh, my bad. Let me move that.
Like, huh?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, you're right.
Benny on the screen. That's my guy, son.
Oh, now I want to ask you, brother, did you see the debate?
Nah, I didn't. All
right, so
I see him a lot on your page, like the Inky guy.
Yeah, so you don't support the channel, brother.
No, I actually do. Well, I see a lot of things. You got to understand, brother sa.neter. I watch sometimes your show. If I'm not watching your show, I'm watching Captain Tazoriak. I'm watching Myth Vision. I'm watching other scholars, whether it be Bart D. Herman, Robert Eisman.
You a Hebrew Israelite?
No, not at all.
No, he's an Essene.
Yeah, Essene by religion. If Essene by religion, but if you want to talk real talk,
Essenes are Jews.
Oh,
that's what they are. They were what's the word? Revolutionary. What's the word? They believed in Armageddon. The word I'm looking for.
All right, Moses want to share something right quick.
Yeah. Let me build with this brother real quick, man. So I'm gonna show you this up there. I'm gonna show you
Moses Sheriff from sa.neter. This is why what you do is so important, because, and this is why I want to do that show where I told you Native Americans are not Black Africans, because here you have a brother who is very enthusiastic. Like I said, he reminds me of myself. He's got the locks and all that. That's clearly has African DNA, but he's calling himself a Crowfoot, and he's quoting the Bible. He's proper confused. So this is why what you're doing on the channel is so important.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
All right, so fam, Essene, let me ask you this first, man, because these scriptures ain't gonna make no sense if we don't have a common ground. So let me ask you, geographically, where do you say that Eden and the Garden of Eden is located?
Don't believe in none of that. If you take a plane up inside the sky, you'll see that the whole earth is a garden. And our God is not envious. And also that story wouldn't make sense. Why would God, I want your eyes to be open and for you to have wisdom of knowledge of good and evil? We are aware that someone wrote that who actually knew the original law, and to help us stray away from the true love of God. That person mentioned other gods as well, that Adam was blind. We don't believe that Adam ever sinned, but we do believe that Eve believed that she was deceived by her own self, the serpent, the wisdom that everyone has into thinking that she was God. And when you look at the scripture, the first sin is actually that the serpent mentioned another God, and Eve actually believed that she was tricked into believing that she could be a God. That's why she said, the serpent tricked me. So the serpent tricked her.
Okay, fam, you running too far. You're running too far down the road, man. I'm just talking about geographically, right? So
there was no Eden.
Okay. So according to you and your understanding of the Bible, you don't believe that Africa is actually Eden, and that the Garden of Eden is that territory that biblical Abraham was given.
I don't believe in none of that, bro.
Okay. All right. So What I'm trying to show to the family in HOK is that biblical Eden is actually where life began on Africa, or where the first civilizations were created. So with that being said, since we all know, and since history shows that the first civilizations were created on the African continent, but you mainly see them in the eastern part of Africa, this scripture right here in the Bible, I have said, you are gods. All of you are children of the Most High. What is the difference between biblical God and the Most High, according to you?
The simple fact that a lot of scriptures said that he is the God of all gods, and all gods under heaven or beneath them. And the fact that the heavens are in the sky shows that there are ways or higher than his. Again, Moses was still just a man, like the scripture said, and they believe the only reason why Moses was considered a god was because of the wisdom he had of a pharaoh. Whether something is somewhere or not, Eden in Africa has nothing to do with my wisdom. I'm here to gain knowledge on what can make me better. Knowing where Eden was at it's not going to bring salvation to my spirit. What I need to know is how to.
Okay. You're running down the street. You're running out. I'm trying to stick to the scriptures, man, because we got a lot of Christians around the world that believe in this Bible, and you going like somewhere. So let's go to the next verse, sa.neter. It says, "But you shall die like men and fall like one of the princes." So already we see that this cannot be the God that all y'all religious people believe in. All religious people believe that God created the universe, the heavens, the planets, the stars, the quasars, the nebulas. They believe that God is responsible for all of that. But according to the Bible, gods are children of the Most High, and it is being said to them that they are going to fall like men. That they're going to die like men and fall like one of the princes. Now let's go to the next scripture, because you talk about your book. You
stop right there. You got to go one. You got to stop right there. You got to go one at a time. You got to go one at a time.
I am. This is the next verse. Psalm 82:8. This the next verse. Now it says, "Arise, O God, judge the earth, for you shall inherit all nations." If God is the creator of the universe and the planets and stars and everything, why is God being told to rise and then judge the earth, and you shall inherit all nations? Why is that scripture saying that? I'm gonna tell you why I think it's saying that. I think it's saying that because our ancestors were the creators of civilization on this planet, and they fell because they were being disobedient to their laws, statutes, and commandments. But if they get back to back to the laws, or let's say the laws of Ma'at. If they got back to the laws of Ma'at, then they would become the leaders of the planet again, or that their civilization would rise again, and that they would become the leaders over humanity again. That's how the scripture reads to me. Now, what was your response? Because I do have some other stuff I want to show you.
Most definitely. That's what I love to do. Can you please go back to the scripture before then, and then we're going to deal with the next one.
All right, so verse 7, go backwards to that 82 verse 7.
Correct.
All right, so I'm going to tell you my understanding of Psalm 82 verse 7 is our ancestors disrespecting the bloodline law, or violating that bloodline law, marrying outside or people that were non-African and grafting them into the African bloodline. And when they grafted the Indians, the Asians, the Caucasians into the African bloodline, that gave access to outside nations to the Holy Land. And then those children, rather than leaning toward the law, statutes, and commandments of their ancestors, they decided to go along with their Indian family, the Asian family, the Caucasian family, and that ultimately led to Africa's condition today. That's my understanding of it. Now tell me what yours is.
Can you just go back to the scripture so I can see it?
Yes, I know, to go back to 82 verse 7.
82 verse 7, "But you shall die like men and fall like the princes." This is your God. This is God trying to remind everyone that you're really not a God, that you die like men. God does not die. When you leave this earth, when I leave this earth, you can't create no more. You can't go to work. You can't do nothing that you do as a living human being, as a soul. But when we all leave this earth, guess what's gonna happen? The firmament still gonna be in the sky. The sun gonna still be in it, gonna dominate the day. The moon still gonna dominate the night. Life gonna continue lifing. Birds gonna continue to fly. Fish gonna continue to swim. So he's reminding you who's actually eternal and who dies like man. So you can't be a God, brother. Can we please go on to the next so I can deal with?
Okay. Yeah. Go to the next one, because I can't wait till I get to the definitions.
Go to the next.
Go to the next.
Arise, oh God, right? This is Psalms is supposed to be a book of prayers, right? So he's praying to the Most High and asking him to judge the nations. You can see this plenty of times in scriptures because they feel like God's judgment does not so-called come on their time, right? So he's asking God to judge these wicked nations. Has nothing to do with you talking about, bro.
Okay. All right. So now that you done said that, I want everybody to notice that he keeps referring to God as he. But the scripture started out in Psalm 82:6 saying, I have said that ye are gods. That's plural. Ye are all children. That children is plural of the Most High. Now let's go to the definition, sa.neter, because I don't think this brother understands that the word God is an English word, and nobody in that biblical territory of Eden, which is Africa, or the Garden of Eden, which is the Middle East, nobody was using the English language. But in that territory, hold on a second. But in that territory where Canaan is located, according to them, God is pronounced Elohim. And as you read this, you see where it goes, where it says magistrates, that's plural. So God is not an individual spirit, individual person, individual nothing. And then it goes further on to say great judges. Judges is plural. God is not one individual talking to. No, this is a council of people in the African territory, in the first civilization that was passing the laws of Ma'at, or now the Hebrew Israelites want to call it the laws of Moses, but they don't even know what a Moses is. They don't even know that the word Moses refers to people that were drawn out of or created by the universe and then came onto this planet via a scientific thing called panspermia. And the Greeks were teaching panspermia. Why were the Greeks teaching panspermia? Because they learned it from the Africans, or they learned it from our ancestors in that Kushite territory. So, bruh, all that stuff that you saying, man, it's white supremacist seminary school nonsense that ain't getting us nowhere, bruh.
Yeah, can I speak now?
Go ahead.
First off, according to the Ebionites and Essenes, we call him God, whose peculiar attributes belong to the nature of nobody. So the only reason we call him God is because we're realizing that he has a nature that nobody on this platform has. You're not eternal. You cannot create whatever you want. You have not bounded the seas. You have not created every piece of air space that is on the last four corners of this earth. This is why we call him God. It has nothing to do with his name is called God. He doesn't have a name. We don't know his infinite name. But we're showing is the reason why we call him God is that he has peculiar attributes that no human being has. We can be in this likeness. That don't mean we in this full like just like he's called the unbegotten. We are begotten. He's self-begotten. Okay. All these laws of my I don't care about, brother. I will read the laws of my. If the laws my has wisdom in them, it tells me not to unalive, tells me not to commit adultery. I'm down with the laws of my brother. The main thing is, right, the whole reason why monotheism was introduced was because polytheism was full-blown bridged on. They believed in multiple gods, whether it be invisible gods that their five senses came up with, or they was carved from graven images. Moses or Pharaoh Akhenaten or Amenhotep, whatever one of people called him, he brought about a monotheistic God, right? Because they believed that the gods beneath the earth could not do these things that we see around us. Your gods couldn't talk. Your gods don't hear. Your gods don't listen. So we believe the God that we worship has made himself known unto all. The sun reaches from one end of the heavens to the earth, right? So our God has made himself known to Chinese people, Arabs, Africans, whoever. The gods that you guys worship, right, has not made themselves known to nobody. So when I ask you, right, wait a minute, let me say that. Let me ask. I'm going to say something. When I ask people, right, my God, I can show this work. This is my God. He made himself known to everybody. When I ask other people, what actions has your God shown to you that why he ain't show them to everybody else? A Chinese person can say that they know the sun. An Arab know the sun. Everybody in this panel can say that they witness everything in the firmament. Please tell me how come the gods that you believe in made themselves known to you, but that has not made themselves known to the rest of mankind like our God has.
Bruh, but listen, you ain't listening to nothing that I said. So let me answer I'm gonna answer your question. What you just told me is that the United States does not have courts all across the United States with a Bible in it that you got to swear you got to put your hand on the Bible and swear oath. So that means that the laws that we follow come from the people in the first civilization. That's who God is. You talking about the invisible man, bro. I'm talking about ancient ancestors in the Kemetic Cushite territory that created laws, statutes, commandments, or the laws of Ma'at for humanity to live by. And those laws are still being practiced today. You want some invisible man stuff, and that's the reason why sa.neter have a problem with people like you, bro.
Where is okay? Let me ask you a question. When did God ever give a written law? Did God write his law in nature, or did he write it on a piece of paper first?
All right, sa.neter, can you show him the definition for God again?
No, brother, I need you to answer my question.
I am answering your question.
So did he write it on a piece of paper or nature first?
Take the headphones off.
Nature. Let me answer. Let me answer for you.
Show that definition for God, sa.neter, because this brother he's still on that white supremacy seminary school teaching of God.
My laws come from nature, right? So let me give you an example.
Give me one of your laws, please. Give me one of your laws.
Man shall eat fruits and herbs, right? If I go outside, I see nothing but I see nothing but vegetation. This is telling me, right? The universal God, by his actions, is telling me and mankind that he wants us to eat from the earth. Nourishment from the earth is what nourishes our body. Why would God give you a dietary law that causes cancer, diabetes, common colds, sicknesses?
Thank you, brother. Hold on a minute. You're talking to someone that was a vegan for many, many years. I tell you, you're like me 25 years ago. I want to ask you, how do you know that's God's law?
Simple, by his actions, what we see outside.
The actions. So you're saying that humans did not eat meat, and some humans ate vegetables, some ate fruit, and some ate a combination. So what made you choose that particular one?
Okay, so what I'm saying is everything that we see outside in creation shows that God is good. So if God is good, that means that everything that he created in the beginning was good. And all animals and creatures live in harmony with mankind. When mankind
That's biblical. That's biblical.
No, it's not. No, this is what I
How would you know what happened in the beginning if you were not there?
Let me finish. I said I'm showing what I see outside. What I see outside has always been here, right? Now, I can't tell you when the beginning actually started, but I do know that this had a beginning and God does not have a beginning. So what I see outside, the sun is good, nature is good. At some point, mankind drifted off from his goodness. And from what I can see, they started worshiping creation. Now let's stick with diet.
We're going to stick first with the diet. We're going to stick with the dietary law that you said is one of God's laws.
Let's go.
You said that was in the beginning, but you wouldn't know what was here in the beginning. And from the evidence that we have, you're an intelligent brother. We know that humans ate meat and they ate vegetables, and some ate fruits and some ate fish and so on and so on. So why are you picking the so-called vegetarian/vegan approach as being one of God's original laws?
Because I just told you. Let me break it down.
That's called an opinion. That's called a belief. And so what you're doing, hold on a minute. What you're doing is called being self-righteous. I used to be like you. I used to be like that. And let me ask you a question. And this is not to disrespect any of our elders, I don't even want to go there because it's going to be too personal. But there have been many of our distinguished elders who have lived one of the most pristine, holistic lifestyles and still died young. What's your answer to that?
What's my answer to that? It was just a time.
Okay, so this idea that you have about, if you eat just fruits and vegetables, that is the most pristine way that you're going to live, because then you have some people, some of these World War veterans who have smoked cigars, worked around chemicals and ate the worst foods and drank alcohol, and they're living into the hundreds. So what's your answer to that? Which one is God's law then?
Clearly outside nature. That's called mercy, brother.
That's mercy. It's
mercy.
God's
so
mercy.
Listen, you asked me a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
All this vegetation around you. What is somebody trying to tell you?
There's a lot of animals around us as well. In fact, our ancient ancestors, they ate mostly, like you said, a plant-based diet, but they certainly ate meat as well. They certainly ate fish. They certainly ate whatever animals that they could raise or catch. And that's part of a healthy, sustainable lifestyle.
So let me ask you a question. Because my ancestors did something, does that mean that they cannot be unrighteous? Does that mean that they cannot live with an evil opinion? Because they're my ancestors? Did my ancestors get me in the position?
Hold on a minute. No, it doesn't mean that. But what I'm saying is you're making claims and you're trying to justify claims that have no basis in fact. That's called a belief. Second question. You talk a lot about the evening.
I want to stay right there. I want because I ain't get a chance to finish, right? So this is what I'm saying, right? It rains. Let me get this straight. You mean to tell me it rains, the sun comes together with the rain, and then there are mountains. The mountains help the winds. The mountains help the winds compress against vegetation. So after that happens, food grows from the earth. This can't be done by something irrational because irrational cannot create rational. This is something done that had to be done by something rational to create a pious order. So why does the sun give light and then it rains? The mountains help compress the wind against vegetation in order for your food to grow from the earth. Psalms 104:14, for I give the herb for the cattle and the fruit to man for herbal service, right? It goes Genesis 1:29 as well as Hosea 2:18. He's going to destroy all instruments of war so that the animals can live in peace. Also, when I drive down the street, when I used to go out of town, I used to see animals keeping the law. When I see cows, chickens, and all these other animals eating from the earth. So again, what I see is that when God created, right, because everything was good, that means that everything was. I believe that
okay, hold on. Okay,
those generations. I'll let you finish. I believe that those generations. Don't cut me because I don't cut you. I believe that those earlier generations before us, right, they were good. They didn't need technology or a book to tell them how to worship the Most High.
Which geographical location, which the generations you're talking about?
I don't care about geographical location.
No, you have to, because you're talking about yourself as a human being. You're talking about a real thing.
No, because from the end of the earth, right? Because I don't believe God is okay with incest, right? So I don't believe that two people created everybody. That means that we all sisters and brothers and cousins some type of way. I believe.
Okay, let me rephrase it. Let me rephrase it.
One end, God created humans from one end of the earth to another. Everything
Understood.
is all His.
Understood.
Listen, everything is all His. So if everything is all His, He never had a designated land or a place that was
understood.
Everything belongs to Him.
Okay. So would you say that the lifestyle you're talking about, God's way, we can live in the Arctic or the Antarctic?
You said, can we live in the Arctic or the Antarctic?
The way that the lifestyle that you're talking about, that godly lifestyle, can we do it in the Arctic or the Antarctic?
I don't believe so. They probably couldn't.
There we go. So we have to exclude those areas, right? So which area do you say that the lifestyle that is under God's law that we should be living to live the best godly life based on your beliefs?
Everywhere that has everywhere that has plant life and water.
Name one place that you think is the ideal place.
Everywhere that has plant life and water. There is no ideal place. There's
everywhere that has plant. The Arctic and the Antarctic have plant life. It has lichen up there.
So
brother, you're not talking to a baby. Trust me.
So I didn't say I was. So I'm going off your logic. I thought you were saying, right, that there was only like I got coldness and maybe just ice out there. So I thought you saying you couldn't live that way. So you said was how can we live according to my way? I said I want to know where, because I'm trying to get your in America. You can live that way in America. You can live.
Okay, stop. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said America. So if you were living your natural life in America and you said you're just going to eat plants, right? Correct?
I'm doing it now.
Good. Without eating any of the foreign plants that have brought in, avocado and so on, what would your native ancestors been eating to live that life you talked about?
What do my native ancestors got to do with me?
Because what you're talking about has to be based on the reality. If you said that's God's law, how could we live that? If that's the ancient way of life that we should be living, then it has to refer to reality. Because if not, you're talking about make-believe.
Brother, no,
And the thing about make-believe, this is what you should understand. Make-believe ends up killing people.
Brother, where did I mention anything
misinformation?
Everything that I said, wait a minute. I never mentioned one thing make-believe. All I said was everything that I believe in is outside. My plants grow. That's not make-believe. The sun is in the sky. That's not make-believe.
What plants do you eat? Tell me the plants that you eat.
We need to go back. What make-believe did I say, brother?
No, because you're talking about a location. So we need to...
I need you to tell me what make-believe. To everybody that you just talked to on this live that said I said something make-believe, inform everybody on the live where I said something was make-believe. What part of my teachings that I say make-believe? Everything that I said can be seen outside with the two eyes, and it's not foreign to the senses.
Well, the main thing that's make-believe...
Talk something make-believe. No. Come on.
Hello. The main thing that's make-believe is you keep quoting scriptures, and the scriptures have no basis in fact. But that's the main thing. The second thing that's hello, you asked me. Let me respond. The second thing that you said is make-believe is that you said human life is a real thing. It's a real biological thing. People survive off of their human life. So in order to have human life and survive, you need actual real nutrition based on geographical location. So I'm trying to tie you down to this idea that you said that, that God's original law says that we should eat plants, and you base it off of Genesis. So I want to know, where is this God's original law supposed to for us to take place so that we can know what foods to eat? What foods should we be eating?
It's in nature. Whatever grows of itself, that's what you eat, right? That's what I just told you. So anything that grows that comes.
How about the Inuit people, which people call the Eskimos? Should they eat plants only?
Most definitely.
But there's no plants that grow up there in Alaska like that, especially during the winter. So now what?
Who put them Eskimos up there?
Like you said, God is everywhere. That's what you said.
Right.
So he put them there, right?
That's what you told me.
Up there.
What?
I don't have no proof that God even put no people in Alaska or what.
Oh my dear. Okay, I'm done right there, sa.neter. I'm done.
Yep. You contradicting yourself, so we'll move on.
I'm not contradicting
Moses, where you at?
Myself. Say it again.
No, that's fine, man. You know, you got your right to believe how you want to believe, and I respect that. Right?
Okay.
Yeah. I just want to be clear.
All right, Suntan. So let's go ahead and finish off where me and him left off at, man.
Go ahead.
You got the ability to share screen, or I gotta wait for sa.neter?
Yeah,
me? You talking me?
No. I was asking Suntan if he could share screen, man.
No, sa sharing the screen. I'm just,
all right. So, bruh, I don't have the ability to share screen, but I'm just going to tell you that the Bible is about people on the continent of Africa and the southern part of the Middle East. And when you look at it that way, you do understand that our ancestors, they studied astronomy. Their lessons, things that they were teaching to the Greeks, was based on their knowledge of the system or the universe, so to speak. So the Most High is actually the universe, or the English word for heavens is shamayim. It talks about the higher ether. The higher ether is the black universe that you see at night. So according to them, man, I wish I could. All right, so Genesis chapter 1, where it says God created the heavens and earth. You think that an invisible man created the heavens and the earth, but actually what our ancestors was saying, because they saw themselves as creations of the universe, they are saying that the universe created the above and that they were creations of the heaven. Because does not God come from heaven? When religious people die, don't they say, I'm going to go see God? So ultimately, the understanding of God is God comes from heaven. That is what our ancestors were saying. We were created by the universe, and based on their knowledge and understanding and them having a connection with the universe, that is the reason why you see civilization being created in that territory first. That is the reason why they're the ones that's teaching everybody first.
We don't see that. You ain't got no proof of that.
Come on, man. Listen, even you can go to any university and they're going to tell you that civilization began in Africa, bro.
My man, they got a lot of universes where they think that they right, and come to find out it's been debunked. Science talk about 6 billion years and stuff. Listen, you have no proof of what your about these ancestors, what they got going on. That's cool. Just because they're your ancestors don't mean that they did not live with an evil opinion or held evil customs, brother. I don't listen. And that's the issue I've always had with people of comedics. Y'all worship y'all ancestors like they're the actual gods. If you listen to what you said beforehand, you said that the universe was God. So which one is it, brother? So
I did not. No, I did not say that. I told you from the beginning. Turn it back. No, yeah. I asked you what is the difference between the Most High and God, and then you went running down the street on some nonsense. The Most High is the universe. The children of Psalm chapter 6.
But you just said there was no God.
Bro, Psalm chapter 82 verse 6 says, I have said that ye are gods. Ye are all children of the Most High. It's telling you that there is a difference between the Most High and gods. What the gods are creations of the universe,
I know that.
But that's not what you said. You said something completely different.
No, I didn't. When you brought that scripture,
this is on
when you brought that scripture out, I said that verse exactly means, right?
You didn't say nothing about the universe. Stop it. Stop it. You ain't saying nothing about the universe, bro.
I never said nothing about the universe, bro.
That's what I'm telling you. That you said. About.
Listen, you contradict yourself. You said there was no God. And then
I did not say that. I said that. What is God? I asked you, what is the difference? You're putting words in my mouth. It's on tape, bro. We can rewind it. I asked you, what is the difference between the Most High and God? And you started running down the street on some giz.
What's the difference between Most High and God?
I asked you in that scripture in Psalm 82 verse 6, what is the difference between the Most High and God? Because the scripture says, I have said ye are gods, plural. Ye are all children.
And I told you, listen, and I told you what the difference was, that the God, the Most High, he lives eternal. And the verse that you read, and what was that, Psalms 8?
And then
the gods of the earth, the gods of the earth, they die like men, right? So I told you that's the difference between the eternal and these small G's on the earth. You can't fully do what the Most High does. When you leave this earth, you can't create another child, but the Most High's creation will continue. When you leave this earth, you can't walk to the grocery store, but his eternal blessings continue. That's the difference between the little G's and the big G's, brother.
Stop it. You talking about the invisible man, bro. At the end of the day, you the pseudo.
So who is this God of the universe?
The universe is the self-existent one.
No
invisible man created the universe, bro.
Who said invisible man? You mean invisible?
You keep talking about this he and he.
You know why I say he?
You talking about the invisible man?
I say he because Earth is masculine. Heavens are masculine. Earth is feminine. That's why
the heavens are not masculine.
Okay, let me ask you something. Let me ask you a question. When you who drops the seed in a woman? The man, or does the man drop the seed in a woman? Does the woman drop the seed in a man?
We're talking about the universe, bro.
Let me ask the question. Let me ask you the question, fam.
Ain't nothing sticking nothing in the universe.
Let me ask you the question.
One mic. Don't talk over each other, man.
Answer my question, fam. Do the heavens bear fruit, or do the earth bear fruit?
The heavens bear the fruit first.
No, they do not. I ain't never seen
we see
come out of heaven.
At James Webb telescope, we watching the universe.
When have you ever seen a tree come from heaven?
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I can't argue.
You're not answering. You're not being real, brother.
I'm sorry, bro. I can't do it.
You can't answer the question.
No, your questions are based on the invisible man, and you telling me white supremacist seminary school understanding of the Bible.
Can you answer my question? Do trees and plants grow from heaven or grow from the earth?
The trees grow from the earth, of course, but that's not what we're talking about. You diverting the conversation.
Let me finish, because you cut. Let me get
I'm not. No, you cut. You diverting the
conversation. One mic, man. One mic.
The heavens, brother. The heavens make it rain, right? Just like men. Men give off the seed to the woman. The woman bears child. The heavens give off the seed to the earth, and the earth bears the child. Mother Earth is more feminine because she bears its children, and the heavens are masculine, okay? The earth receives, and heavens give. Man Man gives and the woman receives. We're supposed to learn from nature itself. There's always a left and there's always a right. There's light, there's darkness. There's male, there's female, right? There's left, there's right, there's up, down. There is always pairs, brother. And you can't disrespect the pair. You can't disrespect what's in law. That's all I'm saying. So you tried to say, brother, and we can straight go back. You literally just tried to say plants came from the sky.
I did not say that.
Man, if you don't have this man erase that.
Yo. You can try to put words in my mouth all you want to. Everybody knows.
Do we need to go back?
Yo, let me ask you this question since you asking questions. Did the universe create the earth? Yes or no?
God created the earth.
The invisible man created the earth. Man, get out of here.
God created the earth.
The invisible man created the earth.
God is everything.
Brother Moses. Hold on a minute.
One mic, man. One mic.
Brother Eli, is that the correct way to shorten your name?
Who?
Brother Eli?
Who is Eli?
He was talking to
you. I'm asking how to shorten your name.
No, that's say EBNM or Enoch.
Okay. Enoch. Sorry.
Yes,
Brother
sir.
Enoch. I like what you're saying about nature. So you're talking about what we can see in nature, where a seed drops into the ground, and then the rain falls on that ground, and then that seed grows, germinates in that ground, and then grows a tree, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you can see that
yes.
Natural order, but we can see it, right?
Yes, sir.
And prove it.
Correct. We can prove it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. But what you're talking about, God, this God creating the universe, you can't see that with your eyes, can you?
You can see it in mind.
You can see it in your mind.
Right. Those who are pure in the heart, that's the only way you can see God.
Understood. I agree. Okay. I understood. However, it's different than what the natural order you talked about, which you said was a seed falling into the earth, the rain falling on it, so on and so on. Do you agree?
No, what I'm saying is that you put the seed in the earth and the rain. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm saying that the seed comes from the Creator. Everything comes from the Creator, including the seed. You put the seed in the ground. It rains.
Hold on, but one is a physical, natural process. Another one where you talked about God creating the universe is more of a spiritual way of looking at creation, right?
Right, because we believe that you have to ask if the earth was already here or if it was created, and we see that these things are created. So anything that has a creator must have an author, and anything that has a mind, anything that has order must have a mind, and we believe.
Okay, good. What you're talking about is you're talking about intelligent design. But anyway, so
yes,
why not? So in order to understand that spiritual aspect that you just talked about, why did you choose to go towards the Ebionites and the Nazarites or Nazarenes and not use, for example, the traditions of West Africa or of South Africa? Why do you think you went towards the Levant and towards this very, very small understanding, not small understanding, small evidence that doesn't even have any primary sources?
You say it doesn't have any primary source, but I'm gonna just say this: I don't believe that Ebionites were just one group of place. It also shows that the Ebionites were also Ebionites in the scenes were also well in Africa. We believe Moshe was in the scene. We believe
Moshe is not a real. That's a biblical character. Remember, you just talked about the seed. You talked about the seed and the earth, and that's where you had me because I'm a farmer. I literally, Santan will tell you, about an hour ago when we was on the live, I was literally at the garden doing work, farming.
I know, so I didn't get a chance to answer your question. We go
ahead.
Right. So what I'm trying to tell you is, I do, according to my knowledge, believe that the Ebionites and the scenes were spread out. I also believe they were heavenly in Egypt. I also believe they studied at Mount Carmel. I do believe a lot of these places. This is why you have people like Philo of Alexandria. I believe the Essenes are everywhere. So the reason why I chose them, right, was because I've noticed in Christianity that, again, there were things in books hidden that were taken out, And I wanted to search and wanted to know why this group of people was allowed to take away certain books and say what we can read and what we couldn't read. And the more I did deeper search and study, because I believe revelation comes by being awake and not being by sleep, like Paul line as, the closer I got to it was that these people didn't have a reality mindset. And the Abionites are seen more so dealt with reality. And they believe that if the laws did not fall in harmony with creation, it was a lie. Everything that was ever created here by the so-called unseen God already came with laws, and these laws cannot be destroyed by man, right? And so according to what we've read in earlier sources, the Ebionites and the so-called Yahshua, they were against the Romans. They were against burnt offerings and sacrifices, worshiping other gods, multiple gods, polytheism, but they were bringing us back to the one true order of the so-called beginnings of creation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Brother Enoch, I would propose that because that lifestyle that you talked about, the lifestyle that you're talking about, for example, you could have followed, for example, Rasta and Ito living. You could have followed Buddhism, which also has very, very similar beliefs. You could have followed Jainism, which has very similar beliefs. But I propose that your belief system has been characterized by what you've been exposed to. And what you've been exposed to, you are now, what's the word? You are putting that as real life to you, when actually it's just something that you've been exposed to. It doesn't necessarily make it authentic or real. And I want to also say, you keep talking about the Ebionites and the Nazarenes, things like that. Are you growing your hair? And this is not to get personal. I'm just curious, because of the Nazarene vow.
Notice you said that's not a Nazarene vow. That's a Nazarite vow. Nazarene,
okay.
Nazarite are totally different, fam. That we but I don't cut my hair. I don't do none of that. I don't shave. I don't do anything like that. But and that's only because I follow the tradition, so-called, of James the Just, which is the Lord's brother. Listen, brother, I want to go back to that topic. What you said. I actually look into other religions and beliefs. I try to gain, like I say, the wisdom. Buddhists don't believe in eating sentient beings, but they do believe in eating animals if they are not the ones that unalived it. And I also am aware they also do have a little bit of dark history and backgrounds. I have no problem with other religions and beliefs, right? That's why I say I have no problem with these things. But once I look into them, if they have something that doesn't fit reality, because my reality, brother, is what's outside.
Some of the Essenes also sacrifice animals. You know that as well, right?
Nah, they never did.
Okay, I'm gonna source that for you.
Yeah,
there are different sects. There are different sects. There are different sects of the Essenes, and some of them believed in the sacrificial, following the sacrifice of animals.
And right, who was these? Were these the Sicaries, the Zealots? Were these?
I don't know. No, nothing to do with the Zealots, but I'd have to look it up. I'd have to do my research again.
Can you please send me, because I never read that ever. And I would like to hear that. But I do know there was like 4 different Essenes. You had the Zealot Essenes, Sicarii Essenes. You had the Essenes that believed in, I think, angels. They believed that because they couldn't defeat Rome, that they had to be so pure in order for.
Have you done your DNA test?
I don't believe in DNA test, for the simple fact that a person sent their DNA, a dog's DNA, to the DNA test center, and the dog came back a human. So I don't trust it.
That's false. That's just some made up stuff on the internet. Because I know, because people do their DNA test, and I know people have done a DNA test to prove their paternity from their paternity and maternity, obviously from their parents. We also know, as sa.neter likes to point out, that when you do your DNA, you actually get your cousins and different relatives popping up that the DNA companies would never know that are your relatives. So the fact that you don't believe it is one thing, but
it's hard to trust white people systems, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's hard to trust.
But you're using a white person system right now by using this internet, by using a mobile phone or laptop that you're on.
Yeah, I use it for good though.
And so the DNA could also be used for good to find out your ancestry.
I can't prove it.
No, the DNA will prove it within 99.9%.
No, I can't prove it. I'm not a scientist. I don't know if they're telling me the truth or not, brother. I can prove you because I'm looking at you. I'm not a scientist, brother. I just don't do it, bro.
Yeah,
okay,
but you're using.
Let me ask you a quick question.
Okay,
right,
last one, Moses. Last one.
Okay.
That statement that you
I just want to
said.
say I thank y'all too for trying me. Like I thank y'all for trying me. This is what y'all supposed to do. Right on.
No, well, I'm saying, like I said,
you,
like I said, you know, you're a young brother still, but like I said, you said I can't prove it, but most of the stuff that you're talking about, especially the thing that you've based much of your sharing on, which is the Ebionites and the Nazarites, is you can't prove that either.
No, what I can't prove is if these people ever exist, just like none of us can. But what I can prove is, right, about whatever somebody says or teaches, whether it be from a book or from an actual person, if it doesn't align with what I see outside, even if this book don't align with what I see outside, I'm gonna claim it false. Reality is reality. I don't think that the Most High Creator made a mistake by giving us these two eyes and what we're supposed to see. So what I say, so this is what I believe. Anything that does not agree to the five senses is either two things with me. It's either a fairy tale.
You and I, when you say that,
right?
because you see my tag name, which is David Roots. My name is Living Roots. With that, I can agree on, and with that, I'll let Moses go.
Okay, so when you mention like using your eyes, let me ask you this question. When you walk in the street and you come across some people with slanted eyes, right? Where do you believe that they are indigenous to America or they are indigenous to Asia, based on your understanding, what you seeing with your eyes?
I'm gonna keep it real with you, bro. That ain't got nothing to do with my salvation. What you talking about?
I'm just saying, we're not talking about. Don't try to divert the conversation, bro. You just mentioned you use your two eyes, so I'm asking you, where do Asians originate?
Man, what that ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Answer the question. Where do we're talking about your two eyes? We're talking about your two eyes.
That's what you call a schism, man. We talking about what my two eyes see regarding law, brother.
That's what I'm getting ready to show you.
Whether somebody is Chinese or something ain't got nothing to do with how I'm living my life on earth.
I'm getting ready. Listen, why don't you?
You are grafted on where people come from. I don't care where nobody come from. All I care about is if you're a good person or not, bro.
But you talking about you listen. You 1 minute you talking about nature and you talking about law. So when I start asking you questions about nature and law, now you don't want to answer the question. You're trying to make
a Chinese person ain't got nothing to do with my law. A Chinese person.
I'm not. I wasn't even finished. Listen, I'll tell you what. If you could be silent, if you can at least be silent for 30 seconds,
man, I'm gone.
All right, man. Yeah, run, bro. Please,
that'd be easy.
Please run.
Peace, man. That's
Look,
how
I
you
wasn't
do it.
able to show no scriptures, man.
Hey, Moses, that's how you do it. You know, he got his own beliefs, so we can't, knock him for that. But at the same time, don't try to impose it on nobody else. That's just what you believe, and it's personal. That's why I don't knock you, Moses. You got your belief, and that's, you got to live and abide by what you believe. That's what learning, and that's what that's what expounds to you. So I don't knock you.
Why is that? Why is everybody say it's my belief when science is the one that's revealing all of this to us? It's the
way that you perceive it. Everybody, listen, Moses. How about this?
Okay,
me and you can read the book. We can read a book, right? And we'll both come away maybe with the same interpretation or maybe with different interpretations. So that's my premise right there. Even though we read the same book, we might have two different understandings of the subject matter, right? So when we get to that point right there, that's when the argument shouldn't come in, because you can't argue nobody's thought process or how they, take in what they have just received. So that's what I have learned in my years of living, man. People perceive things different, especially when we deal with our brothers, the Hebrew Israelite. Just like I'm well-read, I can read, I understand. So I read the book, and then they read the book, and they say, well, I'm not understanding it right. What gives them the, the authority to say I'm not understanding it? But what gives them that authority is what their self-owned belief of what they're reading. You get me? Yeah,
I totally understand. But Suntan, let me ask you this question.
Go ahead.
When I talk to you about a house, right? I do believe both of us are thinking about a place that we live in. We don't even argue about that. And why do we not argue about what a house is? Because we go into the Webster's dictionary, and the Webster's dictionary explains to us what a house is.
We don't have to even go there.
Yeah, you don't even have to go there, but I'm just saying that the Webster's dictionary breaks down what the English word house means for us. So nobody in America will have these type of arguments that we have on this platform, because there's a definition for house. Now, if we're talking about a dog, we don't never argue about what a dog is. We know that a dog is a four-legged animal, that comes from the canine. We know that based on what the definition, the English definition for dog is. Nobody argues that. There's no interpretation, no nothing. So when it comes to me, I don't understand why I get labeled as pseudo, and I got my own beliefs. I'm showing y'all the definitions of these English words according to these biblical people that everybody say they believe in. These Hebrew Israelites say that they follow the God of Abraham. Christians say they follow the God of Abraham. Muslims say they follow the God of Abraham. Now we know that these Abrahamic faiths are taking place in the northeastern part of Africa, and I know none of them people speak English. So I want to know, what do these words mean to those people in that language? So I go into the definitions, and I don't understand why we still arguing. I'm like, yo, God doesn't mean what the English people say over here in America in 2025. God, according to the people over there in Canaan, this is what the word means, but nobody wants to accept that.
Right, because they figure those people that like don't exist to them in their minds. Like when you come up with your premise about your subject matter, right? You said they judges, magistrates, and all of this thing. And in another person's mind, they don't take that information the way you do. You break it down in a different way, Moses. So that would lead somebody to say that pseudo, because that's what make them say that, because you take, you come out with your own interpretation of it and word it and listen, and you believe what you say. So if I don't believe what you say, and I got a problem with the word pseudo, really, I'm saying as far as us using it in a community, because it's certain people, captain, everybody got a way they believe in a paradigm that they work from as far as the information. So none of them is Jabari probably, and a few more people are scholarly, awarded with certificates, bachelors, and all of these sorts of things. So when people say things, they saying it off their own self, man. They really upping their self, and they giving their own personal bachelor's degree, or their own. They just making like they're the authority when they call you pseudo.
Okay, so all right, so here we go, Suntan. So the Bible does point out the geographical location that is taking place in, which is Northeast Africa. And we know for a fact that our ancestors are the ones that are responsible for creating the first civilization. That is a fact. That is not pseudo. Now, can you have a civil nation or a civilization without laws to govern the citizens in your kingdom by? So we're going to say that Namer could not be considered a judge or a magistrate. Who comes after Narmer in that territory? We would have to have Jabari to answer that. But when we consider all of the leaders in that territory, don't go through those yet, man, because I got to explain those. You can leave the one for God up, because I'm trying to get Suntan to understand that we in America, we don't argue or debate over definitions. When we talk about a car, we know what everybody's talking about. When we talk about the grass, we know what everybody's talking about. But when it comes down to this God, we are arguing and coming up with all our
because
own.
Everybody don't believe the same, Moses. A lot of people don't believe that Bible.
Right, the Suntan, the reason why we don't believe the same is because we don't know what that word means over there.
But what I'm trying to tell you is this, man, just in a nutshell, a lot of people think that the Bible, and this their own thinking, that the Bible is just, I think it's a book that can help a man, in his daily walk of life. It tells you right and wrong, teach you how to live. Some parts of the Bible. But a lot of people just say, man, that book, man, written, and man wrote that, and that's man's philosophy and things like that. And then a lot of people take Moses, a lot of people take the Bible and say it's a history book. Then a lot of people take the Bible. See, it's different interpretations of the book. So when you talk, you be adding in the Bible and then using your own. Yeah, you use the Bible a lot in your doctrine.
But I'm showing definitions.
But nobody don't believe it. If I don't believe it, listen, if I don't believe the Bible, why should I believe your definition of what you're talking about?
Because
I'm not speaking to me, I'm speaking in general.
Right. Because the definitions point at the African Kushite territory. And that helps people to understand why it is.
Oh, yeah, Moses. Let me sorry about this. I just want to say this to you because I've been wanting to say this for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Who wrote definitions? Who's the owner of these definitions that's wrote it, which we got to live by?
All right,
and I'm going to tell you, Europeans, they wrote all the definitions. They wrote all the books. So they make a word and say, this is the definition, and you should abide by this because this is what we came. See, it's a lot of different nuances to words and root words. And people, I'm just telling you, man, when you get off into religion and you go off into trying to teach something ancient that you wasn't there, and a lot of, you don't have no sources, because in the sources, who told the sources? See, it gets into a thing where you just got to just be a good person, man, and live your life and work hard and provide for your family. That's the bottom line. All of this, we ain't supposed to eat this, you ain't supposed, man, nobody not. I mean, I'm not trying to hear all that. What I'm trying to do, Moses, I'm just going to speak on me. I'm just trying to be a good guy, a good person, and I'm trying to live, watch what I put in my body as far as food, and I watch what I try to put in my mind. Is where as much as subject matter is concerned. That's all I can tell you, man.
I understand,
yeah,
but
that's it, man.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but hold on.
That's all I want, brother. Live.
Hold on, brother. Live. Just give me 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
Suntan, based on what you said, you trying to live a righteous life. But in this white supremacist America, they do everything that they can do to set the black man up for failure. That's the reason why a lot of us end up. I mean, come on, man. They flush crack into our. That's
the status quo. You're right.
But see, if we were not, and so when I'm teaching people, I'm trying to teach people that listen. Our ancestors created these laws that the United States is using against the black man. And I don't feel that we should be living under, and this is what the Bible is even showing us, I don't think that we should be living under the rule of foreigners that keep setting us up for failure. Maybe we should be as our ancestors was and create laws, statutes, and commandments.
Let me tell you, I got to cut you off, and I apologize. But this is what you have to do, Moses. You have to, all of this knowledge that you put in right now, from the very last word that you just said, you have to live it, produce it. And then you might get somebody to follow me. And you can't just sit up here and speak it into existence. You have to be a role model for what you're talking about. Now, if Moses stepped in here, you was over in Africa building a community by yourself with your own money, doing all of this stuff yourself, then somebody might just want to do what you're saying. But you over here in America preaching that we should go. And that's not going to get it. You got to prove yourself first. Then you can get some followers. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
All right. So,
Brother Suntan, Moses, can I jump in also?
Yeah, go ahead.
Give me 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds. But Suntan, when you read the definition of God, that does not say a single person is going to build a nation. Elohim refers to a council of judges, a council that's more than one person. Go ahead, Dr. David Roots.
Okay, because Enoch is gone now, so I got to give you some heat now. I got to give you some heat. Pause, yeah. But I'm gonna have to give you some heat now.
Yeah, he took off.
Yeah. So, Brother Moses, I'm sure you know about, for example, the Anansi stories, right?
You're muted. Moses.
I haven't, man. I think I might have, but enlighten me. Tell me about it.
That's a problem right there. That's a problem, Brother Moses, because you're a very intelligent, well-read brother. And the Nancy stories are the parables of our West African ancestors. And we know this because we know that the Anansi stories were shared and even brought within the North American lexicon. When they talk about things like,
are you talking about Mammy Wata, the great mother of
no. Anansi is a spider. Anansi the spider, and they tell tales of parables using this spider. The same. Do you know about Aesop's fables?
I've heard of it, but I've never read those.
Well, Aesop's fable again are parables that teach lessons, and it's mostly thought through the evidence that Aesop was probably an African, an Ethiopian, but Aesop is Greek fables that came from ancient African ancestors, right? My point in saying all of this is Anansi's tales that were told to children to teach them morals and values. Okay? But as Africans, we didn't think Anansi the spider actually talked to people, or when Anansi would, like, for example, do something mischievous and, end up stealing a goat or whatever the stories were, which in the long run, was some wisdom in the end. We didn't think they were actually real, right? These were things that were there to teach us morals and values. So my sad thing is that you put so much emphasis, research, even studying the language in this Greek and Roman text that was taken from our Kemetic ancestry, but don't even know the West African, which is much more closer to probably where your lineage came from. And you have to ask yourself, why is that? Why are you continuously talking and teaching us about the Elohim? This is what Sekou said, the Elohim and all of these terminologies that actually doesn't even roll off our tongue properly. People saying all these Hebrew words and different things like that.
Okay. All right. So the reason why, man, is because when I look at how West Africa moves like coons, bro. They are when you talk about a colonized mind, I see more of a colonized mind in West Africa than I do in East Africa. That's the reason why I don't really focus on West Africa.
Because they were introduced to the same Bible that you keep pushing to us, rather than talking about the Anansi stories.
And that's the reason why I'm teaching the Bible according to what's going on in East Africa, because the way they understand it in West Africa is not correct. Okay, so if sa.neter is here, I'll give you an example. If sa.neter is here, so I can show you where I'm coming from. I can show you better than I can tell you, because trust me, West Africa. Start at the beginning, sa.neter, with the one that starts with God, and then we'll. All right, so I've already went through this. I'm trying to. I'm trying to get people to understand that God.
One mic, man. One mic.
I'm trying to get people to understand that the way that they have been taught.
Hold up, Moses. Moses, hold on.
All right.
Brother Lai wanted to say something.
Moses, I just jumped on. Hold on. I just jumped on because this is something that I hear you say a lot all the time for the most part. And me and you had a short, brief dialogue about this prior beforehand. About making a place in Africa where everybody can go back to, where we need to go revoke back to this place and do this and do that and yada this and yada that. With that being the case, brother, I see a lot of times you present information in regards for the Torah, the Hebrew text, Phoenician this, Phoenician that, and I've asked you this question prior beforehand. You present this information without having the ability to read it in its actual original form. Why?
Wow, that's deep.
Because when you read it in its original form, nobody here in America that speaks English is going to understand what it is that I'm saying. So I feel like it has to be broken down. Hold on. I feel like it's got to be broken down to its smallest compound, which is looking at each word one by one. You don't have to read it. You can read it all day. You can speak it all day. Folks it's not going to lead us to what we need to really understand. People have been speaking Arabic. People have been speaking Jewish. Still, we are trapped here in this white man's construct.
You keep saying the same, regurgitating the same thing, this white American construct. You
Why
say this
are
all
we
the time.
here? Why are we here? Still
That's a
going
question you have to ask yourself, brother.
I
Ain't
said
nobody
we.
holding you in.
I didn't say
Right,
me.
You
I
drive
said
trucks
we.
from A to B to go around the country everywhere to provide for yourself and your family. Because at this point, it blows my mind, brother. Wallahi, it blows my mind to hear you speak like this, brother.
Yeah, it also blows my mind that you don't understand that you are God. You thinking Allah is the invisible man, bro.
No,
You
no,
do.
brother.
You believe that Allah is the invisible man. And I'm not rocking with that. So with that being said, now can I show y'all the Northeast African understanding of things, please? sa.neter, can we start with God again? Let's run through this one more time. And this is going to be the last time I'm dealing with it because I'm trying to understand why it is that I'm being called pseudo when all of y'all believe in the invisible man. Is sa.neter in the building? Can he throw up that screen for God once again? And then I got like 1, 2, 3, 4. I got
While that's coming up,
7 slides.
while that is coming up,
He's still in answer.
Brother Lord, let me just say this really quickly.
It says there. That's the answer right there. You see the definition for God. Magistrates is plural. La. Judges is plural. La. It ain't got nothing to do with a singular individual. Y'all stuck on that. Hold on a second. Y'all stuck on that singular nonsense because that's how the Arabs, the Jews, and the Christians taught y'all to believe. That's not what a God ain't got nothing to do with individuals. I keep showing y'all that in the scriptures and with the dictionary. I'm answering your question. I cannot do it myself. This is about a nation inside of a nation extracting themselves out of that oppressive nation and going to rebuild the nation that they once had. One man is not going to do that. We need at least 144,000 people to build a nation in East Africa, bro. At least that many. One person ain't going to do it. All right, so now let's go to the next screen, sa.neter. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And then there's another scripture that says the Word became flesh. Y'all all have a Christian understanding, an Arabic understanding, a Jewish understanding of this scripture. But this scripture is talking about in the beginning was the universe, or the heavens, the Shamayim. And the Shamayim, or the heavens, the universe, was God or a judge or a magistrate. The universe is the one that has a format for everything that it creates. And the universe was God, and the universe became flesh, and the flesh that it became was us. So now let's go to the next screen. This is what it's explaining.
You just showed something in Hebrew.
Hold on a second, man. Listen, I don't follow.
But you don't speak Hebrew. Nor can you read it,
brother. La, brother. La. What I'm showing you is what we all understand that the Greeks came into Kemet and they learned from Kemet. The Greeks came in and learned from the judges and the magistrates. That's the reason why the Greeks teach panspermia, which you're looking at right now. This is what it's talking about. In the beginning, or when it says in the beginning was the Word. That's the Word right there, the universe. And the consciousness that you have is coming from the universe. And the Word became flesh. Now let's go to the next screen to show how the universe became flesh. So panspermia, asteroid, meteor, comets, whatever you want to think fell into the waters. You got the Arctic Ocean, 1. You got the Atlantic Ocean, 2. You got the Southern Ocean, which is also known, I guess, as the Indian Ocean. And then you got the Pacific Ocean. So you imagine panspermia, these asteroids falling into the water of Earth. Now let's go to the next screen, sa.neter, because this is what these scriptures is really saying. So you got these 4 microorganisms in these different bodies of water. We're going to say that this one in the lower left corner, we're going to say that that's the Africans. So, and then we'll say that this one over here.
This is where your info becomes pseudo now. This is where you start going off.
This is panspermia. If it's pseudo, that means that the Greeks that were teaching panspermia, which they learned from Kemetic people, you're saying that our ancestors was pseudo. This is our ancestors.
No. What's pseudo is how you're trying to mix scientific evidence and using specific organisms, which on the screen we can call those prokaryotes, and then showing pictures of the ocean when we knew Pangea was based on evidence. You know, there weren't different oceans like that, and trying to mix all of this with your religious belief.
But there was
That's
no life on Earth during Pangea. There was no life on Earth. Life came on Earth after Pangea. You understand? The continents started drifting apart before life even started coming up out the water. And then also we
no,
do know
not necessarily. The form that's not true. That's not true. The form shallow seas. But the point is what you're doing now is you're moving when you were sticking with the Bible and trying to say that, you know, black people who come from East Africa, and we can see that, you know, that's where our ancestors come from. This is how they should interpret the Bible, and this is how they should look at the Bible based on the definitions. All that is cool, because that means that you're trying to help people to interpret the Bible through the lens of Africans. But when you start now trying to combine it with specific scientific facts, that's when your information becomes pseudo, because you cannot back none of that actually. And it's there's a degree between what you're doing, for example, and then what Enki tries to do when he's actually talking about, you know, specific symbology and saying, well, this may relate to this. But you're not doing that. You're actually saying that certain things are written about or existed when there's no evidence for that.
All right, so Dr. Roots, a while ago, I showed the definition for the English word heaven. It refers to the sky where the clouds are, and it also refers to the higher ether. That's what that word means over there in Northeast Africa, or in the territory of our ancestors. The ether, the universe is spoken of. That's the heaven is not what these religious people believe. Heaven means the higher ether. So all I'm showing is the evolutionary process that took place in the waters and where these four people groups came from. That's all I'm trying to show y'all. And according to
but you're saying that, but this, what makes it pseudo is that you're trying to say it as a scientific fact when you cannot base it on any specific evidence.
I showed the scientific fact. Bro, the Bible shows you that there was not supposed to be any marriages between these people in Africa and these other people groups. Why would they come up with a law like that in Africa? Because that was a protection. That was a way to keep the barbarians out. If you share bloodline with these outside nations, with these straight-haired people, you're going to give them access to our land, to our heaven. And that's ultimately what has happened. That is not pseudo, bro.
No, what pseudo is what you're talking about when you said there are 4 different bacteria that would have inoculated different oceans, and from those different oceans would have came different races.
So why are there 4 races that look totally different from each other? Why are there 4 different type of bears that look totally different from each other? Why is there 5 or 4 or 5 different species of birds? They're all birds, but they don't look like each other.
No, let me answer really quickly. I could go on my belief, but it's better for me to go on the compendium of the majority of evidence. So, and I'm not going to go into detail because it's literally stuff that you're taught in the secondary school. You're talking about isolation. You're talking about out of Africa, and then due to environmental and genetic mutation, there arises different species. It's not like there's some big mystery to it.
But Dr. Roots, do we see polar bears running around here in the Western Hemisphere? Do we see polar bears running around in the Eastern Hemisphere or the Southern Hemisphere? Each hemisphere has their own.
No, because that's through natural selection. That's natural selection and mutations.
So why is that not the same when it comes down to these different people groups?
Their people groups were through mutations and natural selection as well.
To your conversation, I want to add something to the conversation. Now, what we've been taught, basically, we all know is lies. If you read the Sumerian text, it will tell you how humans originated. There was carbonated people in the beginning. And yeah, thank you very much, sa.neter. There was carbonated people in the beginning. And how do we know this? Is because the Bible says, and we're going to use various texts, basically. The Bible says there's a code. And that code is what they call the YHWH code, basically. So all the original beings possess that code. Now, in Sumeria, they started creating beings. These original beings, you could call them 300, but there were more than one. they started creating beings, and this is where the Caucasus Mountains are situated. Now, they didn't create. I mean, keep it in mind, if they're gonna imitate something, they're gonna have to imitate what they know. And what was there was the carbonated beans. So
are you a Nawabian, brother? Are you a Nawabian?
Let me finish my trail of thought first, and then you can ask me a question. So when they created these beans, they're going to create these beans closer to the beans that were originally there. They did that. Hence why you have the dark-skinned Asians, the dark-skinned Africans, with all of them with straight hair, curly hair. You get what I'm saying? These are all created beings. You have the defected created beings, which became the Caucasians. Now, all these people were in and around the Caucasus Mountain area, and these people were being taught how, with beauty, as the text say, they were taught how to beautify themselves with the knives and all these things for war and so on and so forth. So they penetrated the Tartarian war basically, and then conquered the carbonated beans. So this is how we got all these other generational beans, and they began to distribute them all over the world. So they took some melanated people or carbonated people to Asia. They took some to the Mesopotamia area. They brought some from America and took some to America, brought some to Europe. They just kind of mixed up the whole thing, so you don't understand who's who, basically. And they're telling the carbonated people now, because before we were eternal beings, but now we're going to die like men, as you guys were both saying. So this is the kind of history, so to speak, and where we are now today. So you have to know who you are, basically, whether you're created by man or you're created by God, so to speak. And when our ancestors, one second, one more thing. When our ancestors say we came from the waters, what they mean is the womb. The womb is the waters. That's where we all came from. That's where the waters are, the seas. That they're comparing the seas to the waters in the womb of the woman, basically. So that's where we came from. And as the gentleman said, that the seed from the heavens connect with the earth, and then we, the carbonated beings, are born. So yeah, I land my plane right there.
Okay. This is one of the challenges. So don't put me on the big screen. This is one of the challenges that we have, Brother Santan. And my good brother, I can't see your name, who was just talking. What's your name so I can address you properly? The brother was just talking.
You're on mute, fam.
Yasaf Sabora. Yasaf Sabora. Sorry.
Yeah, Yafsaf.
Yeah.
You're in Africa, right? I think I remember hearing on previous show that you're in Africa.
I'm an African, but I'm in the UK.
Okay, yeah. I'm in Croydon.
Oh, okay. I'm in the north side.
All right. But this is the challenge, and I know you would agree with this, that, for example, as you have roots in, where's your roots, Jamaica?
No, Ghana.
Ghana. Okay, you're Ghanaian descent.
Correct.
Just use this as an example. We know that many of us know, for example, that there was a hurricane in Jamaica. It was a hurricane, but it passed through Jamaica. Did you know this, Santan, about a month ago?
Yeah, it was terrible. I got a friend down there.
Right. And there was a lot of the people, as we know, needed aid and so on. So Elon Musk came along and he offered free internet through what's it called again? What's his internet service called?
Not X, is it?
No. What's Elon Musk's internet thing called again? Starlink. Through Starlink, right, brother Santan? Starlink, yeah. So he offered through Starlink, and now people have access to the internet, to communicating with the world, so on and so on. Meanwhile, we are here on these channels talking about the Sumerians, talking about, beings, asteroids dropping into the lakes and so on and so on. And this is the challenge, that we're still caught up in these mythical narratives that have nothing to do. For example, my good brother, Yasaf, you're from Ghana. That means you have specific African lineage and culture that you could link to and have specific morals and values and food and dietary laws and so on and so on. But you're talking about Sumerian. Brother Moses, who I know is from the States, I'm not sure of his lineage, he's talking about, you know, East African, talking about a lot of Hebrew, this and so on and so on. Meanwhile, these other groups, the Chinese, for example, they're creating space stations and you know, various telecommunications links and so on. Elon Musk is creating, you know, Starlink, with sending internet around the world. And this is our problem. In 2025, we're still doing all of this stuff. And this is the danger for the brother that was on earlier. We get so caught up in these belief systems that were bought and given to us and mostly forced on us that we actually don't even deal with real life and real value.
I get it.
Right.
I don't understand how a doctor can say that, because if you're, what I'm talking about is us being a nation inside of a nation, extracting ourselves out of this nation and rebuilding our ancestor society based on STEM and agriculture. Basically building a real Wakanda for ourselves so we can get to being like how the Asians are. We are never going to get to that level while we are under white supremacy. They making sure we never get to that level. And if you do get to a particular level, they're going to turn you into a cone so you can't be of no benefit to your people. They always
the Asians did this by sticking to their own culture. That's why
your own culture in America, though. They always send a Judas Iscariot among you to keep your culture from rising. You got to separate from these people in order to rise like that, bro.
But how do you know if a person is of Judas if they don't speak your language? How do you know?
Because any person that works against the African diaspora coming together in unity, not understanding that united we stand, divided we fall, that's how I know. How you going to be a Negro shooting down your own man? Like, you going to shoot down Malcolm X because he started talking like Marcus Garvey. Come on, man. That's a sign right there. We got a problem. If we wasn't here, if we was over Africa in our own nation, nobody would be able to throw any money at us to keep us from. They always throwing the money at a nigga to turn against his own folks. Always. Money is the problem here in America for us. We will never rise as long as
turn against his own folks. But you just stated a person from Africa and us here being in America.
In West Africa, they use West Africans against. That's why you see this whole situation going on with Tariq and him calling people tethers. They do use West Africans that work for America's CIA to work against us, our unity. That's the only reason why we divided. Because we got Judas Iscariot among us.
You see, I'm trying to say basically that, look, we're all different. I mean, we're different, and we have to understand who we are first and foremost before we can even form to even try to fight anything. Because most of us within your DNA, you're connected or affiliated with the system. So this is why we get black people fighting black people. Right. That's the nature of the situation.
But Brother Joseph, and correct me so I can pronounce your name, because I can't see the name on the screen. So there's no names on the screens. For example, Brother Yasser, for example, as you can see, we have a different skin complexion, right? Skin tone, right? You're more darker skin, I'm more browner skin. Would you agree with that?
Yep.
You know, we're not different because of the Sumerians, right? We're different because of slavery and white supremacy, which ended up creating, obviously, mixing and separating us from our true, authentic African ancestry. Not because of Sumerians.
No, but see, where you're wrong is that, you see, that's where it started. The beings that were created, basically, were created to infiltrate the carbonated beings. And when that happened, obviously there was mixing. Okay.
No, that's not true. That's pseudo. That's pseudo what you're saying, brother.
Explain to us how that's pseudo when we know Africans were migrating over into the southern Iraq region and vice versa. How is that?
I can explain right now, because when you go, and a brother would know this, Brother Joseph would know this, because when you go to West Africa, the majority of people, I just came back from Nigeria, I've been to Ghana, I've been to Senegal, Ivory Coast, so on and so on. The majority of people are dark skinned. But when you go to the West Indies, the Caribbean, you come to America, you have dark skin and you have brown skin people. That shows you it wasn't based on historically when the Sumerians infiltrated and so on. It's based on slavery. And what did they use? What was the main tool that was used to promote that slavery? It was the Christian religion. It was the Bible. It was the Pope. It was all of these things that we all know about verbatim. So when we talk about these fairy tales, and we continue to base our spirituality on these fairy tales, we keep doing a disservice to finding that true root, that true culture, and that true power.
But Dr. Roots, it's not a fairy tale that Kemet fell because of admixtures. That's not a fairy tale, bro. The longest lasting dynasty on this planet in Africa fell because you had these outside nations coming in. And a lot of them were coming from across that territory that you're calling Sumeria. That's the guard. They call it the Garden of Eden because that's where the gods, our ancestors, were planting their seeds, or the women opening their legs to the Indian, Asian, Caucasian men, the gods, the African men.
They weren't opening their legs in a lot of cases. They were raped in a lot of cases.
Not in the beginning. Cleopatra was not raped, bro. Stop that. Cleopatra, she gave it up willingly.
You're talking about one person. You're talking about one person. I'm talking about West Africa.
It's more than
I'm talking about West Africa, where your genetics come from. Why you keep going to East Africa? Listen, and I'll say this: a lot of people in the West, like us, we are infatuated with East Africa because we are infatuated with Christianity and the Bible, because we're sick and we have a psychosis. And that's why you can't stop talking about it. It's been literally indoctrinated in your mind.
No, I'll disagree with that. Because look, the we won't say civilization, but what we call other beings and where they came from, the history and the facts all point to Sumeria because it's in the text. And every single religion speaks about something similar to that, about a lab or some kind of creation going on. So it's nothing new. It's not something that we're making up here. It's right there. You can even Google it yourself and it will tell you. So we're talking before what you're talking about, which is Christianity. This is way before Christianity and the Bible came. After they left Sumeria, basically, and they invaded Egypt, like Moses is saying, they conquered Egypt, basically. Once they conquered Egypt, that was it. The mixing, they requested for mulatto. Mulatto was basically a defect of a defect, which is the Caucasian, a defect of the Caucasian, basically. And those who mixed, because obviously those who were creating were mixing with their creation, basically, they created a race whereby that's why you can have black people that can also have mulatto babies, so to speak, because there is some kind of mixture going on in there. So if you are a black person and you have mulatto babies, then you know that you are part of the creation of man, so to speak, or you have to look into your lineage, so to speak, to find out whether you are part of the creation of man. But that is facts. That's what happened, and this is where we are today. Because of that and the mixing and the migration, basically the forced migration, should I say, this is where we are today. So now you have to understand who you are first, basically, and then from there we can have a fight.
Who would be? Who are we then, brother?
Yeah, I was going to ask that. Who are we then, bro? Who are we then?
Well, I mean, there's two species out here. You have the Homo sapien, and you have the
star seeds.
No, I want to hear from him. I want to hear this. Who are we?
I said you have the Homo sapien and you have the humans, or the humankind.
Okay, what's your definition of a species then? Because you said there's two different species.
Well, I mean, okay. So, like I said, the carbonated beings were not created. They came through the waters, as our ancestors say, through the womb. The creation, which is the beings that were created, They were created in the lab, obviously, so they came outside of human beings. So I mean, they are the ones.
No, I'm sorry,
Hold
bro.
on. Let me just say this. Let me just say this. This is why, because they were trying to clone the human, the carbonated people. They used all kinds of things. In the end, what was closest that they used was sheep. This is why there's always sheep referred to human beings.
Excuse me, brother. Let me ask you a question. Basically, was they doing this back in antiquity? Was they doing this back in antiquity, sir?
Yeah.
They were cloning sheep. They were cloning sheep for people.
It's in the Sumerian text. I'm not saying it. This is what the Sumerian text is telling us. This is what the Sumerian text is telling us. So I'm not saying it just out of it.
Can you bring that up, please?
They were combining sheep. They were combining sheep DNA with people DNA to make new species.
That's true.
Well, they do it today. I mean, when they were cloning, hold on. When they were cloning in modern times, I think it was in the 80s, they used the sheep.
No, I'm talking about an antiquity.
No, we're talking about Sumerian time.
Yeah.
Can you pull it up?
That's pseudo, brother. I'm sorry, that's pseudo.
Yeah,
no,
wait.
You
can't just say that.
The proof is in the hair, basically. The different textures of hair that you see. Basically,
that's assumption.
If you were all the same,
you want us to assume, but you want us to assume that.
That's not an assumption. That's not so you're telling me that wool hair people originate in Asia and India and Europe and over here in the West? Wool hair, non-ether hair people originate in countries around Africa. That hairstyle, that hair texture don't originate in Africa.
What, Moses? We got to go back.
That's not what he's saying, though, Moses. He's saying that it comes from sheep.
I mean, they cloned them.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not rocking with the whole. That's
they
that
were trying to get the closest. This is why the curly hair is the closest to the carbonated hair, which is the kinky afro hair.
You mean hair like this right here, right?
Yeah, like yours, God. Yeah, like yours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can have hair like that. You can have hair like that, but that also could be due to mixing, basically, because there could be mixing coming down from way down the line. And then
hold on a minute. So let me ask you another question, because this is coming like Enoch. So, good brother, how many? And just bear with me. How many? You have 2 parents, right? 4 grandparents. 16 great grandparents, 32, so on and so on. You understand this, right?
Yep.
Are you 100% not mixed then as a carbonated being?
No,
no. I want to hear from him, Moses.
Okay.
Am I 100% not mixed? You're saying to me?
Yeah, as a carbonated being. Are you 100% carbonated being?
Well, yeah. I would say that.
See,
yes.
This is pseudo. It's brother. It don't make any sense what you're saying.
Hold on.
Really? No, I gotta go.
Hold on. I'm an original being because I'm from Africa, first and foremost. And
but how would you know? How about all of your ancestors?
Right. Say what?
You said, but how about your ancestors that were mixed, that were in Africa? Is everyone in Africa not mixed with this carbonate, with these hybrids, you're saying?
No, not everyone is mixed. The Ashantis are not mixed. They're pure blood.
That's true.
So what about the folklore? I mean, you go through your family folklore. Do they tell you that it was mixed like that?
No. Okay, look, the Ashantis fought the British 5 times. They fought the Arabs, basically, trying to get away because they didn't want to mix. This is the history, and this is why we are where we are. And you could go Google it. You could go look it up. We're not mixed.
Okay.
I will say in his case, though, his ancestors did not violate the bloodline law as much as mine did. I mean, you look at him, you look at me, my ancestors were more disobedient to ancient Africans' bloodline law than his. I mean, of course, he probably is, got some mixture, but yeah, I don't think that any of us is like the Ashantis. None of us are 100% anymore. But but
brother Moses and brother Joseph, you're talking about since the time up to Sumerians, right? That's what you said, right?
That's antiquity, man.
Yeah.
Hold on, Santan. You said Sumerians, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, it would be considered Sumerians. Yeah.
No, he said Sumerians, and Sumerian, the Sumerian civilization would be over what, 8,000? I'm not the expert on that. At least 6,000 years ago.
Yep, a long way.
Yeah, they definitely back there with the Kemetic civilization.
Right.
What's your point?
So my point is, if he's talking about that, the hybridization which went on from way back when, how could he be so sure that right now him in 2025 is a pure carbonated blood? It makes no sense. You have a thought. I just looked up. For example, 10 generations ago, you would have 1,000 ancestors. That's just, and your ancestors would have thousands and thousands. So for you in 2025 to be talking about, oh, I'm 100% carbonated being is completely pseudo.
All right, so let me explain something to you. You see, my ancestors, they always grouped together and they moved together. Wherever they went, they moved together. So this is why they stuck together and they kept their culture and their traditions to this day and their language, so to speak.
You know the name of the tribe?
Yeah, Ashanti.
Ashanti. Oh, you're Ashanti.
Okay. Yeah. But not just the Ashanti, but the Akan in general, the Akan tribe in general. Not just the Ashanti.
I'm just gonna look it up. That's all.
Yeah, please do. But yeah, they always group together. So the bulk of I mean, I'm not saying that there isn't some people who are mixed. Of course there is, but the bulk of the people are not.
Okay. All right. I want to say this, Brother Moses, that I saw someone in the chat when I talked about the brother would know about this. You know about brother, the Akan brother, you know about the Anansi stories?
Sure.
Right. Someone in the chat was saying, oh, that's not been taught in America. We don't have that in the US. They're wrong. And this is where people, especially with the new, obviously the debates around the FBA, when people talk about Brother Rabbit or Brother Rabbit, that comes from the Akan, the Anansi tradition, which was found in the southern US. So when I talked about that, I just want to correct some people in the chat. They were saying that what I'm talking about.
That's actually true because it's based on the World Wide Web. It's like, you know, looking for information. If you want information, you go to the Anansi story. Sometimes you get information or you get some understanding for some kind of situation in there. So it's similar to like the World Wide Web, where you Google a question and it gives you basically your answer, but it's just the web is the modern way of doing things, so to speak.
No, the Anansi stories were parables and proverbs that were taught in West Africa to teach lessons.
That's what I mean. This is what I'm saying. There's all kinds of things in there, from teaching, whether it's history, lessons, everything. There's everything in there. This is what I'm saying.
Let me read this to you. Yes, the Ashanti people are not a single isolated group, but rather the result of mixture of smaller Akan groups who unified to form the Ashanti Confederacy. Like all human populations, they have a complex history involving ancient admixtures and immigration.
Yeah, you see, the Ashanti the Akans are the bigger tribe, basically. The Ashanti, word Ashanti comes from Asa Inti. That means because of war. So all the other tribes gathered together because of war to become one tribe to fight off the British and or other assailants after them. Correct, basically. So this is where the tribe Ashanti comes from. Yes. So yeah, in a way, yeah, you're right. What you read.
Okay. I just, like I said, before I go to knocking a man down, I'm gonna do my fact checking. That's all. Because we get some guys on here that go far off the railings, man. So you got to source up or shut up. Because you can't just come on this site in this community saying anything, because we gonna want to know as a group, not, and personally, I want to know because I learned The men who can't learn anymore might as well go ahead and lay down. Go be a hermit or something. Go kick the bucket. If you can't be corrected and you can't concede to a loss because you were wrong, then you have a problem, a mental problem. The mind is always susceptible to learning, man. I don't care if I was 100. I might learn something different tomorrow. So that's my kind
Brother Suntan.
Yes.
Brother Suntan, you do HVAC, right?
Yes.
Exactly. So from the ages of 0 to 18, let's say you had a son and you were, bringing him up from the ages of 0 to 18.
Right.
What do you think your priority would be? Would it be teaching him about Sumeria, about the Elohim, or would it be teaching him a trade and skill in order to create independence for himself and his people and his nation?
Last one, to teach him life and to learn to trade or skill. That's what I would be teaching him.
Last question then. Over the past 100 years, or you could say 50 years, or the time that we've been alive, what do you think Black people around the world, whether you were in the Caribbean, whether you were in the States, whether you were,
I know where you're going.
What's been the majority of their energy put towards? Would it be towards religion, or would it be towards that technology and science?
Religion.
There we go. We can talk so much about the Bible, about all of these different verses, about this and that, so on and so on. But if you ask them about heating and cooling and how to do that for the house, they wouldn't have a clue.
Right.
And
right,
see, that's
so now
the
you're
reason why
going
I'm always
into kind of like trying to get people together, basically, and seeing what we can do for liberation, which is a good thing.
All right, time out, everybody. It looks like we're gonna have to try to go for next Sunday. Don't look like the people ready for the debate yet today, wow. which is stupid because they don't want to show no support, which is fucking ridiculous to me. They always wanting something for free, and
they got an opinion.
And so I'll see y'all next Sunday. Those who support it still goes on for the count.
I sent you my $40, sir.
Hey, sir, your cat.
Hey, you know what, brother? You know what? Send me your email. I could probably send it to you and let you watch it.
I sent my email to the yahoo.com already today.
I sent in 50.
One mic.
I should be able to send it to you with your email. You got a Gmail account, right?
It says the King Alpha way.
Okay.
Gmail, right?
Okay. Got you.
Yeah, it's a Gmail. Yeah.
I got you. Just don't send it out to nobody.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't. That's why.
So we can still watch it. Those of us that had paid for it, we can still watch it because that was a long debate. I want to see it again.
Yeah, it would have been on YouTube. I would have showed it on YouTube.
We have to wait for next week.
For those of us that pay for it, is the link still accessible to us?
What is it on Patreon, sa.neter?
No.
Okay.
No, the link is not still accessible to us that paid that $30.
Nah.
No, it doesn't work. Zoom don't work like that.
Dang, that mess was fire, bro.
I sent in 50.
All right, y'all can continue the conversation.
Okay.
Hey, sir, your Cash App not working, bro.
I know. I noticed it. Man. I noticed something was going on with it. But my PayPal works.
I was trying to help the people.
I was throwing the link into my PayPal.
All right. Yeah, throwing the link. I was trying to help the people out. I bought the ticket. I seen it already. It was nice.
Yeah.
Hey, sa.neter, share my screen, man. I want to ask the doc about this right quick.
Yeah, the doc is very intuitive, man.
Yeah. Hey, Doc, you know what that is?
That's a scallop beetle, ain't
it? No, that's not what it is. Yo,
it looks. I don't know. It looks like some sort. Oh, it's a fish. It looks like a fish.
The end of it.
A catfish.
Okay. Hold on a second. Hold on.
That's what that looks like, a catfish.
All right, hold on. I gotta give y'all another hint.
Is that like some fish
armor? I know to show the next one. Now y'all know what that symbol was?
Dogon.
Do y'all know about the Dogon tribe?
Yeah, of course.
And the Navajo deity?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the reason why I was asking you that, Doc, because you was going in on dude, like how, this was like thousands and thousands of years ago. How can he say that he's still a carbonated being, right? But what I was showing y'all in regards to panspermia, when the development in the water or the evolution is taking place in the water, there's still going to be a DNA trait that's left over from that evolution point. And that DNA trait is referred to as an abnormality that is called preauricular sinus.
Yes, I know about preauricular sinus. Yeah, I've heard you talk about it before.
Yeah, you cannot. All species in the water, even the mammals have like the dolphins, the whales, they have the blowhole, and then of course your sharks, your fish, they got gills. At one point we had that. And that's really what that abnormality is, that preauricular sinus. It's just junk DNA left over from the evolutionary period. So anybody with that can claim those people in East Africa or in that first civilization. They can claim those people as their ancestors if that junk DNA is showing up on and that's what the Bible talking about, for having this seal, the Lord God knoweth them that are his. You can't just be like, yo, I'm a child of God, or you can't go to our African ancestors and be like, hey, I'm one of your children. Let's say one of our African ancestors was here today and you come up to them like, hey, I'm one of your descendants. They're going to look at you. They're going to turn your head. They're going to look in your eye. They're going to look at your hands. They're going to look in your mouth to see if you have all of their DNA traits. And all of the DNA traits is the preauricular sinus, that 5-point star that's on the white part of your eye that orbits your eye lens like the North Star orbits the moon. In your mouth, there's a bone that runs down the center. A lot of people, the roof of a lot of people's mouth is a straight up U. And then there's people that's got like a W in the root of their mouth. And then they're going to look at hands because they're going to determine which hand you use the most. You're going to most likely be left-handed. And then also they will check your feet to see if you flat foot. So there are DNA traits that still trace back to those people in that African territory.
Hey, Moses, I got a question for you. Moses, I got a question for you due to your subject. How would you impose your ideology on the people of 2025? Because you try it here and you see you get called pseudo. So just what would you do on another platform different? Because like I said, Moses, it takes, it's a thing where you got to show and tell before somebody would really believe you, because you jump in the Bible and out the Bible, in the Bible, out the Bible. And all I'm trying to tell you is I like where you're coming from. Of course, it'd be nice if we could build a Black power structure community, but it got to start here. Then it can go over there. If people can't, then people not just gonna bail out here and go to no man's land to build something. If you want to build it, you start the building blocks here, then you move it over to your homeland. Do that make any sense to you?
Yeah, but son, yeah, that makes sense, bro. We've already built America. We gonna continue.
No, I'm saying the community, the community to build the structure in which you are posting your theory on.
Listen, the United States is the community that we've been building. You're not
gonna get the whole United States to go.
Listen, then that right there is a issue of Stockholm syndrome. We already know our ancestors built America. We already know our ancestors built America. If we are building up, and now we're the descendants, we are maintaining what our ancestors built for these white supremacists. So we're gonna continue to maintain what our ancestors built under oppression and duress. We already have everybody, bro. We got the wealthy Black people. We got the Black scientists, the mathematicians, the engineers, the farmers. We got everybody. The nation is already built. All we got to do is stop this division stuff, come together as that one body, because people always talk about the chosen one, the chosen one. That's not about one individual. It's talking about that nation that started the first civilization and created Ma'at laws, the heaven that was on earth. That is the one. It says many are called, but few are chosen. There are a few of us. Maybe it is that 144,000 that are already doing stuff here. All we got to do is come together like Voltron and build it over there. And then that way we ain't ever got to worry about white supremacists oppression our descendants. I don't want my grandbabies here. I don't want my grandbabies. Huh?
How old are you?
55.
So I would surmise that you keep on your journey, you know.
But man, I'm dealing with stiff neck. The stiff neck.
But see, it's not gonna be easy. Yeah. But if you gonna try to press this thing, man, I just say go. You know, you got to keep forward, and you got to take the bumps and bruises and everything that come with it. You trying to put some knowledge down to people who not accepting it at this point. So I would surmise that you really buckle down and get it together if you want this thing to work.
Hey, Suntan, you know what I'm realizing though, bro? The same people that came against Marcus Garvey, who had the same understanding of the Bible, that he understood that, man, this Bible is actually about ancient Kemetic people, and then trying to go back to Ethiopia to rebuild an empire that he know of the Aksumite Empire. The same Negroes that was fighting against him back then, talking about Garvey must go. Those are the same Negroes I'm fighting against today. Stockholm syndrome, man. Y'all call me pseudo, but I think Stockholm syndrome.
Hey, Moses, they're gonna always be here. So that's why, you know, I just saying that because sometimes I look at you, man, and I say this guy got a lot of knowledge, but you got a different curriculum. In order to impose this curriculum, you got to come stronger, man, and you can't push it on nobody. You got to put the information out there that looks like it's going to work, or you're going to be stuck and you're going to frustrate yourself. That's all I can say.
I understand, God, but check this out. And I'm gonna land. I know other people want to speak, so I'm gonna make this short, about maybe 30 seconds. When I proposed the idea of this, I refer to it as a precision boycott on toilet paper, meaning that I wanted to try to get. Okay, so there's 42 million Black folks here in America, according to the census. But I know we're not going to get all 42 million Black folks to buy toilet paper off of this platform. So I figured maybe 10% of that number. So that's like 4 million Black folks, right? And then try to get them to not buy their toilet paper from the grocery stores and the drugstores that they always going to. There's this thing that's called affiliate marketing. If sa.neter would set up affiliate marketing to where people can buy Scott tissue, Charmin, whatever toilet tissue you like to use, have them buy it from off this platform, and then that would create the money that we need to start building or setting up the foundation. That money would be coming in every 2 weeks, at least once a month. People change out toilet paper twice, but they definitely have it, you know, they replacing it once a month. Now think of 4 million people buying toilet paper. Let's say we buy it for $3 and we sell it for $7. So we got a profit.
Hey, I use newspaper, Moses.
Say it again, sir. Say it again, bro. You said they are going to use newspaper.
That was a joke.
He said he uses newspaper.
I know. But I'm telling you that if we could get Black folks to understand how much money they can make every year toward the things that we need to do, man, we could have been up out of here. We could have been building a real Wakanda over there. And I say Lalibela, Ethiopia all the time because a lot of Black people are Christians over here. So obviously the place that we would be able to be successful building.
There you go, Brother Moses. There you go again. There you go again. You're obsessed with Ethiopia.
But I mean, because that's what I mean. Come on, bro. That was the place that was last colonized. They don't have the same colonized mind that people in West Africa have. I've never seen an Ethiopian scam nobody, bro.
Let me explain something to you. Hold on a minute. Let me explain something to you. But the first thing is, you see what you were talking about with the toilet paper affiliate marketing and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the best things I've ever heard you say, to be honest, because sa.neter used to do a thing. A lot of people don't understand that I actually went to Hampton University, which is in Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
So they might hear a little accent or whatever, but they don't realize that I spent a lot of time in the States. I've been listening to sa.neter, following sa.neter for a long, long time. Mm-hmm. My point in saying that is that what you talked about, remember sa.neter used to have this thing, something called sa.neter University. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
Yeah, I know.
Right. Now, what you're talking about, I hope Sa's listening. I know he goes off and does his own thing and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But what you're talking about now is sa.neter Marketplace, which is something that he should do. And it's something that, like you said, people can, just like how we're coming on here. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to purchase toilet paper, me and the brother in the UK. But other things we may be able to purchase and stuff like that, because I do purchase stuff off of Amazon, and we can do affiliate links, and then, you know, people sa.neter can then distribute the money to his community in the way that he thinks fit. Mm-hmm. But as you said, you mentioned Marcus Garvey. What was Marcus Garvey's biggest barrier to the unification of Black people across the world? Was it the anti-ness that he got from other people who didn't believe in what he believed in, or was it not having a secure economic base?
I would say it was not having a secure economic base.
It was his own people.
And I mean, it led to his own people because he could not put that kind of money in his people's pocket. If he had the ability to put that kind of money in his people's pocket, he would not have, that whole movement would have took off, man.
Brother Santan, the thing is, if he had the money, he could have bought his own ship. He could have done all the different things he had to do. But because he didn't have the money, he had to depend on, doing this mail thing, which is where they caught him up. They said, oh, he's committing mail fraud and all this stuff.
Right.
So my point is, that's why I said what you said just now is one of the best things I've ever heard you say, because it's not through our overstanding of Sumeria, of the Dogon. All those things are culturally important, culturally relevant. Mm-hmm. But our true economic power, and this is what Brother Santan is trying to tell you, you can achieve more when we establish a secure economic base.
Facts.
That's where we can achieve more. I used to be, like I was telling that other brother, I used to focus a lot on the social movements as well, social, religious, social stuff. And then I had to realize that you actually cannot create the types of changes that you want. You can't set up no school. You can't set up no airplane, no shipping. You can't provide no food, no farms, nothing like that, no hospitals, unless you have a secure economic base. And this is why I said the majority of time we spend on this platform, which I really appreciate, is spent talking on things that really are fairy tales. It's not even based on things like the Dogon and things like that. And this is an important point.
Let me just say this though. I mean, what you're trying to say is good, but we need clarity. And with clarity, that means that you have to know what you're doing and who's doing what, basically. And so therefore, it comes with knowledge of self. Why do I say knowledge of self? Because then if you have knowledge of self, you understand your position better, rather than if you belong to a certain group and they put you somewhere, you say, oh, no, it's because I'm from this group or from that group or whatever. No.
I agree.
This is how we used to do things back in ancient times. And they did we have to accept reality that they did create beings which are amongst us. That's the reality of life. We can't go around it, basically. So therefore that needs to be sorted out first. Once that's sorted out. I'm sorry?
You said they created beings. Who created beings?
Well, like I said, in the Sumerian text, it's all right, it's all in there. These beings were created and
human beings.
Human beings. Well, yeah, you could say human beings.
But they was created through man and woman, right?
No, they were actually created in a lab.
All right, but that's kind of going off the tracks for me.
And also,
okay, have you read this Sumerian text?
I'm gonna have to.
Right.
But this is what I'm saying. You who, like you said, you're a proud Ashanti, you come from the Akan nation, so on and so on. Why are you going all the way over to Samaria to find your origin story?
No, you're not understanding. You're not understanding. You see, okay, let me break it down like this. Before all of that, it was just us, right? A group of us decided to go and make humans, basically, for whatever purpose that was, basically. And that's what they did. But they took themselves away to the Mesopotamian area and did that. And that's where Sumeria is, basically.
Yeah, but it wasn't that much sophistication back there in antiquity. That's too much medical technology. I mean, medical technology to have back there to create another being, right?
And plus, I think the story.
I thought the Sumerian text was the creator story of taking the Gigi into the lab and trying to produce slaves.
Y'all got to stop it with this laboratory stuff. That story is about children created by the universe, with children that the earth created. That's it. It's about bloodline mixing. No, there
Right.
was no
That's
lab.
what it's about.
Hey, where
Ain't
you
no
get
labs
this
involved. It's
lab?
about mixing the
I'm
two.
just speaking on what he was saying as
Yeah,
far as the
but
Sumerian
You see,
text.
the
I just
thing
don't
is,
want to
okay,
say pseudo. I'm just saying because I
let me
don't
ask
know
a
what it is.
question.
Dr. David, can you
You
speak on this?
talking? You
Dr.
talking
David,
about
can you
Inky
speak
in
on
them,
that?
right?
You
No,
saying the
I'm okay.
Sumerian
Look,
text?
hold
Then
on.
you
I'm
got
just saying,
different. You got
basically,
tablets.
when you read something, people make up a story in their mind after they read something, rather than sticking to what they've just read and breaking down what they've read. Basically, now if you go and read the Sumerian text, it will tell you that they were creating beings. Basically, they create you could call it slave beings, whatever, but they were beings.
Yeah.
But are you talking
And
about
that's all
the
I'm saying.
God?
They created beings.
The
Yeah, who was
Sumerian text was 5,000, 4,000 BCE. We're now in 2025. That's 7,000 years ago. The Sumerian text, which is in an isolated part of the so-called Middle East, Persia, that sort of area, has nothing to do with West Africa, to do with Africa in general per se. The Sumerian text is just a story of some people. You might as well use, why don't you talk about the Aborigines, for example, from Australia and their creation story? Why are you putting all this credence on the Sumerian text?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I never heard of that.
let me just say the Sumerian text, the Mesopotamian texts are the most prominent in our civilization today.
But them are
i.e.,
Arabs, right?
I'm sorry?
Those are Arabs, right?
There was no Arabs back then, Sultan. There was no
East,
Arabs back
Well,
then.
when I say Arabs, I mean the phenotype of an Arab.
Hey,
They wasn't people who look like us.
They was mulattoes.
Listen,
it was
there's a
Iraqi.
reason why
There you
everything
go.
points
There you go.
to
Thanks,
Mesopotamia.
Maroon.
Yeah,
There
no
was
problem.
yeah. I'm just saying they wasn't our phenotype.
No, they was Iraqi. Yeah.
No, they
That's
was
all I'm
mulattoes.
saying. So that don't have nothing to do with us per se. And
No.
Joseph, you are
No.
from Africa. You are you had nothing to do with that sort of phenotype. And Moses, that's
Hold
when
on,
you come in
Santan,
when you
let me
saying the
ask you a
mixing
question.
part, and he's saying they never mix, so it can get confusing.
All right, Santan, let me ask you a question. Were the
Go ahead.
Egyptians our phenotype? Or
Yeah.
the
Yes.
Cometians?
The Cometics, yes.
Yes.
So how can the Sumerians not be our phenotype when they came before the Egyptians?
The admixtures
before
and
the
the
Egyptians.
Sumerians, it's been an argument about that. We got a guy named Zion Lex, and he says the Sumerians was before the Egyptians.
You can't say that. You have to talk about timelines because you have different dynasties. Because you have the pre-dynastic period as well.
Right.
But when you're talking about Sumerian civilization, for example, it is very, very, very early. It's on par. It's on par with Kemet. But there are different peoples around the world. There's different evidence of different peoples around the world during the time of the Sumerians, during the times of the Kemetics, because they show on the Kemetic what's the word I'm looking for? Stone reliefs. They show images of different people with different skin tones. So that's not hard to. People have been on this earth for many thousands and thousands of years.
No, see, you're wrong. The Sumerian.
I'm not wrong. I'm basing it on evidence. You're basing stuff on some conjecture.
Hold on. Let me just explain something. The Sumerian civilization was more so on par with the Canaanite civilization because that came prior to the Sumerian civilization. So I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, the Kemet one came after the Sumerian civilization. So how are you planting these modern day so-called Arabs in between the Canaanite civilization and the Cometian civilization? And both of them were Africans, so to speak. Or it was around the times where Africans were around, so to speak, that time.
What I don't understand the nature of that. What you're trying to say?
Well, I mean, if the Canaanites,
when you look at, and I've seen it before. I was just looking it up again. When you look at Sumerian reliefs, they do not look like West Africans. They don't look like
No,
what's
sir.
shown
They
in
look like Arabs.
Kemet.
No.
They
No,
look like
sir.
Arabs.
No. You see, that's what they told you. That's
No,
see,
that's the
No, that's
picture.
what they look
Put a
like.
label
basically.
under there.
Say what?
The Syrians and all of them, they put a label under there with a name. So, hey, like I said, when you have colonized the world and you have all the power, the resources, you can print what you want to print and let the world have to take it from there. So we, as a people look like me and you, because I don't want to say black as a color construct back in antiquity, right? But we understood that we was overtaken and invaded and admixtures over the years, over the dynasties, admixture. So if you go back to Egypt now, they look like these Arabs at the store, that at the gas station. But back in antiquity, they looked like me and you, brother.
No, you see, that's not possible. That, in other words, what you're saying is that all these other people came out of us. How can that be possible?
Yeah. No, the mixture, the admixture came out of us.
They came out of us through mutation. That's how it's possible.
See, all of this is alien talk, mutation, admixture. What is that?
No, that's not.
Okay.
Hold on. We're talking basic.
Right.
The reason why you have a mulatto, two black people can have a mulatto baby is because of defects. Basically, that's what that is. Because if two black people have so-called a baby, they should be able to withstand the sun. The fact that they can't withstand the sun means there's a defect there. I already explained why that defect is because of mixing from the Sumerian civilization. I already explained that. Now I'm saying to you that as black people, where did this other mixing come into it, whereby you guys are saying the Sumerian civilization was some kind of admixture or some kind of what's the other word that you used? I don't understand.
Okay, hold on a minute. You just said that with two black people, I assume you're referring to, let's say, two dark-skinned black people can have you said a mulatto child?
Yeah.
So how often does that actually happen?
Not often.
Not often, right? So there are some internet cases, for example, that recent one where you see an African couple had a child that looked whitish, right?
Right, blue eyes.
Right? Is that true?
I'm saying to you that these are the defects. I already said that to you.
Yes, but that's something that's very, very rare, isn't it?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. So the majority of times, people that have a certain phenotype, their children come out with some aspects of those phenotypes, right? Yes or no?
Yeah, if they're two dark-skinned people, yeah.
That's right. But changes do happen because you said prove it doesn't make sense. People can have, for example, children that have Down syndrome, or they can have albinism. They can have many, many different genetic defects. Do you agree?
Yeah, you're talking defects, yes.
No, but defects come through mutations. They come through random changes within DNA.
No, that's what they told you. That's
okay.
messy.
Hold on. Who's the they? Who is the they? Who's the they?
You're scientists. Let me just say this to you. Defects happen because these guys were experimenting basically on trying to get the perfect being, so to speak.
Okay, but hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
And now, hold on 1 second, please, sir. 1 second. Today, as we speak, the defects happen because of a whole load of things: pollution, water, food, the whole load of you can mix it all up. This is why defects happen today. But in those days, it was a different scenario.
Okay, hold on a minute, though. So who has more evidence to prove the origin of a genetic defect? The science based on today, for example, where we can observe mutations happening, as you said, through environmental pollutions like dioxins in frogs, and we can do these things in the lab with tadpoles, or you who's reading the Sumerian text and proposing a theory about it?
I'm not proposing a theory about it. I'm saying to you what I read.
You're saying that you read that they had genetic defects and mutations in the Sumerian text.
No, sir. I'm saying to you that they were creating beings, and in the Sumerian text, they said they tried various methods, so they came out with different type of beings.
Who was creating the beings?
beings.
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Who was creating the beings?
That's what I want to know.
These carbonated people, these, whether there were 300
You're being
or whatever.
elusive.
This is why the Bible or quote, the Bible will say, let us make man in our image, because it wasn't one person doing it, it was a few.
And I
So
asked
now
you
you're mixing the Bible in as
who
well.
is these?
Yeah.
I'm mixing
Can I ask a
everything
question?
because everything is information. They're trying to tell you
Everything I've heard, but everything I've heard you, everything I've heard
you together using your computer.
One mic.
Sorry, Santan. Everything I've heard, everything I've heard you mix is nothing to do with West Africa. It's all to do with Mesopotamia. First, you mentioned Samaria. Then you're talking about the Bible just now, but then you're saying, oh, you're mixing everything in. Again, it's that same mental illness that we all have. We're infatuated. Hold on a minute. Hold on, really quickly. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
I just want
let him talk, bro.
It's the same infatuation that we have that's been given to us, as sa.neter will show, as Dr. Walter Williams shows. When we were born, we were not born with any knowledge of religion. All the religious knowledge we have is passed down from someone else.
Right.
And the fact that we are so focused on the Mesopotamian, Levant-based religions, and now you're bringing in Sumerian as well, shows you that actually it's not from everywhere else. It's coming from specific influences that have gone into your brain.
All right.
Is sa.neter still here?
Can
he share the screen for me, please?
Hold on. If I say to you that the books that you are calling religion are not religious books, but they are actually books that are telling you about your past.
When you said let us make man, you went to the Bible, bro. When you said let us make man, you went to the Bible.
No. I'm saying to you that those books, if you put them all together, they're telling you where you're from and who people are.
But why do we need? Why do we need the? Why do we need the?
Hold on, William.
I can quote from the Egyptian text, and I can quote from the Bible. I could quote from any kind of text because they all are telling you the same thing.
Okay.
Which is what?
That's why I want sa.neter to share the screen, man. I think I can help this brother a little bit.
There are different beings on the planet. We're not all the same, because if we were all the same, first and foremost, we'll be treated all the same. I heard this, a lady said this, I heard a lady say this, and I'm repeating that, but it's true. If we were all the same, we'll be treated the same. We're not treated the same, therefore we're not all the same. So if we're not all the same,
that's not true.
We have to
that's
take
not
down
true.
who's who. It's just simple.
It's not true, bro. We're the same. We're just not treated the same because of a construct, a color construct, and then the colonizer of people. That's why we're not treated the same. It's not.
And an economic construct.
We are the human beings.
Hold on, but who brought in all these things?
The colonizers. When you come, if I came into your house,
where did the colonizer come from? Where did they come from?
Let me use an example. If I came into that house you sitting there right now with guns and took over your house, then everything that comes out of that house is going to be what I want it to be, not what you want to be, and it's your house. So that's the same with the world and the colonization of the world. They colonized with that gun, and they overpowered people, and they took over and they fed them a narrative. And if you didn't do it, you get your head cut off or you get hurt. So the bottom line is this: colonization is a strong process. Once the Europeans colonized the world, then they decided to take over the world, and they got it set at a construct. And we call it today the status quo. We know how it goes. It's because we did, as Black people, you know the status quo over where you at, but we understand that we're not in control of it. So I'll stop there.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
Right. The Old Testament is about the colonization of the Middle Easterner, right? And the New Testament is about the colonization of the Greeks and Romans, right? So the God of the Old Testament is not the same God of the New Testament. And so when I'm listening to him, break down what he's saying, I'm like, it doesn't add up if he understood that these are two different systems, at play here. It seems like you're like conflating them and making them all one thing. And when you're talking about the Middle Easterner, it's like you don't. It's, for some reason, it don't seem like you getting that those are different people. Those are not black people. Those are Middle Easterners.
Right. With a different phenotype.
Right, they're different people, but you're saying that it's based on the Sumerian text. Now, when I'm thinking about the Sumerian text, I go, okay, so you talking about Enki and them, and how they was making man, which we would get Adam, but this is also a creation story.
Right.
So I'm only saying that because I know you was asking, did we know about that? And I'm like, it is not saying what you're portraying that is saying. It's saying something totally different.
Dang, I wish I could share the screen, man.
That's what I was trying to do.
How old is the Sumerian text?
They're old. I don't know.
Roughly.
Let's just say 6,000 to 7,000 years old.
Okay.
But
so
that's
the Caucasian himself will tell you that his existence has been here only in the past 5,000 years ago, maybe 6 maximum. So why are you saying to me that these Sumerians are a mixed breed, if we're going by that logic?
Well, it's 3100 BCE, y'all.
That's what I'm saying. You got to go, because I'm thinking you taking a Sumerian text and then you got the Emerald tablets, and it's like the Emerald tablets is basically where the creation story come from, and the Sumerian text is where all what led off of the creation story, as far as now you got mulattoes, and then you'll have Caucasian. That's why I was trying to. It's a kickback. That's why I'm trying to understand as far as what you saying, as far as the Sumerian, you just starting out like, okay, this 6,000 years ago text. Are you going further than that? Because then that'll be like what you'll be talking about is the Emerald tablets, and it's like you cramming up information, bunching up information with 2 different timelines.
Right.
All right. Okay. Look, fam, let me jump in here, fam. Please. I wish I could share my screen, but I can't. So I'm gonna tell y'all what the understanding is from an African study standpoint. So we know that civilization really is showing up in Naphtha Playa, and at that time you would consider that civilization as a matriarchy, where our mothers was basically in charge of the civilization. Now there's this bloodline law that our mothers gave us that we're not supposed to be mixing with no outside nations, right? But what happens is with the migrations, we see that they're migrating from at least Congo into the Kushite territory where Kemet is located. And then you have those people pushing into the territory that he's calling Sumeria. I don't agree with the laboratory stuff. I just believe that there were Africans that migrated into that Sumerian territory, and they started mixing with Asians, Indians, and Caucasians that was in that area. Now, this is the sad part. When that admixture started coming in, the ones that did not have enough melanin to really go into Africa, like even get into the Congo, because the sun was going to cause them some problems. If you want to talk about laboratories and experiments being done, you would have to consider that it is possible that people that were melanin recessive started coming up with ways or ideas of how they could gain access into that territory. So that would make them, look for really, really dark people to start making children with. And when their children came of age and had enough melanin to go back into Africa and start, getting their hands on the resources, maybe that's where that whole laboratory story is coming from. I don't believe in the laboratory story, but maybe that is their metaphorical way of explaining how melanin recessive people came up with a way to get into Africa. You know what I'm saying?
You're building a story yourself right now.
But how else? I mean, if there was this story, he's saying that the Sumerian text is about a laboratory experiment, but maybe the laboratory experiment was just melanin recessive people coming up with a way to, actually get into Africa, because we do know that Africa is under the boot of the Western and European powers. Africa don't have control over their resources no more, and it's probably because of what happened in Sumeria. Melanin recessive people finding a way to get enough melanin to get into that area so that they would not have issues with the sun during the time that sunscreen didn't exist.
See, that's where you went wrong just now.
Moses. Yeah, I'm listening.
Check this out. If y'all ever had a baby, right? Y'all have children.
Right.
And once you had a child, and once that child is born, haven't you seen green spots on that child?
Okay, I missed that. Repeat that, Matter. You got to say it a little bit.
When you had a child, because I got 9 of them. When that baby is born, when you look at that baby, have you ever seen green patches on your child?
No, I only have 2 children. I didn't see any green spots, bro.
Yes, I've seen that happen before. Yes. What's up?
Yes. So therefore, our ancestors spoke on that. Look at Sar himself, green. All this is genetically, and then they play with genetics so much. And then you speaking of the sun. The sun is gonna block everybody. That's what lets you know who belongs where. Right? Because like right now, I don't know if we can speak like this openly, but who have the most skin? Like when it come down to skin cancer, who is the leading in skin cancer? What country?
Melanin recessive people.
Australia.
Israel, Australia, Israel, and everything else. So the brother spoke about the brothers that's in Australia. They create the story. Don't you know they got hieroglyphs over in Australia that speak about the creation story?
That's right.
Way before Sumeria. But then Sumeria adopted to it because those people was traveling over there.
Oh, so shoot. I'm sorry. Maroon, you need to go watch Rabbit Proof Fence, because that supports what Meadow Williams is saying. Did you ever see the movie Rabbit Proof Fence? How the white people was breeding out the Aboriginals just so they could basically have access to the territory?
But Moses, this is a good point that I need to segue on. The danger of what is happening to quote unquote you and to the brother Yasef and so on is you literally said about just before that brother spoke, you said that the reason why the black people in Africa, for example, have lost their territory is possibly because of the entry that they were able to get in, because so they can deal with the sun, and that would have come from the Sumerians. You said, do you recall saying something like that?
Yeah, but you mixed it up a little bit. I'm saying that the melanin recessive people in Sumeria were able to gain access to Africa because they were mixing with African people.
Right, but you related it to today, and you said the reason why people are losing their territory now in Africa is because of that.
No, I'm saying Africa is in a situation that it's in today because of what happened in the past.
And that's the problem there, because when we look at these fairy tales and we lose touch with the actual reality, the problem with Africa today, the problem why it's losing, for example, it's lost its sovereignty, the problem why we have the divisions, the tribal divisions due to the carving up of Africa, blah, 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 so on and so on. It's nothing to do with Samaria. It's nothing to do with labs and so on. It's to do with white supremacy, racism, slavery, and neocolonialism.
Yeah.
And a big part of that is that same Bible and the same fairy tale stuff that a lot of people are talking about. And so when you hold on a minute, hold on,
Moses. Let him go. Go ahead.
And so
Doc.
when you keep on going back to this information about, for example, the brothers talking about Samaria, you talk about, for example, obviously Genesis and the Hebrew and so on, you lose touch with the reality of what actually can free the people. I don't care if that's on the African continent or whether it's in America. Because even in America, it's that same. I hear a lot of the people who promote FBA, which is something I have actually a positive look towards. But the reality is that you're still a minority, and the majority are those people that hold the economic purse strings. People lose, because of this fairy tale, people lose touch with the things that actually can give us power.
But Doc, that's what I'm doing. I'm not dealing with the fairy tale side of it. I'm telling you what these fairy tales are really about. Kemet did fall because of admixtures, bro. That when the Bible talks about in Ezra chapter 9 verse 10 that you should not give your sons to their daughters, neither should you give your daughters to your sons. The fairy tale version is the Hebrew Israelite version where the invisible man.
I agree. What you're trying to
people.
You're trying to say, give us a warning.
Let him talk, Moses. Go ahead.
You're trying to give us a warning. I understand where you're coming from. Trust me. You're trying to say you're giving us a warning for the future and what we need to do. Basically, you want to keep it within the culture, keep it within the race. I completely agree with that. But what I'm saying is, you do yourself a disservice when you try to attach modern day realities of our situation, linking it back to those things. Especially if you're linking it back to things that actually cannot be proven, like the brother did with Samaria.
You see,
so it can't
be the problem. Hold on 1 second, Moses. Please.
Hold on, one mic.
The problem Dr. Roots is having is that he's thinking that the Mesopotamia area is to do with, well, it's not to do with Africa, but what you have to understand is Africans that created these beings. These are a few, 200, 300, like I was saying before. These were carbonated beings that created these other beings in Samaria. So when you say, oh, it's not African, yeah, it's African. It's all the same. It's all the same thing.
It's not, brother.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
It's not. You're talking about 7,000 years ago. The Africa of the Samaria, if you want to include Samaria, is not the same as, for example, your name is Yosef Samora, right?
Yeah.
That's your name. Samora, fine. Samora is a West African name. Yosef is sort of an Israelite name of some sort, or Hebrew name. Am I correct?
Correct, yeah.
There you go. So that shows that you have a direct link to West Africa today. The direct link you have to West Africa today is not the same as the African type of link that you're talking about with Samaria. And you're being disingenuous if you'd say they are.
No, because I'll tell you why. Because again, when you listen to my ancestors, they always say we came from somewhere. I mean, we didn't come from Africa. We came from somewhere. So we've traveled basically. And
do you know why they said that though?
You tell me.
When you say your ancestors.
They said that because like I tell you, I've studied this and been with the people, so on and so on. Many of them say, for example, they have Israelite origin, don't they? In their Khan.
That's the fairy tale.
Some say
hold on a minute. Some of them say they have Egyptian as well, the Yoruba, right?
Yeah.
The reason they say that is because of the Bible and what the Bible has done to them, that they want to claim something outside of themselves.
No, sir. I mean, you can listen. The Bible is intertwined with our everyday life, basically. That's why sometimes
now it is.
Escape. Hold on. Well, yeah, now it is. But I'm just saying, even those days it was too, because
no, it wasn't.
It was forced upon them.
That's right.
Upon them. through the Arabic slave trade and the Atlantic slave trade. So
not the Arabic slave trade.
It was part, from then onwards, it was part of our lifestyle. But before then, we had our own stuff. We were doing our own thing.
That's right. That's true. We were doing our own thing. And this is why I'm saying, why don't we focus on what our own thing was rather than skipping and jumping over to somebody else's thing?
And what I'm saying is, you understood the Bible.
It's a fear tactic. They give us this book, and we roaming around in fear, worried about if we going to heaven or hell while they enjoying themselves.
And what I'm telling y'all is these people don't understand the book. Because if they understood the book, Asians would not be on the continent of Africa. Europeans would not be on the continent of Africa. And no non-African people would be on the continent if they really understood the book the way it's supposed to be understood. The book foreigners are not supposed to be in Africa. So those people, you can't, what they got is they have white supremacists teaching them that book and they running with it. They got Arabs teaching them the books and they running with it. Ain't nobody looking at that book the way that ancient Africans that built the first civilization.
Hey, Moses.
Moses,
you got to stop this, man. When you say you ain't looking at the book the way you're supposed to look at the book.
They not.
There's no special way to look at this book called the Bible, brother. The Bible is open for interpretation. And this is why everybody interprets it the way they want to. That's it. This is not a book of the Almighty Creator. This is a book of the Almighty Man. That's it. Man wrote the Bible. And that's why man interprets it the way they want to. All right? There's no special way. Because if God wanted you to understand the Bible, if there's an almighty being God, he would protect his word. He would protect it and make it easy for the people.
We already did.
Grown-ass men acting like this is something special. The Bible is nothing special, brother. It's special to the white man because he know how he got y'all mind. He got you. The richest man in the world don't believe in no goddamn Bible. Trump
so
don't believe in the courthouse. Trump don't believe in the Bible.
Why is in the courthouse?
He believe in the God of his money, brother.
Why do
believe in money?
Why you gotta
and see, Negroes like y'all, and when I say y'all, I'm not talking about you on the panel. Negroes like y'all will try to make you believe money is nothing. We don't need money. Why is y'all worried about money? See, that's Negro talking.
That's right.
Negro in you, brother.
No,
the Bible is open. Hold on, Santan. The Bible is open for interpretation for any goddamn body to interpret it. And that's why the white man put in there, lean not on your own understanding. He wants you to lean on his understanding and what he put in the book. So y'all got to stop this foolishness, man. Acting like this is the book of life. Shit. Moses think this is the book of life.
No,
and that we should live our life according to the Bible.
Stop it.
What was we doing before there was a Bible, Moses? You think we waited until the white man created a Bible for us to live?
We were telling our children to not marry foreigners and give them access to our land. We gave honor to the son because the son was keeping these foreigners out of the land. And the only way that the son could continue to keep foreigners out of the land is if we didn't mix bloodline with them. That's what we was telling them. And that's what the Bible is actually saying. But y'all want to go with the white man's narrative, though.
So Moses, do the Bible tell you, do you need the Bible to teach you how to raise your children?
No,
how to be a good person?
No. I keep showing y'all definitions of these English words for a reason. I don't just read the Bible, bro. I'm looking at the language of these people in the East African territory.
You breaking the word down, the etymology of the words that's written in the Bible, because really all the words that's written in the Bible is not what it really means. Because you got to go. I'm talking about word for word to see what they really mean in different languages, in different areas. That's why the Bible is put together that way. It's a puzzle, man. It's a mystery. to keep us focused on either I'm gonna go to heaven or hell without just really raising my children and being a real man the way I'm supposed to be, walk this earth and then die and leave a gang of grandbabies and live forever. That's it. We live to die.
sa.neter, I gotta ask you a question.
Let's get Apostle in. Let's get Apostle in.
I know.
Just give me 10 seconds to respond to sa.neter.
Just give me 10 seconds, y'all. sa.neter, when we talk about the word house, we both know what we're talking about, and there's a definition that tells you what a house is. When we talk about dog, grass, cars, sky, we don't argue because there's a definition, a dictionary, a Webster's dictionary that tells us what all of those words mean. But when I give y'all a dictionary that says what these words mean to people over in Africa, y'all act like this is the reason why we're arguing, because we're not understanding these words according to the people in that territory. So I don't understand that.
All right, go ahead, Apostle.
Yeah, thanks, man. I don't know what Moses is talking about. Back in equity times, the sun itself let people know where to live and where not to live. You think this European can survive 3,000 years ago in Africa? No, he could not survive. There was no air conditioning. The sun told him, just like the sun is teaching them today, the highest place of skin cancer is right there in Israel.
It's Australia.
It's right there, a second highest then. It's right there in Israel. They know they don't belong there. But today they got air, they can hide in the house. There was no air conditioning in them caves in Mount Kilimanjaro. There was no air conditioning. They couldn't survive it. That's why they had to cover themselves the way they did up in the mountains in order to survive. So that's ridiculous, man. And about this fear, nobody I know that trusts God lives in fear. That's people that don't know God.
That's a lot of people, Apostle.
Yeah, that's right. And they live in fear.
Well, they live in fear.
If they don't get this right, if they don't do this like that, I don't worry about things like that.
Everybody, hold on. Inky called in. He want to say something. Go ahead, Inky.
Let him talk.
I just want to say for sure that sa.neter does not know what he's talking about when it comes to the Bible. And anybody listening to Sa in the chat is smoking. Yeah, come on, man. Where is Apostle, man? Apostle about to straighten you out, brother. What are you doing, Sa? Moses, why are you letting Sa say that the Bible is what are you doing, Moses? Come on, you Apostle you got too. Apostle don't play no games. He getting ready to go crazy. Stop muting his mic. I ain't even see the show. I know you got Apostle on mute because he would never let you get away with saying nothing crazy like this.
He just joined.
The thing is, hold on for a minute, Nikki. Before the scriptures or before the written law, we had the oral law that was passed down to us. That's why.
There you go.
That's why Onan was dealt with, because before Moses.
Who the hell was Onan? Who was Onan?
Onan.
What are you doing, Sa? Let Apostle break it down.
Who was Onan, Apostle?
Yeah, I need to know that too.
Judah's son.
All right, and where he come from? Where the hell does Onan come from?
That refused to create a child with his brother.
Made-up character. That's a made-up character.
You what the story said.
Okay, so wait a minute. You do admit that it's a real character, though, huh, Sa?
It's a made-up character. It's not literal.
It is a character.
Yes, but it's not literal.
I'm telling you what the story.
Wait a minute. Is that character found in a literary work?
No. The character is found in the character.
Not found in a literary work.
No, characteristic is not literal.
Hold on.
is the character found in a literary work?
No, it's not, because it's not literal.
So hold on. Do you know what a literary work is? I'm asking you a question. Do you know what a literary work is?
What is it?
It's a book, brother.
Yo, you know who Yahweh is? When you really understand it? No, who is Yahweh, Inky?
Yo, my service is breaking up, yo.
Yeah, of course it is. I will tell everybody who Yahweh is. If y'all really want to know who Yahweh is, Yahweh, how do you call the Most High, Apostle? What you call him?
Yahweh Shai.
Nah, that's Jesus.
Or in Hebrew, I will call him Allah Awana.
Allah Awana, whatever the hell that shit is.
Awana.
All right, whatever that nonsense is, man.
Okay.
That's what I mean by man create shit. See, ain't no God. Hold on, y'all. There's no God that came down. There's no God that came down and said, "Yo, call me Yahweh Awalasha. That's my name." Ain't nobody. Man did that nonsense, man. Man created all of that. And y'all better wake up. And I'm gonna tell you who Yahweh is. Yahweh is nothing but Superman. The Superman that you read about in the DC comics, that's who Yahweh is.
We need to have a debate, man. Are we gonna have this debate or what?
Hold on. Yahweh Superman raises the dead, don't he? Don't Superman bring the dead back?
Are we gonna have a debate?
Be quiet.
Me and you gonna have a debate.
Be quiet. What do you mean no? Apostle. So Superman never brought nobody back from the dead?
No.
How much you want to bet? Want to bet on it?
You gonna say Lois Lane?
There you go.
That he reversed.
There you go. There you go.
Reversed her.
There you go.
Yeah, right.
There you go. He brought people back from the dead. He can blow out fire with his mouth. He can blow out fire with his mouth. Who created him? He was created in the cosmos.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
All right.
God, what are you doing right now? This is crazy. What are you talking about, bro?
Hey, son, you gotta add that he was a white man at that.
Yeah.
Sa.neter, let me ask Apostle a question, please.
Go ahead.
Greetings, Elder Apostle.
Greetings.
Yes. You said we that they bought the scriptures. Did you recall just now saying something about the we?
I said we who believe in the law, in God. We who believe in God.
Okay. I thought you had said something different, because would you say who would you say these scriptures are for? The Bible.
They were written for Israel by Israelites. Period.
Okay. So because we were not born in Israel, I was born in Bermuda, you were born in the States. I'm not sure which state.
Where you were born.
Pardon me?
It doesn't matter where you were born.
Okay. But it is a fact that we were born in different locations, correct?
Sure.
Good.
We were scattered in different locations.
Understood. Understood. So
Okay.
how did we get these scriptures now? How did we come by them?
The Bible or scriptures?
The Bible.
The Bible is a collection of books. 42 books written, 42 books written by not 42 books, but written by 42 scholars over a 1,500-year period.
And how did they come to us? How did they come to us here in the Americas?
In history and put together.
Pardon me?
They were collected in history. Some was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Some were found in other areas, but they were passed down. The original manuscripts lived up into the time of Ezra. Ezra made copies of everything that he received. And
got you. But how did they arrive in the United States to your family, to your lineage?
I went to a store and I bought a Bible.
Okay. Okay. So you made a choice that was going to be our scriptures?
My scriptures.
Or your so but who you said they were passed down to the Israelites, correct?
Right.
Why didn't you, for example, and just bear with me, because we've been having this discussion for a while today, so you're jumping in, and I just want to share with you. How come, for example, do you know about the Anansi stories?
No.
The Anansi tradition.
No, explain it. Maybe I'll be more familiar with it.
The Anansi tradition are the folk tales of West Africa that also made their way over to the Americas, and you'll hear about it in America by the brother rabbit stories. You ever heard of those folk tales?
The Burr Rabbit?
Bra, as in brother, Bra Rabbit. Down south, they used to talk about Bra Rabbit and Anansi.
Bra Rabbit?
Yeah.
Spell it.
B-R-E-R, as in brother.
B-R-E-R, barrel.
Yeah.
Barrel.
Yeah, you never heard of that, right?
No.
Why do you think you've heard of something that was so far away from where you were and where your ancestors came from, but you haven't heard of, for example, parables that taught morality that were much closer, coming from the African line, coming from West Africa? Why do you think that is?
Oh, that's not much closer to me. I'm no.
It's closer. It's closer than Israel was.
Israel has nothing to do with it when it comes to the Bible. I didn't have to go to Israel to get my Bible. So
yes.
I would have to go, I guess, to West Africa. So why is that closer?
No, they were in the States. These stories were in the United States, in the South.
I never heard of it. I'm
exactly. Do you know why? The reason you've never heard of it is because it wasn't promoted, because the Bible was promoted through those people that controlled the economic and historical purse strings. And that's why you believe in what you believe today.
Or even the Most High made sure that it was available to his children so that they can read it. And because of that, not that stuff you're talking about.
Wow.
He didn't preserve it so that we can read it. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of folk that ain't never heard of what you're talking about.
You're right.
People like Genesis and that study voodoo and all that kind of stuff. Or traditional African gods. Not even all Africans study that. You know how many Christians and Muslims there are in Africa? More than what study.
Apostle, how many gods are there?
There are plenty of gods.
But I thought it was only one God. Who's to say your God is the right one?
There's only one Most High God.
Who's to say that? That's you. That's your belief.
That's my belief.
If you was to ask the Christians, they'd tell you it's only one Most High God. If you was to ask the Muslims, they would tell you it's only one Most High God. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So bulls is BS.
No, it's BS.
Yes, hold on, brother. Let me talk. Everybody they made up God, brother. In order for them to function, they need an imaginary God to keep them sane. You need a God, Apostle, to keep you sane. Without a God, you toe up. You confused. You don't know where to go. And so you rely on the Bible as your way of life. Because without it, you might do some molestation. You might do all kind of stuff, brother. Because you don't have no laws. You don't have nothing. The law that you go by, you got to go by the law of the Bible. The law I go by the law of nature. I don't need no goddamn Bible to tell me right and wrong. I go by the laws of nature. I use common sense as I move forward in life.
Brother sa.neter, hold on a minute, Apostle. I just want to finish what I have to say, and then I'll stop. Brother sa.neter, I want you to pay close attention to what my elder apostle said. He said that he knows about the Bible is because God didn't preserve it. Is that accurate? What you said?
No, listen.
Hold on, sa.neter. I just want to. This is very important. Apostle, did you say that?
I said God did, not didn't.
Yeah, that God did preserve it, and the other stories weren't preserved, right? The other stories, they weren't preserved.
Perhaps
Do you agree?
I say perhaps they wasn't preserved.
Right.
Not by God. Yeah.
Okay, but the Bible was preserved by God, right?
Yeah.
That means your God is the white man. That's what you're saying. Because hold on. Because what you're saying is who preserved and handed down the Bible to you is God. And that Bible was handed down by the white man directly. We can prove that through history.
Or either God used the white man in his position to do that.
Now, check this out. I want everybody to hear this. Where you at, Suntan?
Right here.
Suntan. Hold on, Apostle.
I'm right here listening.
Everybody hear Apostle talking.
Yeah.
So what Apostle is saying is what I said earlier. The Bible is up for what? Interpretation.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, Apostle. Anybody can interpret it the way they want to. Just listen to Apostle. He's acting like he sat with God, he spoke with God, and he's telling you what God said.
I have spoke with God. I speak with him every day.
And what he said to you? What he got, a deep voice or what kind of voice he got?
It sounds like my voice.
Oh, okay. So
Hey,
I ought to have the right to say it.
Come on in here, Revelation.
You had a right to say it. You had a right to say it.
Suntan, be quiet. I ought to have the right to say it without being interrupted. Just like he tell me not to interrupt you, but you interrupted me to tell me not to interrupt you. What kind of shit is that?
Pastor, be quiet.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Let me ask something.
Let me finish answering this question that I was answering. I mean, can I at least do that? Where is he? Is he gone?
Who?
The guy that asked me the question.
Dr. David ain't gone.
When I talked, I was telling him the answer, and you interrupted.
Yeah, he's gone. So you don't need to finish. He's gone.
Go ahead.
Did Abraham's father worship many gods?
Yes.
Right. So which gods of his father decided I am the God you should follow?
The one that called Abraham out of Ur, away from
man.
I'm giving you an answer that you don't know.
He believed
right there, son. I go Dr. David.
I'm giving you the answer.
That man believed in many gods.
You not believing it doesn't change.
Apostle, Dr. David.
So out of Abraham's father's tradition of gods, which one is I am the God that you should follow? If he believed in many gods, I am the God.
He could have chose to follow the gods of his father of Mesopotamia, or he chose or could have chose to follow the God that was speaking to him.
Okay, so then when God told Abraham to leave, he told him to leave by himself.
Right.
But he left with his people.
He left with his nephew.
Okay, then. Right there, he disobeyed God from the jump.
Erred. Just like me and you, he erred.
Man, he disobeyed God from the jump.
And God dealt with him for that.
Oh my God.
Yes, he did.
Hey,
he took a lot with him.
How you ain't gonna
When
get
he was
nothing else out
told
of it.
to leave everything behind.
Which okay, so which how long
you could have read just all that. You didn't
just
have that.
out of all the gods that Abraham's daddy believed in, which God so happened to be the true God?
See, the thing is, what you don't know about Abraham, as a baby, Abraham was sent to Noah and Seth because the king of Mesopotamia, Sumer, desired to kill him because of the prophecy that was around his birth, that he was a ruler. So Nimrod wanted to kill him. So Abraham's father snuck him out as a child, and he was raised by Seth and Noah. First Noah, when Noah died, he was raised by Seth. Okay? And there he learned about the God of Seth. So as an adult, when he went back to Sumer to be with his father, and Nimrod was dead, and the threat no longer existed.
So what about Seth? Where did Seth get his God from?
Brother, don't do that. Don't interrupt me with a question when I'm answering your question. Don't do that. It's very disrespectful. So we don't have to communicate. I want to answer your questions because probably you need to hear it. So when he went back to his father, the Most High.
Hold on, is that you, Quinah? You gotta let me know because people be flashing. Is that you, Quinah?
Dropped off.
All right, Quinah, what up, brother?
Hey, Most High bless everybody, peace to the family. The brother that's asking Apostle all the questions, he said that by the book being preserved, it must have been a white man. But obviously, Apostle was telling you how the ancient text came from a place which would be Africa, in that area, which everybody's black. So I could use the same scenario that Apostle, he asked Apostle about something called bugs or whatever, right? Is it not the white man to preserve the text that you were speaking about? The Apostle say he don't know anything about because is it in English? The book that you're talking about, Apostle that don't know anything about. Is that written in English? Who preserved that?
Yeah.
Okay, let me respond.
It's a folktale.
Let me respond. And I want
orally preserved.
Hold on a minute, Angola. Hold on, I want to respond. I just want to say as well, that to Elder Apostle, you can hear me, right?
Yes, he hear you.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. That before you came on, we were having a very good show. We were all taking turns, and Suntan was doing the moderation. So I hope we can keep that same spirit. I donated $40 today, and I'm thankful to sa.neter for giving me the time to share the platform. So with that, I want to say that the book, I wasn't talking about a book. I was talking about the folk tales and traditions of Bra Rabbit, which are related to the Anansi folk tales, which come out of West Africa. And what Elder Apostle was saying that he knows the Bible, but he doesn't know the Anansi stories because God, in his mind, maybe preserved the Bible, but didn't preserve those traditions.
What language is it in, brother?
Pardon me?
What language what you're talking about, folk tales or whatever, how did you hear about it and what language did you hear it in?
I learned about it through English because they came over to the Americas, to our ancestors.
So that's the same thing that Apostle telling you. The white man is your God. You learned it through English because they came over in America, just like you said the same thing.
No, they came through our African ancestors who were enslaved, who were forced to speak English. Whereas the Bible, hold on a minute. The Bible was translated and thrust into our hands by the slave master itself.
That's not true, brother. You're saying the same thing Apostle's saying. It came over, right? The folk tales, like people say the Bible's a folk tale. It came to Apostle the same way, just like these folk tale bugs came through the same way, through English.
No,
right? It came the same way. That's what it sounds like to me, my dear brother.
Let me ask you, Brother Quinah, let me ask you, when you were born with any religion?
No.
How did you?
I'm not religious either.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Any religion, spiritual system. How did you learn then about the spiritual system you have now?
Well, just like anybody, through the mouth of men.
At what age?
There you go, Quinah.
Through the mouth of men. I don't know. Through the mouth of men.
There you go.
What age?
Hey, listen, brother. Hold on. I can't remember exactly what age, but let me explain myself when I say through the mouth of men.
Give me a general age.
Bro, I just told you I don't know. I mean, I can't.
Come on. You're a very wise man. I've seen you on this channel so many times.
Can you give me a general age when you learned how to tie your shoe?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Around 4 or 5.
Or 4 or 5, but it could be 5, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
that's
it,
what.
and it also could be four. I have no idea exactly what I learned, brother. I'm just telling you. Can you
Okay.
accept that answer? But you said something. I want to. My answer was I said through men. Everything that we all learned through men. Okay, if you want to say folk tales.
There you
Okay,
go. You teaching now.
you gotta let me finish it.
Told you, Quinna,
Everything.
ain't no goddamn God did nothing.
You gotta let.
Man taught you all of this. Man taught you
Why
all
you
of
cutting
this.
me off?
You just did it. You just admitted it.
Why are you cutting me off? Because the Bible and all Israelites, Christian, everything, it always talks about a man, right? Or men, right? And that's the same. Can I just be allowed to finish my statement,
Yes,
bro?
go ahead. You waking up, brother. I respect that. I like that.
Okay. All right. So we all learned, right? But what you don't understand is what we try to tell you. The Most High said He's going to come through us through men. So that's not saying that's through man. He came through Moses to speak to us, right? So
Okay.
for you to say, "Oh, so you learned from men," Most High said He's going to come to us through a man.
Okay, but why does the tradition that you espouse and my elder apostle come through white men rather than come through the African man?
The hell?
Well, what I believe in don't come from the white man, and neither does apostle.
No, but that's a belief. But we can literally prove through facts.
Close the door, baby. Close the door. Close the door.
Sorry, we can prove through facts that, as we said, on two accounts. One, when the Africans were coming to the Americas through slavery, they did not have the Bible as a primary tradition. And two, as you just said, when you were younger, you weren't born with the Bible. Someone put it into your hands. So that comes through.
Let me say something real quick because I'm at work. I gotta go. Let me finish up with this statement here. On my show, right, when I was doing a lot of shows, we had brothers, and Apostle know this, from Africa. Thank you, sir. We had brothers on our show come from Africa that told us the tales that they were taught about the Bible and the apostles and the prophets that wasn't even written in the King James Bible. They came on our show to show us that. So what you're saying,
they've been colonized themselves. They've been neo-colonized themselves. They're even worse than the Americans.
Brother, for you to say that just because somebody decolonized, they didn't keep their culture is asinine, quite frankly. You know, because everybody has a culture. The white man don't wipe out everything. Ain't nobody that weak. He ain't wipe out all the languages and customs of nobody.
All right,
everybody's still holding on to some customs.
Cornell, let me ask you a question. Then I'm gonna bring on Ngolo. Cornell, you there? You hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm here.
Do you believe that the white race is the devil?
I believe all men are the devil.
Oh, so you don't believe the white man is the devil no more?
Anybody that lie is a deceiver, is the devil. White, black, red, green, or brown.
I'm gonna ask you again. You no longer believe that the white man is the devil?
I believe the white man the devil, the black man the devil, everybody the devil. I just said everybody that lies is the devil.
Again, I'm gonna ask you again. You no longer believe that the white man is the devil. You believe that everybody is the damn devil now.
The Bible says you're like your father, the devil, when he was talking about Israelites.
Stop, brother. Because at one point,
I just answered your question.
I know, but listen, at one point, I remember I seen y'all niggas, not niggas, I seen you brothers on the damn street. All right. I seen y'all on the street teaching. So at one point you was teaching that the white man was the devil. Now you don't believe.
I never taught that, son. I never taught that.
What? Oh my God, man! When y'all would form up with Zabak and them, I remember I used to be over there with Zabak, and then here y'all come merging together and making the camp even bigger. Y'all never taught that.
Everybody that's on the streets, right, especially when you have certain so-called camps come together, all of them don't believe in the same thing. Some of them believe Canadians, Israelites, some of them don't. Okay. Just like in the conscious community, real quick, just like in the conscious community, like say people believe in Egypt, you got Jabari and Shock Upmost, they don't believe in the same thing. So you have a lot of people in the Bible don't believe the same thing. That's why you have Baptists, Methodists, Catholics, so on and so forth. A lot of them read out the same Bible, just like a lot of them read out the Book of the Dead, or, you know.
All right, let me move on.
Don't believe the same thing.
Let me move on to Mr. Apostle.
Thanks for having me on, brother. Thanks for having me on.
You know, welcome. Hey, Apostle, you hear me?
You said Ngola. You was going to him next.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go to Ngola and let him talk. But now, don't get scared, brother. I got you.
I'm not scared. I'll just.
So Apostle, here's the question: do you believe that the white race is the devil?
Yes.
Do you really believe that the white race is a race of devils?
I believe they are deceivers, yes.
And you believe that they're the devil, right? That the Bible speaks about.
How many times you want me to answer?
I want to make sure you understand what I'm saying. You believe that the white man, be quiet, be quiet. You believe that the white man is the devil that the Bible talks about, right?
Yes.
You don't really believe that, Apostle.
Oh, okay.
You know why you don't believe that? Because when you're sick, you go to his hospital and the devil cures you. When you have children, you go to his hospital and that devil sticks his hands in the womb of the vaginas of your wives, and you have these children. It's the devil who bring on your babies, Apostle. You got to stop this foolishness, man. Y'all really don't believe that the white man is the damn devil. Right now, you send your babies and your grandbabies to his schools, brother. You go to his goddamn shops and you buy all the stuff that you can get. You buy his food. You don't believe the white man is the devil. You sit with him, you joke with him, you play with him, you laugh with him. What are you talking about? Didn't we just see Captain Tazariak sitting over there with all them Jews? Huh? Smiling and beguiling and sitting there with them, having fun. All of y'all do that, man. Y'all got to stop this foolishness. Stop lying. You don't believe the white man is the devil, brother. You don't. Now, what you want to respond, then Ngolo can go. If you don't want to
respond to that ignorancy, no.
That's ignorant?
It's ignorant, yeah. All of that came from you is ignorancy, as far as I'm concerned.
So you don't go to his hospital.
And none of that changes the fact that I still believe he's the devil.
Oh, man.
None of that changes.
All right. Let's go on over to Ngolo. Ngolo, you got the mic.
Oh, what's up, brother? How y'all doing?
Good.
You put him on the screen and take me off, he'll realize you're talking to him. There you go.
No, you could just put it on the regular screen. I don't want to know a single phrase. But man, look, it's like I come on here and say all the time, bro. It's extremely sad that people this old still are susceptible to this nonsense. I don't understand it. Like, there's no way conceptually that you filter every literal thing in your life through this book. It's just not logical. Like, when y'all come on here all the time, spending all y'all time debating on stuff that will never be empirically proven. Like, it's counterproductive. There's nothing constructive that's gonna come out of those type of conversations. And for y'all to be on here saying that continuously making up all of these fairy tale narratives surrounding how it got to you and how it didn't. But then, like sa.neter said, y'all be relying on the same people that y'all castigated some Esau, whatever y'all call it. Like, it's just cognitive dissonance. Y'all exist in a contradictory paradigm. Everything y'all do is counterintuitive to what y'all books say in reality and what y'all actions do. So, I mean, y'all really don't believe in that book for real because y'all don't follow it to a T. But even if y'all did believe in the book, like, it's still not getting y'all nowhere. Y'all been doing this stuff for the how long? Like, 50 years the quote unquote Hebrew Israelites have been been doing stuff. Y'all have not built anything. Like, I mean, it's like y'all just do this. It's really just a coping mechanism, to be honest. From this moment forward, I am no longer having no type of contentious conversations with no Hebrews, no Muslims, no no regular Orthodox Christians. It's a exercise in futility. It is a waste of time. There's no empirical data that you can display to these people that is going to make them not believe that nonsense. They are under conceptual lockdown. When they got this stuff as kids from until now, it's just basic psychology. Once you indoctrinate a child, it's going to be almost impossible to get that out of their mind, bro. Like, it's really like you just got to start with the youth, bro. We have to make sure the youth do not become susceptible to this nonsense. All right.
And Ngolo, I have to correct you. Never look at it as a waste of time. The only reason why you're looking at it as a waste of time is because you think you're just talking to one person. When I talk to these dudes and I talk about the Bible, I'm on a podium talking to millions of people out there under the sound of my voice so that they can hear it and that they can learn it. Always think about you're teaching the people. when you have dialogues with these guys, look at it like you're teaching the people, not them. You're just using them as a prop so that you can get your message across and show the world that the nonsense that they're talking about, you're going to counter that with real information, real history. You see, that's how you do that. Don't look at it like one. And I'm going to tell you, they always talk this craziness about how much they hate the white man, how much the white man is the devil, but the damn devil is the one that's saving their children, saving their babies, bringing their babies into the world. God ain't doing a goddamn thing. You don't see God bringing your children in the world. It's the devil that's sticking his white hands in that hole, in that vagina, and bringing them babies out of that womb. What are you talking about, Apostle? And then you say it's foolishness. It's reality, brother. It's called realismism, brother. The real. What you got to say, my brother Revelation X? See, you laughing, Revelation.
Ik zie jou tussen Alena. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Holy Emmanuel and Marcus I King Celestia, Cha Rastafari. Blessings to one and all in the name of our Lord and precious Savior, Jesus the Christ. sa.neter, everything you're doing, everything you're saying, it will be accounted for. I am praying for your forgiveness. But still, you know, sa.neter, I want to talk to you on your level. Realism, okay? Forget the white man doing anything, because all of this give the white man way too much credit. The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. Nothing was given to us by the white man. Not no book, not no Bible, not no nothing. God gave you everything. It wasn't given to us by a black man either. Everything was given to us from the Lord, because you're living on earth. You're living on earth. sa.neter, you're talking to me. I want to see everybody, please.
Revelations, you know what God just said? These Negroes fear the white man.
Wait, that is the white man. Apostle, the white man is
the white man. They fear him.
All right, Apostle, let Revelation finish. Let him finish.
Please, let me finish. The white man is absolutely nothing. That is what it is. You understand? We give the white man all that credit and all that, and make him feel all the power. The white man in Bell America is all in Bell America by black people. But I'm going to calm down, because I have a question for sa.neter. Forget the white man, sa.neter. You now say something, and I find sa.neter move like a walking contradiction, because you the elder that teach we that you are God and you are also the devil. Is whatever trait you choose to portray. I hear you say that. Now I hear you saying that God don't exist at all. Okay, sa.neter, this is a very serious question. Millions of people, and I could tell you of one case, a woman, she had cancer. Same thing. She went to the same doctor we were talking about, the same white man, and the same white man said, I can do nothing for you as an African woman, right? She said, Doc, come. She called the white doctor. This is the doctor telling the story. She held the doctor's hand and said a prayer in Jesus' name, and the prayer was simply, Lord Jesus, do it again. When she was finished praying, the white man said, who is that? She said, Doc, this happened to me about 3-4 times before, and none of the doctors could help me, and all I could do is pray that the problem go away. He said, well, all right, but I can't help you. sa.neter, she came back, and the doctor, the only reason he tell the story is because she was absolutely healed by her prayer in Jesus' name. Now, plenty people have testimonies like these. This have nothing to do with no white man. It have nothing to do with no black man. These is people that pray to God, and the white man doctor couldn't help them. The Chinese doctor couldn't help them. The Indian doctor couldn't help them. And God totally and completely healed them. What and how do you, how you going to reconcile that, sa.neter? Talk to me.
Okay, so how come God didn't save them 4 white girls of the bar?
I talking about the cases. You see where you're doing, my sa.neter. You see where you want to go? You see where you want to go?
Let me finish, brother, because you went where you want to go. So you say, how can you reconcile that? Well, how come God didn't save them little babies that was blown up in the church years ago? In the what year was that, y'all? Can anybody tell me? Say that again, Montana.
That was in Birmingham, Alabama, right?
That's right. In Birmingham, Alabama, when the church was blown up, and it was 4 little girls, right?
Right.
Martin Luther King, right? That was what Martin Luther King.
Where was God at for them babies? Nowhere.
No,
When these babies are getting shot down by stray bullets, where the hell is God hiding at? Where's God at for them? When there's houses being burned down and all these homeless people outside right now, where's God at for them? But you're gonna tell me about some lady was praying and she prayed for God and God saved her from the brother. Stop, man. Stop it, brother. You gotta stop this foolishness right now. So God is favoring other people. Hey, yo, man, come on, brother. Come on, brother. You gotta.
When it finish.
Hold on. And so, Revelation, I gotta tell you this because I got a Rastafari that came out and made a song for me, brother.
Split you know, amen.
House of consciousness. This is the house of consciousness.
See that, Revelation? So chill, man. I got Rastafaris all over the place, brother.
Going good.
So now let me speak to Revelation X as well.
Okay, speak to him. Speak to him, brother.
Yes, greetings, Revelation X.
Blessed love Orthodox. It's you.
Yeah, give thanks. So that question, I mean, you know about Jim Jones, right?
Oh,
yeah,
man.
the white guy in America, and then he took the people to, was it what was it? Saint
Guyana.
It's Guyana, yes, correct is right, Guyana, yeah.
I know about him, yeah.
They all drank the poison, thinking that's how they get to heaven, right?
Right.
In Jesus' name. They did it in Jesus' name. How come God saying?
I love how sa.neter do that. Hold on, Revelation X. Revelation X. Those people had so much faith in that Bible and in what that white man was saying.
Bring it out.
No, they had faith in the man.
Hold on, let me finish.
No, let him finish Revelation. It was faith in the Bible, not man. It was faith in that Bible. Go ahead.
Jim Jones, you don't understand. They was calling Jim Jones their father, yo. That was like man worship.
So what? Why didn't God
let him go, Revelation?
Hold on, Revelation.
Go ahead.
What's the basis of what that movement was? Was it based around the Bible? Yes or no?
No, Jim Jones was their God.
Come on, man. Stop man.
It now. Stop. Was the church based around the Bible?
No.
Yes,
Can I answer? Can I answer?
You can answer, but I want to continue. But go ahead.
I agree. Jim Jones did use the Bible as his tool to indoctrinate the people for his desired result. I agree.
So where was God to correct him? Go ahead. Finish up, brother David.
So let me finish. What you said about that lady, the sister, is very powerful because, in fact, it actually agrees to what Sa's wisdom talks about. That actually is the God within that can heal us. It's your mind and your affirmations to bring healing to yourself. And when we look outside of ourselves, you notice your name's Revelation X. You notice as from what I can understand, you know, as someone who adheres to or aligns with Rasta thought, is word, sound, power. It's the word that's within that will bring that healing. Would you agree to that?
Word, sound, and power definitely has a lot to do with it, but mostly faith. And then they say faith without works is dead.
Yeah, but the Bible also says faith without works is dead. Faith without works is dead, isn't it?
That's why I don't say faith and works. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There you go. So that's what I want to say. And I'm going to say this, then I'm going to stop. One of the issues with Rasta, for example, and nobody can tell me about Rasta. One of the issues that we have today, and it started from maybe the 90s, is that when Rasta started associating Rastafari and the movement with Christianity, that's when it lost its power. When it was about black supremacy, when it was about the God within, when it was about Africa, when it was not religious, but it was a spiritual awakening of the African consciousness, that's when it was powerful. As soon as it became about Christianity, about religion and the Bible, that's what you see that's what's happening today. and I'll stop there because that's a whole nother conversation.
Yes.
The original fathers of Rasta were not into the Bible like that, not from the perspective of Christian talk.
Yes. And one more thing, Apostle know damn well he don't believe the white man is the devil, because when he gets sick and when the rest of y'all get sick, you go to his hospital, you take his medication, you take his drugs. Not just you, Apostle, all of us are guilty of it. We'll take his
yourself, sir. Speak for yourself.
All right, I'm speaking for myself. We take his goddamn drugs, right? And I ain't talking about when you get a cold. I'm talking about when you really get sick, right? That's what I'm talking about. So, Apostle, stop with your blood clog lying, brother. Stop it. Stop it, brother. Ross Clog.
What's up? No, sir.
Hold on, Apostle. You were just in a hospital not too long ago, and I'm so happy that you are out. But it was the devil, the white man that you call the devil, who saved your life. It wasn't God. God wasn't there doing nothing. It was the devil. And you might say, no, well, it was God working through. Well, why do God got to work through the devil? See? So is God trying to make us believe that the devil is the one that heals us? See, so that's crazy, Apostle. You was in the hospital. You was in the be quiet. You was in the hospital for 3 months, Apostle.
I went in the hospital for 3 months.
Yeah.
I was in the hospital for 8 days.
And then you had to go somewhere else, right?
Went to therapy, physical therapy.
Right, exactly. And the white man got you back on track, right?
For 3 weeks.
Right, and the white man got you back on track, right?
No, I got myself back on track. I'm the one that did those exercises.
Oh, now he said so God ain't do it then. So God ain't do that for you, right?
You too.
Yeah.
The mind and the wisdom.
You still my brother, Apostle, but you can't fuck with me, man, on this, man.
No, everything you said is ignorancy. That's all
Right.
it is.
Let me pass the mic to Ashe. Ashe been in the building. He's been waiting. Ashe, what up, brother?
What's up, Sa? Ashe?
Ashe,
Now,
what's up?
my little slight contingency I have with this whole biblical doctrine thing is when they try to Africanize it. Given the whole thought, even that the Bible doesn't even give designation far as places like Africa. You get what I'm saying? There's no real mention. Even they talk about being in quote unquote Egypt and being slaves in Egypt, but they don't even talk about building a pyramid or sphinx. They don't even talk about a limestone movement or anything. So the thing that I find so funny, one second, brother, I know this kind of upsets guys. The thing that I find so funny is like when I'm tracking the language that they speak, which will be quote unquote Hebrew, it has no origin in Africa. So which means the story in a language that the forefathers are even speaking, and even we can track the whole Semitic language all the way to the Akkadian, which will be one of the oldest. It will never take you to Africa. Like, I don't get why we Africanize this book. I heard the one guy on here the other day, he was talking about there were some meanings in the Niger Congo language that means Hebrew. Like Hebrew is a definition of anything. Hebrew just means to cross over. Everybody is going to have a word in their language that means to cross over. You get what I'm saying? So it's like I have a big problem with that. They say something like, well, Cush is in the Bible, Cush. But Cush is a misnomer term coming from the Nihilistic word Kas, which just means divine. So they say they do the Cush thing, and then they do Canaan. But when you track historically the landmass that they refer to as Canaan, it was never referred to as Canaan in the sense of trying to refer to a biblical man. It was Canaan, which just meant the lowlands. Canaan, sometimes that. But there's no designation that their biblical text provides to put them on the continent of Africa. That's playing the game and swaying the narrative that does not exist.
Let me ask this brother a question. The first complete Bible, where was it written and by who?
Who cares?
No, Sai. Let me answer his question because he think he got a rookie.
Yeah.
One of the oldest complete Bible, in fact, check this, would just be the Codex Sinaiticus.
That's not
like you playing. 1 second, hold on. You asked me to answer your question.
Right.
Now you have no 1 second.
Complete Bible. The Codex Sinaiticus.
Be quiet, Apostle. Let him answer.
1 second. 1 second. I know a lot of guys would like to say the Ethiopic Bible and all of this stuff, but we're talking about a complete text, the complete work, the whole complete work. Yeah, you got some scrolls that was floating around the Middle East and all of that may have, but that got some age on it. But you said the complete work, you got to source up. Whatever you said, that was supposed to be older than the Codex Sinaiticus, far as the oldest Bible. All
right, time out. Everybody time out. I'm ending this stream right now. I just dropped the link. It's already going. There's a new stream going. This stream had been on for 5 hours. So I'm ending this one and come right over right now. I'm throwing the link in the chat. The same people that's on, y'all can hit the link and come on over to the next one. We out of here, y'all. This stream is still going. The new one is on already.